Hello again, Stroke. Welcome back to another day of streaming. Bit of Wolcen, and today we will be doing a countdown starting today. 7 days left. 7 days left until the launch. So I'll be doing like yesterday some endgame farming. Hopefully we get some of the loot I've been wanting to get, but RNG can be bad sometimes. Sometimes it can be good. So yeah. Let's see what we can get today. Uh, I really wanted to play that assassin setup I had, but we'll see if the game would be good to me to give me the wood I want for the assassin setup. In the meantime, what have we here? We have two James's Toe Tales from last night, which I should put somewhere. Let me just check quickly. James's Toe Tail. I'm gonna get rid of one of those swords. And then which one is the better one? I'm gonna keep this one, and the rest would be left as sacrifices to the wood gods. Right, let's start with some adept runs, or not adept, let's do veteran 3, regular veteran 3 runs. Maybe just give them some resistances maybe. Oh, this is nice. Okay, enough enough messing around, I have to drop some items though. Gotta give some to get some. Here, maybe something good. Oh, tower shield. That's a good start. Getting a legendary from a corpse. Of course, I can't pick it up. There we go. Yeah, that was a nice start of things. It was a legendary tower shield. This one. It's nothing too fancy. Uniques are like that, like a unique item would look like this. This is what a unique item looks like, kind of purple pink. So in some cases uniques are better than legendaries, in others they aren't. So I guess it depends on the build. For some builds you would really wanna get special unique items that allow you certain things that the legendary item cannot. A good example would be the gauntlets, the gloves I'm wearing. Gloves I'm wearing are the only gloves that could give you flat damage. Flat damage, but it's only to attacks, so those gloves would not be good for a mage. But for anyone that uses attacks, Those gloves would be a perfect example of something that you cannot get on a legendary item. And welcome to my stream, dude. Army guy quote. Nice to have you here. Any other questions anyone might have, feel free to ask it, folks. If I can, I'm gonna answer anything. Currently trying to farm for a specific unique item that I wanna test one specific build with that unique item. Ideally, I would get two special unique items. I need one armor and one leg armor, so chest and leg. But even if I don't get one of them, that's gonna be fine. But I really wanna try a specific assassin build that really needs those items to click together. It's like an assassin build with a lot of HP, a lot of attack speed, and a lot of life leech. And currently the build would not be as strong as it will be when the game launches. That build I wanna try. It's with it's gonna be with this skill. This skill, Slayer's Fury. Where did it go? So the build I wanna make would be with this skill. Come on. Oh, I can't use it because I don't have a dagger equipped. Never mind. I was gonna show you the skill, but I can't right now. I'm gonna need to equip a dagger, which I can. Just give me a moment. So this is the skill I'm talking about. Just a second. Need enemies. Come on, enemies, show yourself. This skill. And with fast attack speed, it would be life leeching very quick. It would be life leeching shit tons of stuff at the same time. And you can dash between one enemy, another enemy, and so on. This would be amazing if I manage to get this build shaped up before the game launches, before all the data gets wiped. And I just wanna make I don't wanna make a complete build. I just wanna make a foundation. A foundation that I'm gonna later follow once the game launches. And by the way, today they released a new modifier for this skill. What they released today for this skill was this one. A modifier that allows us to shoot projectiles behind the enemies we are attacking. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my spin to win. Where did it go? Here. The animation is pretty cool though, yeah, and you can keep dashing between one enemy and another enemy, and there's different modifiers for this skill, such as if you keep recasting the ability shortly after using it, if you reuse it, it keeps giving you more damage. And with a lot of attack speed it works very well. This is a skill that really shines with a lot of attack speed. And what I need for it is, I need a specific leg armor that allows me to use shadow spells without having a caster weapon, and gives me increased shadow damage but decreases my other types of damage, but that's not a must-have item. But the item that I think is a must-have is an armor that gives me extra HP. So it converts my force shield into HP, and with that armor I can go and spec into shit tons of force shield from the passives for extra survivability. I can get a lot of attack speed. The whole idea would be getting as much HP as you can under the form of force shield getting converted into HP, then getting as much attack speed as you can, and then getting as much life leech as you can. And for life leech, when the game launches, things would be much easier. At the moment, from a socket I can get up to 1% life leech, but when the game launches, just by using a regular this is a tier 2 gem. Tier 2 gem gives me 6% global life leech. That's gonna be on launch. So you have at the moment up to 3 slots here, 2 slots here, 1 slot here. There are some rare cases where you would have 2 sockets in a helmet, but that's very rare. and adding 6% wife leech in, even if it's just 3 places or 4 places or 6 places, doesn't matter how many sockets, would be amazing. I'm not gonna take this unique. This unique item, I'm just gonna take it to show you, but I really don't need it. I've got it in my warehouse. This is for melee or assassin ailment builds, for damage over time builds. It's nothing too fancy. This is nice though. Right, let's move to the other level. How long I've been playing it? Hello Terrator, PL, and as for me playing it, I've been playing it since the very early alpha. Very early alpha, I can't remember when that was, but I've not been that active. I started getting more active kind of like month and a half ago in this game. Before that I've been on and off. I've been coming every update just to see what's new. I was more active during the alpha on my other account. On my personal account I was more active during the alpha, but then when the beta came I didn't really like the first versions of the beta and I waited for some more content and story to get added. But I do play mostly that type of games, hack and slash shooters. The only exception of non-hack and slash games I play would be at the moment Borderlands 3. It's still a shooter, just a first-person shooter version of it. But over the last month or so, I've invested a lot of time into this game on this specific account that I'm playing right now. Probably already over 200 hours for a few weeks. Crowfall, oh okay. That seemed like a promising game, but it's taking its time, I guess, when it comes to shaping up. One of the big names behind Crowfall kind of passed away recently. May he rest in peace, but yeah, I read the news. They made like a memorial kind of gathering for the developer. He was one of the legends behind some of the older MMOs. But yeah, what I'm doing right now is just farming for unique items, and currently the way the game is shaped up, I've been having very fickle RNG. Sometimes I would go to like champion or to high rank veteran matches and I would get crappier wood than going into lower veteran. Like yesterday I had a run where I had 300 magic finds and I was getting less wood than I got in this run today with 180% magic find. So this is definitely something weird going on when it comes to the magic find. I guess RNG just emphasizes a lot on the random, less on the NG. Alright, let's go for the boss fight, it should be this way. And I'm using this pin to win build, not because it's the best or anything like that, it's just fastest when it comes to farming easier difficulties. It really gives me very good results in regards to speed. If I want speed, this is what I pick up. Actually, even my build is set up around stacking as much movement speed as I can. Normally I wouldn't go for assassin armor, I wouldn't go for rogue armor, but this gives me 5 movement speed, this gives me 5 movement speed, and this gives me movement speed. I can go for something with more damage if I want to, but I haven't because of the movement speed this can give. And then in my passives I've taken extra movement speed here, 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 here and here. A lot of movement speed nodes. Movement speed works well with Blade Storm. I only wish that there was a modifier to make Blade Storm get damage based on movement speed, but currently there isn't one like this that we know of. And this skill that I'm doing with the shockwave, with the nice sounding shockwave, can do a ton of damage. With the right setup, this skill can do 150,000 damage now in the beta. But 150,000, that's very hard to get. You need to have spent months grinding for min-maxed items or have very good RNG. But 80, 90, 100,000 probably is achievable if you don't use completely min-maxed, super hard to get items. And yeah, as for who died from the Crowdfall team, you can check it. It's one of the major developers, one of the big name developers behind the game. Yeah, and that's the guy who passed away. I think he was a developer in EverQuest before Crowdfall, but I can't confirm whether it was EverQuest or another big title. But he was one of the big names. I just forgot the name. I'm sure I know the name, but it's out of my head right now. And they did like a memorial like a month ago or whenever that happened. They gathered up all the people on the server to pay their respects. I can try and find it, just give me a second. Just a moment. Keep going. Brad McQuaid, let me just oh, it's not Crowdfall. My bad, man, my bad. It was not Crowdfall. It was Pantheon. I missed the game name. I mistook Crowdfall for Pantheon. So this is me misinforming you by accident. So it was not Crowdfall, it was Pantheon, and I mistook the names of the two games. So it was Pantheon, not Crowdfall, sorry for that. But it was Brad McQuaid, and he was a very big, as I said, EverQuest developer a few months ago. But Pantheon is another, actually, it's similar to Crowdfall. If you compare the games together, they're that Kickstarter type of indie looking MMO that probably has some promising stuff, but is taking its time to get developed. But yeah, sorry for the misinformation. I kind of used the wrong game name there. But how does Crowdfall feel? I've always had my eye on Crowdfall, but I never got to getting into it. So yeah, they're exactly, they do look so similar in regards to the games, in regards to systems and stuff. So yeah, Crowdfall and Pantheon are really similar. They're different, but yet so similar, I guess. Yeah, the games that reward time played are not bad for people who have the time. Not everyone has the time to spend that much into it, and that's why I like action RPGs. Action RPGs at the same time reward time spent playing, but at the same time not every build requires you to invest that much time into a game. Some builds are cheaper to get and don't require you to grind for ages, whereas others are more min-maxed and require you to spend more time farming and getting them. But in general, you can pick up an ARPG and have fun without spending months farming for gear. Which is what I like about the RPGs. They're not as demanding time-wise. Of course, you're always gonna get rewarded by spending more time, because you're gonna get better and better and better min-maxed items to squeeze every little bit of damage and defense you can get from a build. But the good thing about the RPGs is I don't feel forced to do that. I don't feel forced to be playing the final difficulty possible and available to me. I can farm items just as fine in the lower difficulties in ARPGs. When there is no competitive aspect involved, for example, I don't really feel the need to push further and further. I can just enjoy some chill farming in the lower difficulties, speed farming like now. Whereas with MMOs, you definitely have to spend time, and there's no way for a new player to catch up to old players in MMOs, unless they decide to sacrifice some of their personal time for more playing time, and that's not always, if ever, the good decision to make. I'm really a big fan of people who want to make MMOs that don't require you to know life to be able to catch up to some of the older players. And some people have been making such MMOs, so we're gonna see how those turn out. How many real-life hours you pass in the wow, what sort of a passive system is this? that's really a weird passive system, having to spend a lot of time in the game to get them. Time gates. So basically, this is what would be called time gate from me. I'm not a big fan of games that have time gates and time-based progression. But there's some people that really enjoy that, some people that know that a newbie would never be able to surpass them only because they spent more time in a game. And for me that's bad game design, honestly. If you base your game on this, you're robbing yourself from a lot of new players coming and staying. And eventually the game would bleed out from new players, and some of the old players would start bleeding out bit by getting bored, and the community would die out. I was actually having similar discussion yesterday about how MMO games make bad decisions, and in the end the game bleeds out. The player base bleeds out player by player by player. You want to be stimulating new players and rewarding old players alike, keep your player base constantly growing, and that's where ARPGs are fun. With an ARPG you don't need to spend months on a single character. You can spend a few hours to get the most basic stuff for a certain build, and then you can decide whether you want to min-max that build, squeeze more out of it, or whether you want to go for a harder build that requires kind of more farming and more hours spent get those items. For example, the build I'm trying to make right now, I really need that armor. I really need that armor to convert my force shield into HP, and then I can make that tanky assassin build with Slayer's Fury. But I can't get that armor because the game just doesn't want to give it to me. For over 200 hours this armor just doesn't want to drop. And I've never gotten it, even on my online mode before they shut down the servers for maintenance. I still couldn't get that armor to try that beefcake assassin, the shadow assassin. Another thing I would like to try now is something I already tried before the server shut down. It was the rage mage, as I call it, and for that you need certain leg armor that allows you to cast spells, cast shadow spells by consuming rage instead of willpower. This is great because a mage normally might... Oh wow. Oh wow. Did you see that? Okay. A mage normally, as I was saying, requires willpower to cast spells, and if you don't make it a hybrid to use rage, if you don't make it a hybrid to consume some rage spells, you kind of can't make a proper full mage. But with the rage legs, you can cast some spells for rage, like Lightning Bolt with Shadow and Frost Nova with Shadow. You can use that to consume rage to keep your willpower going up to cast the other spells. Temtem is nice. I actually streamed a bit of Temtem during the early access, during the public test, and it was nice. And you caught 2 Wumas, wow. Catching 2 Wumas, that's a big thing. I mean, I kind of know what a Wuma is, and I know it's pretty hard to get one. But yeah, that was a fun bug of me falling out of the map. Can we replicate it? Let's see. This thing has happened to me only 2 times so far in the game. Falling off in those holes, in those maps. I guess we can't replicate it, it's that hard to replicate such a glitch. Some glitches are bitches, where some glitches are just pure fun, like this one. The good thing about this glitch is it didn't take 1 extra death count from me. Yeah, indeed. Spinning while falling, like a helicopter. Only we were falling instead of raising altitude. Reverse helicopter. Chop chop. Oh wow, those zombies. Yeah, landing helicopter. Landed right into Stormfall. After this fall. The easiest and fastest way to get to Stormfall. It puts the foe into Stormfall, kind of. This is a glitch that people can actually exploit. If they can replicate it, they can exploit it to go back to the town without problems. Because on this mode you can't go back to town unless you die. Yeah, free vendor setting. Dark Oasis 001, welcome to the Stroke Club. Thank you for the follow, dude. I do appreciate it. Army Guy Quote, thank you as well for the follow, and to you again, welcome to the Stroke Club. Enjoy your stay, folks. Appreciate the Twitch follows. Wait, where is the boss? Oh, it's this way. Alright, I'm gonna speed things up and only stop for elites. Oh, I might die without completing this one. Let's back up a little and then try and charge. Alright, Now I can charge the big guy. Alright, we got it, we got it. Next off. I wanna try something, how much damage I can squeeze out of Blade Storm, cause just now I was doing 12,000 hits without using the trio belt and without using a damage amulet. Just a test here. If I increase my DPS, how much more can I get out of Blade Storm? This belt, I really don't use it because it's raping mine and your ears. As you can hear, look at that, 15,000 Blade Storm hits. One of the reasons why... Yeah, it's like a wailing banshee or something. And it gets even harder when you have a lot of enemies around you. So over 15,000 damage on Blade Storm with that. In some hits, not all hits, but some of those were kind of that. I think the second hit counts. If an enemy dies from the first hit, then it's not benefiting from the increased damage after the curse is applied. The mark of what's it called, impurity. And the mark of impurity, by the way, if you change the modifiers over here, like if I do this and make the enemies explode, they're gonna start exploding. So make sure if you're using this belt to pick the best modifiers for your preferred scenario for this skill, because it's applying the curse the way you have set it up. So now I just made the curse start exploding when killing enemies that have been afflicted by it, and you can see those white explosions. Basically I prefer doing it that way, making them more vulnerable, slowing them and making them take more crit damage. If you're playing an ailment build, you might wanna get this and this. Those two things are perfect for an ailment build, and I like this one to spread it to surrounding targets. In the meantime, let's go back to my previous setup. I think with a min-maxed spin to win, I can get it to do 20,000 per hit. If I can now get it to do 15 with just a yellow a yellow amulet and with one Seal of the Arbiter, which is not min-maxed. Seal of the Arbiter is good as a temporary ring until you can find a good legendary one with flat damage, crit damage and socket and other good stuff. Something like this, but instead of frost damage to spells, another flat damage to attacks would be amazing. And instead of ruby ring, having a steel ring base for extra crit damage, and instead of material status ailment, maybe crit chance score would be nice. Oh, I need to go this way. A little bit more enemies needed. Actually, let's get this one. That might give me enough enemies. Probably not, but still some extra enemies before the boss fight can be unlocked. Right, killing this elite and then probably the boss would be on. Oh, chest. I'm gonna have to go and grab that chest. It's a purple one. I'm not sure whether purple chests have higher chances of dropping purple items and red chests having higher chance of dropping red items or orange items, but I can tell you one thing: red chests or orange chests have a lot of good chance to drop good gear. I think that the chest covers are not connected to different rarity types. It's just a coincidence. I think it goes like that: white chest being the crap one, then it goes blue chest, then it goes purple, and then at the end goes red chest, in regards to how much and how good wood you can get from the chest in terms of uniques and legendaries. Thirst? Wow, that's a very shit thirst. Only 50% spell damage. That's barely worth investing. I've got much better one in the warehouse, so this one gets sacrificed to the wood gods for reasons. My sovereign shout was not ready. Really bad. I really wanted to do the combo stun, then do Wings of Ishmir, then stun again with sovereign shout to apply double weakness. Alright. Oh, when did I do 6 maps in a row? That was kind of... I didn't expect it to be that quick. I'm gonna do a bit of Wrath of Saricel now. Maybe get a better legendary. I also should start looking for... new leg armor. I want leg armor that gives me movement speed instead of health regeneration rate. So I need a rogue leg armor that gives me a socket or two, transfer time reduction and cooldown. So something like this, but preferably with one more socket and being rogue for that extra movement speed. This one is very nice though. This one is very nice. I got rage and willpower reduction, I've got material damage. Unfortunately the one I'm using seems better, because it's more damage and more cost reduction. Less attack speed, less HP. Well, I'm gonna check something. What have I got here? Occult. So a lot of occult gear here, and this was material, so it's at the bottom here. I'm gonna do it like this. I don't need this anymore. Alright, let's do a quick Saricel. Quick Saricel modifier map. Maybe this one and this one and this one. This is what we farm for certain legendary items. This is not as good to farm unique items, but it's good to farm specific modifiers that can only drop in this mode. So far, we would be able to get the Wrath of Saricel modifiers enchanted on an item with certain orbs, with certain regions. But my guess is those specific regions would only drop on Saricel anyway, so you'd still have to be doing Saricel. But you're just gonna have to have less RNG into the whole mix. So if you can get a certain modifier to drop on a certain item type, You can probably get the orb that allows you to get that modifier and get the modifier via an orb, the affix. An example would be X% damage per 100 unspent rage points. If you can get a helmet or an armor with this, then get a regent that gives you this modifier and then apply it to a helmet or armor or whatever else. So that's gonna eliminate a little bit of bad luck that people might be having when farming for a good item with Sari self modifiers. And I'm always a big fan of reducing negative RNG, having a way to negate it. Alright, let's push to the boss. Please don't be a Shadow Blade. Okay, it's a Zealot, it's not a Shadow Blade. I guess the boss is that way, yeah. Let's see. Slayer's Fury on a two-hander. Oh, and it's a physical only. This is actually a, if this was triple socketed, triple flat, it would have been nice. So if it gave me flat physical damage, together with 2 more sockets, it would have been amazing. Because I could go for Gods Amongst Men, which would increase my material damage by 80%. And since this doesn't give anything other than material damage, it would have been a great choice. Then you could socket material damage gems inside it to get some stuff going on. I do have one similar item I can show you, by the way, here. This item, where did it go? I think it's here somewhere. This one. So this only gives me physical and rent, but again, it's only two specific sockets. Two specific, not sockets, but damages. I'm actually. I was gonna use this hammer if it had 3 sockets, just to show you how fun it could be. Two-hander with Slayer's Fury and Gods Amongst Men, which is Gods Amongst Men is this skill. It makes you not being able to do any other damage than material, so only physical, toxic, and rent. And it converts 30% of any other damage type into physical. But ideally, if you're using this, you would make sure that your rings do not give you things like fire, frost, lightning, shadow, sacred, aether, and you would be using gems like those. Material damage gems. It is fun, but it's very difficult to min-max a setup with Gods Amongst Men. But if you're just starting out, like a newbie, fresh character, and you find this item is perfect, or this item, any of those two are perfect for a starting spin to win setup with Gods Amongst Men. So instead of taking 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, you need 4 points, so let's say we can take 1, 2, 3. You can do something like this. 4. You can take this crit damage and remove it. You can remove this, you can remove this, you can remove this, and put them like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you have a Gods Amongst Men setup. And it works fine. It's a very nice starting setup for the Blade Storm. That is budget setup, budget spin to win. That's what I like to call it. Without having to min-max certain items. I'm gonna sell this because it's only one socket. This is also pretty nice as a belt. Alright, let's do another Rat of Sari sale, and then I'm gonna go back to regular mode. Mm, let's give them resistance. Let's give them resistance. You don't even have to queue elites on this map. You can feel free on Rat of Sari sale to skip elites. You're not gonna get better items by killing more elites in the end. All you care about is reaching the boss quickly, killing it and opening the chest. And not dying. That's the more important actually thing, not dying. Mine's here, okay, that's good. It's not a Shadow Blade, so if I can reach the boss before a Shadow Blade spawns, it's gonna be nice. Should be this way, where I need to go. Alright, we should be close. One more turn. That's a long map, just to see how much distance we've covered until we reach this place. Alright, let's give me some attack speed. As soon as you open the chest, any Ratusari cell enemies despawn, such as Shadowblade, Minesealer, Zealot. Phantom Blades on a shield, okay. Some of the combos you can see here are fun. This would have been fine if it had sockets. I would have actually used this if it had 2 or 3 sockets. Operative breaches, that's actually what I need. Good operative breaches with transfer time and cooldown reduction for that movement speed. Actually, let's go and sell. I could sell it instead of dropping everything on the ground. Yeah, I don't need this shield. At the moment, I haven't seen many people using shields, but I do have this assassin build I wanna do. The assassin build I wanna do needs that shield, this shield. So this shield, together with a good dagger like this one, would be amazing. Alternatively, instead of using this shield, the assassin setup I want could use this one. So we can use blink, we can use shadow, what's it called? Not shadow, but Aether jump. So alternatively, that would be it, because you still get extra bonus damage for attacks from the last spell cast, and you would be casting that spell, but you need the shadow legs with the extra shadow damage and occult damage, together with shadow Slayer's Fury, two of those, and occult damage shoulders. This would be the way I want that configured. Because this shield is a great shield. Like look at that 17 to 21 shadow damage added to attacks, together with force shield, and this force shield gets turned into HP if you have Smile of the Searing Sun armor chest piece. So this would immediately become. Actually, you're not gonna use a cool damage shoulders. You're gonna be using those shoulders. So those shoulders would give you up to 29 or 30% force shield on a piece of shoulder. So if you min max it, and that doesn't give you force shield on this item, it gives you total force shield. So the more force shield you get from your other items, the more this would give you. That's why this shield is great. That's why going for health force shield is the best way to gear up for this build. Health force shield, all that force shield gets turned into more HP, so in the end you're stacking health and force shield, and you need to be stacking force shield sockets, because the more force shield you stack in the sockets, the more this would give you. If you're stacking HP, you're not gonna get as much as when stacking force shield. So you want rogue, you want those sorcerer shoulders, you want this one, and this one's fine for that material damage, but if you want more force shield, you can go for probably something like this. But I'd strongly suggest going for that one, even though it's only a few percent material damage, up to 19 I think this goes. And this is the setup I'm trying to gear up for. Slayer's Fury, Rogue, Shadow Rogue, with a lot of Wife Leech and HP and attack speed. Alright, let's do regular veteran. I'm not doing Aether. Oh, I am doing Aether. Alright, well, I'm gonna give them frost resistance then. No, no, no. Regular. But yeah, some uniques just don't wanna drop. Like, a good example of uniques that don't wanna drop, Sunny's Stash, a unique ring that can give you a lot of movement speed, which I really want for that movement speed running setup that I'm doing right now. Before the wipe, I had shit tons of those rings dropping. I gave away to my viewers and to random people I found via the multiplayer matchmaking. I gave away a lot of those rings because I really didn't need all of them. But now the game for the past few days has not given me a single one of those on this playthrough. It used to drop like crazy those rings, Sarganeris and Ring of the Arbiter as well, but I've only found 2 of those and maybe 3 Sarganerises on this playthrough. And I'm doing the exact same things I've been doing before. I'm farming the exact same veteran runs. Yesterday I tried some 300 wood quality high veteran early champion runs and it just doesn't give me more wood. In fact it gave me less. Bent Metal 69, thank you for the follow dude, welcome to the Struck Club. Enjoy your stay. To anyone that's watching, feel free to ask any questions, regardless how trivial a question it might seem. I'd like to know what people are interested about in the game, so that later I can maybe try and make that into content that answers those questions. for future people that might be interested in those questions. Oh, two legendaries. Okay. Would have preferred a unique, but not bad. This one specifically is not bad at all, but it's very badly spec'd because Elemental Status Ailment chance score on something that gives you Aether and Shadows and just a little bit of frost damage. I still prefer using the unique McFester and Eract because it doesn't give you reduction to the transfer time. Just a second, I need to switch off my heater here. There we go. Oh shit. Right, just a moment. My chopstick fell on the ground. Alright. There we go. Had to stop for a moment and pick up that one. White chest. Not expecting much from it, but sometimes even white chest can surprise me with a legendary or a unique. And this bug where the chest doesn't open until shortly after you kill the enemy, because the enemy dies and leaves a pool of blood, a pool of poison. When the pool of poison disappears, that's when the chest kind of opens up. This is kind of mediocre because it gives you percent elemental instead of flat damage there, but it gives good stuff. Crit chance, crit damage and material status ailment, not too bad. And this is amazing. Cooldown reduction, transfer time reduction, and 2 sockets. So in a way it's better than what I've got. I'm not gonna be losing that much HP. If I put 2 sockets, I'm gonna get kind of 200-ish HP. So I'm gonna lose like 30 something HP if I socket this one and use it. And if I get that armor that converts Force Shield into HP, it's actually gonna be better. I still prefer operative breaches though. I really want operative breaches and I should start looking for yellow ones, I guess. I keep forgetting about that. To look for operative breaches. I really want custom filters for the game being a thing. Same way we do for Path of Exile, it would be amazing. And it doesn't have to be the developers making the filters, they just need to add support. The same way Path of Exile added support for custom filters, and I can go ahead, make a custom filter on a website that allows you to generate one for yourself with the things you want to be looking for. And just load it in. Let's see, maybe this way. Fatima Faxon. And those, what's it called, devourers can be very annoying. But with the spin to win it's easy. You just get yourself behind them and just keep yourself behind them. If they rotate, you rotate. So for this build the devourers are not that difficult to deal with. With some other builds I every now and then have some trouble with them. See, those are more annoying, the ones that shoot spears, because I pressed my potion button, but since I was still spinning, it doesn't use the potion until you stop spinning. And sometimes it's kind of hard to avoid those spears. I have to return and kill some more enemies. Still not enough, still gotta kill some more. That's gonna be a long ass backtracking. I hate when I have to backtrack so much to get enough kills on a map. That's one of the things I would really like to see improved. Either spawn the fucking bosses before I kill all the enemies, and then I can keep killing enemies after I kill the bosses, or reduce the damn number needed to spawn a boss on a map. Because then we end up having to do something like this, and it's so boring having to go all the way to the beginning of the map just to get some extra kills. So you can spawn the boss, and then you have to go back to the end of the map from where you came to kill the boss. This just way is just allow us to kill the bosses, spawn the bosses without needing to kill the enemies, and then we kill the boss, and then we keep killing enemies, and as soon as we get the quota done, then the portal appears next to us, not after we kill the boss. It's much easier to be done that way. Alright, let's go for the boss now. That was a long map due to this backtracking. Ah, damn. Okay, almost there. Ah, I hate this glitch. Operative breaches? No. Yeah, I'm wondering why it's not dropped a single Sunny stash so far. Where it used to drop them like crazy before. With Sunny stash I probably would lose a lot of damage. but I'm still gonna get some out of it, and then I'm gonna get a lot of movement speed and a couple of Sunny Stash rings combined with maybe an Operative's breeches for extra movement speed. I could probably get another 25% movement speed from 2 rings and better leg armor. I'm not sure there's a capacity, a cap you can reach, a cap that you can reach with the movement speed. Probably 10 meters per second would be the cap. I need to check sometime when I take a movement speed shrine how far it goes. Currently I'm at 8.8 meters a second. And when I take a movement speed shrine, it still looks super fast to me. But the movement speed shrine is 70% extra. Alright, nothing good here. Oh, that was the wrong way. What? I thought I killed that enemy. The elite that was here. Must have been mistaken. Ooh, look at those. That was a well executed combo. I could actually stack up all the weakness I could get on him. No, that was a weird rubber banding or whatever it is. So we need to go down this way. Oh no, down the other way. So here. Is that it? Yeah. Few more maps to finish this run. I really want to switch to a different setup, but this is giving me the fastest results. It does get boring spinning all the time. But with farming sometimes we want to do it as fast as we can, I guess. I've noticed also another thing. Not sure if it's just a coincidence, but when I have more uniques in my inventory, I get more uniques. Sometimes that's how a streak builds up. And yesterday this happened to me. I kept getting uniques. Like in 2 or 3 maps I got like 6 or 7 uniques. And then I dropped them all on the ground, because my inventory got full, and then I stopped getting uniques. Until the end of the run. I didn't get a single one. This is probably just a confirmation bias and me noting a coincidence there. But I might put it to the test. I might pick up a lot of unique rings and other things that are unique with within my inventory and see how that works out for me. I know it's not gonna help at all. That's not how normally RNG works, but who knows? Superstitions. Another streamer I've played with together this game, he was saying that if you've already dropped one item, the chances of you getting it again are higher, opposed to if you haven't dropped it. And when I got one specific item, he wanted me to give him the item so that it could register his character is actually picking it up. I'm pretty sure this is not how it works, but yeah, there's different theories there about certain things that definitely make no sense. I mean, who would go through such lengths to code something as complicated as this? It's just an unnecessary complication of a wood system that people probably don't have the time to code when there's more important things to be done. Let's see. By the way, they've already previewed a new skill today, as I showed you the new modifier for Slayer's Fury. I'm gonna quickly check if there's been anything new previewed in the official Wolcen Discord. So far nothing new yet, but until the end of business day today, they would probably post a couple more previews, including a new skill or two. Most likely 2 new skills, since they've already included a new modifier. Are you asking about my Blade Storm, by the way, for the skill? That looks great. Or are you asking about this skill? I'm not sure what skill you were asking about. If you're still here, sorry for missing that message. Is it this skill, this skill, this skill, or this one? I see that you said that skill looks great, what is it, but I'm not sure which skill you mean. I've got 5 of them in my skill bar. Like the spin to win is Blade Storm. Blade Storm is the spin to win, but in order to get it to work the way I do, first of all you need to have this one, and then you need to have this thing here, Regeneration on Q. Appetite for bloodshed. If you don't have those two, you won't be able to achieve the same results. And this is my speed farming setup. Movement speed, movement speed, movement speed, and here another 5 movement speed. Yeah, the spinning skill is Blade Storm, and those are my modifiers. Critical hits deal more damage, damage ticks are applied more often, which is good against elites, but it reduces the damage. If you don't want this, if you're only using it for mobbing, you can do something like, well, there's not many better options. I mean, you can reduce the rage cost, but you really don't need it. This would be amazing, but then damage ticks are applied less often. What this does is, I'm gonna quickly show you. So we have a wider area, wider coverage of this skill. But the damage ticks are applied less often, so on bosses you really want damage ticks to be applied more often. You can either buy it or you can try to drop it. I mean, if the NPC sells the skill, you can buy it from it. And it's always worth every 15 minutes or so to check the NPC and what skills the NPC sells. If you want to cheese it, you can walk in, check the NPC and what it sells. If Bladestorm is not there, walk out and walk back in to force the NPC to reset its store. That's the fastest way you can get the skill. You can keep walk in, walk out, walk in, walk out, walk in, walk out. Hopefully you have an SSD, cause yeah, if you don't, it's gonna suck. And tomorrow, by the way, I'm expecting the delivery of a SSD, an NVMe Generation 3 SSD. I'm expecting that delivery to come in tomorrow, so I can go ahead and pick it up when it's delivered into the courier's office. And I'm gonna test reinstalling Wolcen into an SSD, onto that SSD. I just need to find out where my save files are stored, so I could avoid losing the save data. And I'm gonna see how fast the loading times are. They were saying substantially faster loading times when we use SSDs. I'm gonna see. Supposedly the FPS also goes up by a bit. And the NPC that sells you the skills is Demetra or Dimitra, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Greek name, so it's probably pronounced Demetra, but oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Spawn kill. Come on game, I know you wanna drop me Smile of the Searing Sun. I know you wanna drop me that. Or Sunny Stash. Sunny Stash would be huge movement speed boost for me. Because it's the only ring that can give you movement speed. Bladestorm and Sunny Stash, just a combo that I enjoy so much. And it's a ring that can give you up to 15% damage, maybe even up to 19. The max I've gotten on that ring is 15% damage, and the good thing is it gives you 4 shield as well, it gives you all attributes. It's a very good all-rounder ring that can be used even on mages. So it's the only unique ring that actually mages can benefit from. Because a mage cannot benefit much from this one. And they cannot benefit much from this ring either. Unless there's some sort of a hybrid mage. For a pure mage, Sunny Stash is the one ring that can give you a little bit of a boost until you get better legendary ones. Diablo 3 servers wag wag wag. Well, this is not on a server. Currently the servers are down for maintenance. Until the game launches, we are playing offline. We're playing offline until the server launches, but yeah, I didn't have much lag myself when I was playing on EU servers. But I've been teaming up every now and then with other streamers, and one example would be Deadpool's Army, who every now and then hops in on my games and in my stream, and he was complaining of having whack when I was the host, when I was the one being the party leader, and it puts you into the region of the party leader. I personally don't mind going into US hosted games. I don't mind that. For me, 150 ping is not that bad. 150 ping is something I can live through, but the other dude from the US was saying that him on EU is huge whack, especially when this belt is used. This belt that I just equipped, it applies curse on the enemies. And it's Steam servers, so keep that in mind. If you have good connection with Steam servers, then you're probably gonna have good connection when playing this game. Oh yeah, if the internet is the problem, not the servers, then probably switching between games wouldn't be that big of a difference. But it depends. I mean, if you have better connection to Steam opposed to Blizzard servers, then this game you would enjoy more connectivity-wise. Steam does have a lot of different nodes in a lot of different places around the world, so you're probably gonna get put into some other Southeast Asia server there. And Taiwan, man, that's a country I've always wanted to go to. I've recently been checking on Netflix, they've been uploading some Thai series that are kind of detective, gritty, dark stuff. And I watched some of them and impressive cinema there. Some of them were actually remakes of Korean series, but that's another story. It was still good remakes, good remakes. And damn spicy food, man. I love myself some spicy food. And some time ago I had another viewer from Thailand, and he said I'm gonna love it there if I love spicy food. He said everything's spicy here. For me, if it doesn't give me tears in my eyes, it's not spicy enough. Yeah, Thai series, I've noticed a lot of the Taiwan series try to do remakes of the Korean or Japanese ones. Oh, look at this turn of events. I'm gonna have to wait for the beam to stop. He's on like one hit. Oh, he keeps reappearing. There we go, got it. You retired USA Navy. Nice. Hoots, welcome to the stream, Hoots. This is a Blade Storm build. I'm gonna quickly show you. Just a moment, I wanna remove that annoying belt. So the build is basically the main ingredient is this. The main ingredient for the recipe of this build is having that modifier of Blade Storm. So you can get all those things here, but you need this one the most. Then another thing you need is this one, Rage Generation on Q. As soon as you get Rage Generation on Q, you're gonna have some good results. Things that you don't need this movement speed, you don't need this movement speed, you don't need this movement speed. Those are optional personal flavors of mine for speed farming. This you do need, crit chance score. This you do need, crit damage. This you do need, max willpower and rage. And this you do need, max willpower and rage. You don't need to go like this, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can go like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to unlock those. So if you remove this point and remove this point and remove this point and those points here, those 4, that gives you 7, and with those 7 you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that works fine. That works fine. It's gonna give you some extra damage, it's gonna give you some extra attack crit chance and attack damage. That's gonna be a more DPS oriented setup. I'm currently using a speed running, speed farming, movement speed based setup. That's why I'm kind of using this configuration at the moment. Yeah, spicy food is good for the health. Spicy food is good for the health if your stomach can handle it, by the way. I've been a fan of spicy food since I've been a young kid. That's why I'm super skinny. I'm super skinny. I've never had any problems with blood pressure or cholesterol. Probably because I eat a lot of spicy and sour. Spicy, sour and all that stuff, and I've always liked eating salads together with my meat and stuff. I don't know why, especially homegrown vegetables when I used to visit my grandparents in the countryside. And in my country we have a lot of bio products that are not labeled as bio and overpriced, but there are just some people who live in the countryside and who just come to the city to sell their tomatoes, cucumbers, etc. So thankfully in Eastern European countries at least it's more accessible to get healthy food. And spicy food definitely is something that if you can handle it, if your stomach can handle it, it's worth eating if you like it. But for me it's been since I was a kid. Like, we have a soup in my country that probably would sound disgusting to other people, but it's our hangover soup. And it's made from a cow's belly. A cleaned cow's belly, beef tripe. And this is what we eat normally for hangover. Beef tripe soup, and you boil it in milk. You boil it in cow milk, the beef tripe, cut into slices, and then you add some sort of, like, you fry a little bit of you fry red pepper into butter, and then when it's ready, that little bit of fried red pepper into butter, you pour it at the top, and then you serve it, and then everyone can add something like garlic and vinegar and spicy, like crushed chilies. And this one with the garlic, vinegar and crushed chilies, man, that just wakes you up. On a Sunday morning after a Saturday night going out, drinking, this is the best hangover cure our country has. This together with the cold beer would cure your hangover. It might sound weird, drinking beer to cure hangover, but that's how we do it. Sour cream and cottage cheese from Russia, okay. Yeah, tripe. Beef tripe though. I've had places where they would serve pork tripe soup. Ugh, that shit tastes and smells like crap, man. Once I went into another city, I was still in high school and we were just visiting another city for some sort of fair with some of the teachers and students. And we ended up into some place that was serving tripe soup, but they didn't specify it's pork instead of beef. I only had like one spoonful before I just said, no, fuck it, I'm out. I'm out. It's definitely not under the category of healthy food, beef tripe, but it definitely cures a hangover. And it's not the beef tripe. I mean, you can have a vegan version of that. I've seen people selling vegan versions of the beef tripe soup. I'm not sure what they made, what they used as a replacement of the beef tripe. But the thing is, if you add the garlic and vinegar and the crushed chilies, that's the thing. You need the sour, the acids, and the spices to get rid of the gases, the alcoholic gases in your system. The spiciness gets your blood flowing, and the acid from the vinegar gets rid of the gas leftovers after drinking alcohol. So it's just chemistry. It's not that much. It's just science, food science. So you don't even have to use it on a soup, as long as you have the spicy and sour. And I've noticed one thing: in many countries, the hangover food involves either something spicy or something sour, or both at once. Makes sense though. Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, I've actually seen it. Or maybe I've seen the other Bebop, not the cowboy. Let me just see. Bebop. It might not have been the cowboy Bebop. It was the other one. I know about the cowboy Bebop, but it was another one that was recently remade. Oh, it was the Boogie Pop. Boogie Pop is the one I mistook this one for. But I know about Cowboy Bebop, I've just never gotten myself to watch it. But Boogie Pop is the other one I keep mistaking this one for. And they recently remade Boogie Pop, by the way. And there was like a new run, a few months ago, new run of Boogie Pop. And Boogie Pop's a very psychological anime. Prairie Oyster. Prairie Oyster, that sounds like something very nice. A Prairie Oyster. Makes me wanna order one right away. Prairie Oyster drink. Well, you won't be able to link it in the chat though. The only one who can link is a mod. Only mods can link. You can link it to me on Discord. You can either join the Discord of my channel, or I can give you my Discord name. This is my Discord name. And my Discord channel is... And yeah, if you wanna have chats about anything, gaming, anime, music, etc., feel free to come to my Discord. There aren't many of us, but there are some of us, and I don't mind making it a nice community we can hang out with. You can always find me even when I'm offline there. Even if I'm not online, you can send me a message and I'm gonna do my best to reply when I'm not streaming and when I'm online. And if anyone ends up joining the Discord, know that you just need to go and react to the rules. That you've read them, and then it gives you a role, and then you get access to the other channels, to the voice chat and to the regular chat channels. But feel free to send me the link on Discord. If you don't have Discord, then you might send it to me as a PM on Twitch. That also works fine for me. Is it difficult to make that drink though? Does it require some expensive ingredients, or could I make it from some basic stuff? Alright, thank you for the message, I do see it now. That was the 6 map run. 6 map run, nothing too fancy dropped, and I keep forgetting to be on the lookout for operative breaches. I really need good operative breaches to drop for me. Frost Aether Shadow. Frostator Shadow, and this one is Fire Sacred Shadow. Casting speed, crit damage. Casting speed, ailment, yeah. I might change for those legs, by the way. I'm probably gonna change those for... I'm gonna get this. I'm from Bulgaria. I am from Bulgaria. It's a small country in the southeastern parts of Europe. Yeah, and by your nickname I can say you're from Poland. I guess PL stands for Poland in your nickname. So we don't need this one. I'm gonna put this there. And what I'm gonna do, as I said, I wanna get some unique items in my inventory just to test that if it's gonna improve the drop rates. So I'm gonna get those 2 rings, put this there, put this there, put this there. So let's see how that would improve my chances. Oh, 95. Wait. I want that 95. This is how I store gems. If you've noticed, I don't have a single place where the gem is not in an item. It's an easy way to get extra storage, putting your gems into socketed items. So yeah, kind of making the best out of it. I'm gonna do some regular runs now. Not regular, but Rat of Saricel runs. Just a couple of Rat of Saricel runs and then back to regular ones. Golden Sands and Burgas. Yeah. That must have been long time ago. I mean, the southern part of our seaside is something that's more populated but better waters. But if you go to the northern parts, it's a bit colder but less crowded nowadays. And Golden Sands is kind of on the northern part. Sunny Beach is where all the people go if they want crowds. I'm not a big fan of Sunny Beach. It's probably one of the worst places, but it's the most crowded place in my country. But there's so much construction going on there, new hotels, new places, new clubs. I personally prefer to go to the smaller southeastern parts of the seaside of the country. The further south, the closer you get to the Turkish border, the warmer it gets, and there's some very nice places there. We also have some great camping sites around there for people who want camping instead of hotels, but there's hotels everywhere. But if it was 32, 33 years ago, it's completely different here compared to there. But it's definitely a cheap place for most people from Europe. With their salaries there, they can feel like kings here. That's why it's so popular among it's popular among people from the UK who don't have big budget to come to my country for summer holidays. And the same goes for people from Russia or Germany. Like on our seaside there's a lot of people from Russia, Germany, The UK, Czech Republic, that's the majority of people you could see that are foreigners would be probably from those countries. I personally have gone to other countries, but not for summer seaside vacations. Mostly for other things like festivals and just basic vacation explorations. But I've never gone away from Europe. I've only been to European countries so far. We do have some special beaches here in this country though that are not populated. Beaches where there's no construction going on over there, like I'm not sure what the best way to describe those beaches are, but maybe virgin beaches, beaches that have not been touched by any constructions or whatever. Or you can go ahead, you can get your tent up, do some camping there. My pet just woke up and made some weird sounds. Maybe he had a nightmare. Pet, are you okay, Pet? He's not actually called Pet, but I call him Pet when I'm talking during the stream. So this is another weapon with Slayer's Fury, and again it's only one socket and only 2 flat damages. Helmet with unspent rage points, okay. Interesting. I'm gonna do one more of those runs and then I'm gonna go back to a regular run. Let's go and sell. The mental damage, rage and willpower. Okay, I'm gonna save this for now. Cool damage, ferocity. So on this one I just did, there are special things that can drop, that can only drop there. Just wanna quickly check, this one was elemental damage. My elemental damage is here in the middle. 20% 13, 25% 18. Alright, upgrade. Let's do another one of those. This is a single map run. As you can see, this run did not give me an option to continue. And as you can see, the enemies don't drop items. The items I get only at the end. And at the end I get rank. But this is a perfect example for what I'm about to tell you. This chest and other chests can drop you items, even on this mode. So you can't get items from enemies, but you can get them from chests, like this one. And at the end, if you don't die, you get rank S+. If you die, you get rank S. S is for shame. And then if you die again, you get rank A for awful. And the more you die, the lesser the rank. And if you're playing in a team, if one person dies, the whole team gets punished. So you have to stick together and try and not die. But those can be speed run. They're very quick and easy to do. because you fill up the bar of enemies needed to kill, you fill up the kill quota quicker than on the other run. And if you're not stopping for elite fights or for chests, you can probably do that in under a minute and a half. Just the other day I did this in minute and 20 something seconds. But this is not done for farming unique items. You do this to farm special legendary items with special affixes that can only drop in this mode. Let's see. Might have to go and give my pet some food, because he woke up and he's making some some cute noises. He's trying to speak like a human, but he can't, and it ends up sounding very weird. No, I missed. This is what I was fearing I would end up doing. This is not the boss I wanna miss my first hit on. No! And now I got S rank, for shame. Because even after I killed the boss I needed to open this one to get my victory. So I killed the boss but I died afterwards, and fuck. Now one less item. If I didn't miss the boss it would have been an instant one shot, and then I would have just been close to this. Alright, let's get rid of some of the items here. Let's see what could have dropped, maybe something good. So far bad stuff, nothing too good. But there's modifiers like this one pierce to all projectiles that can only drop in this mode. Then you can get rings like this one, where is it? Rings like this one, max willpower and rage. You can only get it from this mode. Or rings like, where did it go? This one, attacks gain etc. % of damage from the last spell cast. The type of damage the same as the spell's damage. Basically that's modifiers like that one, Manix Water, like this one to get max willpower and rage, or like this one to get the attacks gain X damage, residual energy. Alright, let me give my pet some food. Just a moment. Pet, say hello. Let's give him some food now. Alright. And ready. I'm gonna go back to normal mode. I mean normal expeditions. Let's do veteran 3 again. Give me some uniques now, come on. I'm gonna quickly check the official Discord, Wolcen Discord. They still haven't released a new skill for the day. But I'm expecting it with the next 1 or 2 hours or so. Maybe they would post a new skill or two. Hopefully. My guess is before the game launches they would have previewed all the new skills along with some fun new modifiers that we could enjoy. As for me working in a travel office, I'd rather not work any job that involves direct contact with people. Just not good for my mental health working with people, because some people have some seriously fucked up demands. Yeah, some people just, I mean, I've worked different types of jobs. I've worked jobs that involve direct contact with people, like front of house and stuff like that, like reception or whatever you want to call it. Like, and then I've worked support, technical support on chat, on telephone, on email. Then I've also worked as training team, where I'm training people from the company, and where I'm just dealing with internal stuff, just people from the company. So training people with the company and doing documentation, guides and stuff for the company clients all over the world. I used to work for, like my last job was in a company that makes software for telecoms. So our clients used to be telecoms from all over the world, and we used to make software for them. And I used to train the new employees, and I used to make documentation for the clients of the software. And this was also another thing that's so bad for me. It just, I couldn't stand this, and then I ended up quitting my job, and since I had extra free time on my hands, I decided to pick up streaming again. And then I decided to go all in and try and make the most out of streaming and making content for YouTube, and try and grow my channels bit by bit. Currently my focus is on Twitch and YouTube. I mean, I'm streaming on Mixer because some people watch from there, but I'm not doing the Mixer thing as a source of anything. I'm just doing it because I know some people want to watch from there. But yeah, I'm kind of going all in on that for now, while I can. With the occasional side job of me, probably I registered on Fiverr. On Fiverr I've registered myself for video editing and for game testing as some sort of side income. Fiverr is great, although I haven't gotten many jobs from there. It is a great platform that can allow people to offer others their services as a freelancer or whatever. Alright, can we go for the boss? Yeah, we can. Oh, it's this way. Almost missed it. I love it when it happens like this, so that the boss ends up being very close to where I am when I fuel up and I don't need to do any backtracking. Next. Come on. Oh wow. Every fucking time those spear exploding guys. I need to remember their actual names. Alright, dead end. But yeah, it's been very bad with the drop rates in the offline mode. I don't understand why, but most of the time in the offline mode the drop rates have been tragic compared to the online mode. So maybe on the online mode there have been some tweaks that have not been applied to the offline, or maybe just bad RNG. And it's weird because I got some of the rarest items. I got this one, the trio, and this one, Argan's Heart, 2 hours after starting the end game. 2.5 hours after starting the end game. And those are super rare. Super rare, some people never get them. So I can't understand why some things were super easy to get, whereas others that used to be super easy to get before are super hard now. Some really illogical stuff happening. Yeah, just RNG I guess. And welcome back Kek Plays Games. Nice to see you here again. It is super bad RNG sometimes. I'm fine with having bad RNG now if I have good one on launch. That's gonna be fine. Sacrifice a week of RNG for good luck when the game launches. Yeah, I had one run with like 7, 8, 9 uniques within 3 maps. But the thing is, it's shit uniques. And it's uniques that are bad, that you don't really want. And they made it so that certain uniques have very low drop rates. And I would be fine if they just make a new item difficulty, a new item rarity, like mythical items, and then make things like the trio, the Argan's Heart, and some other rare items as mythical, so that people would know that they are not unique, they're harder to get than unique items, not as easy to get. Because it makes no sense for one item and the other item to be the same rarity, but to have completely different drop rates. The way I think drop rates in any game should be is, if an item is unique, it should have the exact same drop chance as any other item that is unique. But it's never been like that in ARPGs. It's always been legendary or unique items or whatever you want to call them, they always had separate different drop rates. And some were almost impossible to get, where others were dropping like crazy. It's like that in Yabu, it's like that here, it's like that in Path of Exile. Like, you can't compare, for example, in Path of Exile, you can't compare Impulsa with some of the more common armors and how often they drop. Let's see. Oh, I'm ready to go for the boss fight. Nice. Let me check for operative breaches. Operative breaches. If you see operative breaches, feel free to let me know if I miss picking them up. Operative breaches. Alright. None of them. And again, no operative breaches. But a good pair of those could make this build even more fun, together with Sunny's stash rings. But I'm liking how much interest this game has been getting lately. When it's getting close to the launch, more and more people are saying, hey, let's give this game a try. It might be what I need. I guess it's what many of you are telling each other. Many Path of Exile, Diablo, Grim Dawn players would definitely be trying it. And I hope all of you enjoy it. I know I do, even now. Costo, nice to see you, dude. How have you been? Haven't seen you in a while. We used to play Warhammer together, or you used to watch me play Warhammer Chaos Bane. You're on my stream friends list, by the way. How have you been? I've been seeing you playing a lot of Path of Exile recently. Feel free to ask any questions about this game. How's the Necru going? I remember you said you were gonna be playing Necru this league in Path of Exile with bunch of minions and stuff. Keep in mind there's delay. On YouTube the signal is getting delayed by like 30-60 seconds or so. And not by my choice, it's just how it works, I guess. Oh, a muscle break. Damn. For 1 month having to not walk. Oh, you're a pyromancer. Okay. So pyromancer is the best way to go. Is pyromancer the new meta? The new meta, pyromancer. Are you doing custom crits or are you doing mines? Mines pyromancer or what? No idea what the new meta would be, but okay. That sounds like a fun way to go on the pyromancer. Fire raining from above, eh? Or is it from below in your case? Well, I hope if you're playing this game that you're gonna enjoy it on launch, and we could be playing together, we could be farming, trading. I'm definitely gonna do some trading because I would wanna be doing builds on YouTube, and without trading it's gonna probably take forever to get certain items. But if I do get the items via trading, I would be able to bring you some more videos for different funky builds. They deleted your character? What the hell? Why did they delete your character? Were you hacking or something, or was it a glitch? Because I haven't heard of many cases of people's characters getting deleted in Path of Exile. But I guess it might have been a mass outage or a bug or whatever. Wow, alright. Alright, Kek, well, thanks for stopping by, much appreciated for being here. Where's this demon? I need to hit it before it gets me. There we go. Oh, on offline mode. Well, on offline mode everything's getting deleted soon. There's 1 week left. Before the launch everything is getting deleted anyways. You made it when I was streaming Bragi, okay. Yeah, Bragi is fun. But Chaos Bane, for example, when it comes to Chaos Bane, it does need a lot of reworks. I mean, Chaos Bane cannot compete with this game, with Wolcen. The only thing that Chaos Bane has that other games don't is that it's a Warhammer Age of Sigmar game. And that's it. There's nothing else in Chaos Bane that makes it special, other than it being a Warhammer Age of Sigmar game. Lazy system, lazy itemization system that's even more simple than Diablo 3's itemization system. Very limited build choices, very bad balancing in regards to those build choices, and the build choices are limited because of that bad balancing in Chaos Bane. No online only mode for people who don't want to be teamed up with cheaters in Chaos Bane either, which is not particularly a problem. You can see games like Grim Dawn not having an online only mode and still being okay. Let's see here. I don't need this, I don't need this, I don't need this or this or this or this. And let's go again. Give them resistances and this. And let's go. Nice, good quality. Material resistance. And this wood quality is such a bullshit. The other day on 300 wood quality it was barely dropping, and then a few maps later in 150, 170 it's dropping like crazy. It's just magic fine trolling. Look at that now. Good. Starting off with the legendary on this map. RNG is such a weird thing sometimes. Oh, it's magic find. It's probably both quantity and quality. I wouldn't call this a mini Path of Exile. I would call this a mashup between Diablo 1, 2, 3 and Path of Exile. I personally prefer this to Path of Exile because it's not as demanding, it's not as punishing, and it's more action than Path of Exile. More action, less bullshit. But that's just my preference. There's no content that you need to do to get your progression that you can do on any build here. If you want to unlock something, you can unlock it even with shitty builds. You can unlock all the different skills, all the different abilities, all the different passives, etc. without having to go for a meta build, or without having to pay someone with a meta build to help you unlock things. And when it comes to items, you can get the best gear even without having to be a meta build as well. You don't have to go for the hardest difficulty. Going for the hardest difficulties here, like Champion 9, would be just for bragging rights, I believe. If you want the bragging rights, you can say, hey, I can do Champion 9. Yeah, of course, you can do it. Good for you. Everyone can do Champion 9. Get the turret build, Champion 9 is doable. That's gonna be different when the game launches, and I'm really gonna be looking forward to Necros with the turret build. The first thing I'm gonna try pushing with would be a Necro with turrets. This is what I'm gonna try and make. Dagger Catalyst or a Pistol Catalyst. Something like that maybe would be my first endgame attempt at pushing after the launch. Because you have two ranged pets, two melee pets, another melee pet that can taunt and tank for you, and then you have turrets for extra damage. It just sounds too good. You can make summoners here, yeah, I can show you. I'm gonna show you something quickly. So, previews. First of all, you have this one. Those are two zombies that you can tell them to attack a certain target and they would go after it. Then you have more zombies that can shoot from afar. So that's the two melee, and then these are the two ranged zombies. The ranged zombies are just basic projectiles, and then you have a golem. This is Poison Golem that can taunt. You can see that he's using some sort of a shout that pulls the aggro. So for now they have reviewed those pets. And there's this one, Parasite. You can dominate an enemy and make it fight for you. It works on regular enemies and on specialists. So that's so far what they have revealed about necro skills. There's more coming this week and next week. During the weekdays they've been revealing some skills every day, every weekday. So we're gonna see how things play out. But I definitely want to make a necro with some turrets for my first pushing setup. But turrets at the moment are so strong. I mean, you can just let them be and they can do all the work for you. All you need to do is dodge. All you need to do is try and not die. Operative breaches. That's actually what I'm looking for. Operatives breaches. But good ones, with transfer time reduction and sockets and cooldown. Unfortunately, they're not dropping. At the moment you can't make it because the game launches in 7 days. And the necro is something that is not in the game yet. We're getting 2 times the skills when the game launches. Currently the game only has 20 skills. When it launches there's gonna be 40 skills, and each skill has, as you can see at the moment, each skill has 8 or 9 modifiers. When the game launches we're gonna have 16 modifiers for each skill. And you can modify skills however you want. And in the passives we only have those which are 3 plus 6, 9 classes. But when the game launches we're gonna have another 12 classes over here. You can rotate this, you can rotate this, and link things differently. You can rotate this. So there's gonna be a lot more choices, a lot more options to making a build. And unlike Path of Exile, you can fully respec with just the click of a button. You don't have to farm for ages to get enough Orbs of Regret to respec a character. And you can also create a alt that doesn't need to do the story and power level it. So you don't have to spend ages maxing out a new character to level 100. Although in this game it will be level 90. The limit would be 90. Currently the limit is 20. So at the moment we have 38 passive points. When the game launches we are going to have 89. So in here you're gonna have 89 points to spend. At the moment this is 38 points. So it's gonna be better. Much better. And the new skill tree would look like this. This is what it would look like, kind of. You cannot see it all the way at the end, but you can see some glimpses of the new ring, the third ring, and how it will be. What do you mean 12 to 16? 12 to 16? Oh, do you mean about the skills? About the skills you can read here. You can read on this link about the skills. And what you are going to read is that there's going to be 10 modifier points. And the skills would cost 1, 2 or 3 modifier points. And in addition to this, each of the 40 skills will have 16 modifiers. So it's not 12 to 16, it's 16. That's what they're saying. This is just me quoting. It doesn't say up to 16, it has each of the skills will have 16 modifiers. So this is just me quoting from this link. You can read this link for more information that I just posted in the chat. Maybe 12 to 16 is an old thing, but it's saying now that each would be 16. Okay. Okay, that's gonna be nice, yeah. It would really fit. A voodoo master. Voodoo mancer. a lot of depth with having twice as many skills, twice as many modifiers for each skill, and having 133% more classes in the passive skill tree to invest into. It is gonna be a lot of freedom when making a build, together with new unique items that that open up different new builds. It's gonna be fun. Can't wait to see the Necro unique items. There's probably gonna be pet damage and other pet stats, maybe minion damage, minion HP, minion attack speed, something like that. Maybe we'll see. We'll have to see. But I'm betting that there's gonna be new modifiers, new affixes that modify the pets for the Necros. Let's see this. A voodoo black magic witch doctor. Interesting. Let's see. No, the game is not always this easy. It's not always this easy. I'm just speed farming. I don't need to farm the hard difficulties where everything can one-shot me. Basically, at the moment, the difficulty is boring because when you go further in the difficulty, even this enemy can one-shot you. And that's not the way to do it. And at the moment, armors need a rework. Certain armor types, like everyone would be going for all resistance gear if they want to be pushing further, or more damage. So some people play it this way: kill them before they hit you. They hit you once, you die. And that's not my kind of playstyle. I don't like playing bullet hells. I like to be able to get hit and to soak up the hits, like a proper tank. And tanks are available, but are boring at the moment. You can make a full tank, but you need specific items, and I'm actually trying to farm one of the items I need. One of the items converts force shield into health. And I wanna make a rogue tank. Not a proper tank, but a rogue with a lot of health, a lot of wife leech, and a lot of attack speed to leech faster. This is kind of what I'm trying to farm items for, but with this bad RNG, I'm probably not gonna get it before the game launches. It's just bad luck. Bad luck and shitty drop rates combining together to make this. But I really want to make this assassin. Because it's fun, it's so fun. I mean, I've played an incomplete version of this thing I wanna make without the armor. So without the tanky stuff, the tanky part, just the other part with the wife leech and the attack speed, and it was so fun. Something that is the starting foundation of a great setup. And I can't wait to see some more items so I can theory craft some good stuff once I know what's available. Two demons, that's pretty annoying to deal with. This chest was not easy. Two of those demons are pretty difficult to deal with at the same time. Let's see what it dropped. Operative breaches, I really need better ones. No. Alright, I'm gonna drop those items later. Let's go finish the boss on this map. You can go glass cannon and get a tank in front. There is no taunt though, yet. You saw that there is a taunt on the summon, so if they added a taunt for the poison golem, my bet is they added a taunt for the tank. And I think the best place to add taunting would be Sovereign Shout. This skill. This skill is the perfect place to add a modifier that taunts enemies. So if they make it like this, I'm gonna be very happy. And you can go proper tank, even now. But with the things that have been reviewed, proper tank looks like even a more promising thing than before. I'm gonna show you some of those things I'm talking about. Just gotta get rid of those annoying pesky enemies. So one of the things I'm talking about is this thing, Juggernaut. Juggernaut allows you to summon this shield things around you, and as the enemies hit them, it blocks damage, and until it reaches a certain threshold. When it reaches that certain threshold, it explodes, but you can detonate it before that to do more damage. This is one thing. Another thing is something that we still have in the game is this skill. This skill is a skill that we can use. It's a spell that heals you, and it can follow you around. You can either place it on the ground or make it follow you, and it heals you. It gives you all resistances. It can also give you stamina regeneration if you need it, and with all resistances is the way to go for a tank. But this is already in the game. This is just a modifier that makes it be able to deal damage, not just heal. And another thing for healing is this one. Another spell. You can charge it up to 3 times. The more you charge, the more damage and the bigger the area. And it deals damage, sacred damage, and it heals allies. And then there's this one. This one loses aggro and makes you and your allies invisible. Not always, but you can make it to make the allies invisible and lose aggro as well. But it's a nice smoke bomb kind of thing. This is probably gonna be nice for tanks. Good stuff. Good stuff is coming with the game, and I'm excited. I'm not sure about recovering wife on block, but you can get all resistances by picking up health globes. And you can get health globes spawning easily. There are skills that can make it spawn health globes more often, and there's this passive here. All resistances for you and your allies after picking up a health globe. Then there's this one, applies weakness stacks upon blocking. 2 weakness stacks with another one being an option upon blocking. I don't see health on block. Maybe that's something new. Maybe it's somewhere in the other skills that have been revealed. It could be a modifier. But wife leech is gonna be a big thing. You're gonna be able to get multiple 6, 7, 8, 9% of wife leech per single socket. At the moment all we can get is up to 1% for a single socket. So wife leech is not that big at the moment. But later, big health pools and big wife leech would be my jam for many builds. Especially builds that are converting force shield into health. Currently the most health someone has achieved is 25,000. 25,000 by converting force shield into HP and going all in on that setup. And he was still doing 10,000 damage per hit with bleeding edge, is what my viewers have told me. That's another streamer, content creator who made similar build before the wipe. before the switch to offline mode. I'm gonna be playing only online. The only case where I would be playing offline would be when there's a new mod that I might wanna try, a very good mod. If there's mod support for offline. So I'm gonna be playing online to get people to know that everything I do is not cheated, it's good, legit stuff. Because if you see someone playing offline and posting videos on YouTube and builds, etc., chances are they either use the trainer or a cheat table or other tool. Because what's the point of playing offline other than opening a door for yourself to cheat? So that's why I'm gonna make sure that anything I record or make or upload would be online after the game launches. At the moment I don't have a choice because the servers are offline. But I'm excited about the community making mods for the game. The same way Diablo 2 had Eastern Sun, I wouldn't mind seeing a drop rate increase mod. So I can test it sometime. Consistent passives, not junk one. What do you mean by consistent passives? Mods will spoil the game, but mods will not spoil the online game. Mods will only spoil the offline game. Vanilla game online would not be ruined by mods because there won't be online mods. So if someone wants to use mods, let them use it, but they're gonna have to play offline. And that's fine. That's fine, because when there's mods, there's cheating. And normally that goes with games that have offline locally stored data. But I wouldn't mind playing every now and then a mod, just to test it and to showcase it to people. But my focus would be on the vanilla game, where most of the people would be playing. Median XL was amazing, and it still is. Back in the day there weren't mods like this. Back when Eastern Sun first released, Diablo 2 didn't have that many mods. And Eastern Sun was like the first major famous mod for the game. And me and my friends were playing it a lot because of the increased drop rates. But Median XL is probably what most Diablo 2 players who still play the game are running. Some parts of Diablo 2, I always say this, some parts of Diablo 2 aged very well, like fine wine, whereas other systems in Diablo 2 didn't age well, and in 2020 they just don't feel right. And need some rework to be made to seem good. As for the passives, I'm not sure what you mean about consistent passives and what you mean about junk. This game has a lot of good passives that you can even get on your items from certain mods. Like, look at this one. This one gives me X% damage per 100 unspent points. And this is in fact this passive called Manic Slaughter. So you can get 9% on the helmet, 9% on the armor, and 2% from this one. That gives you 20% damage per 100 unspent rage points. And then you get passives like this one that give you willpower and rage, and those two, and this one. And you get similar passives on this ring, 83 max willpower and rage. Then this one, 96 max willpower and rage. So this is a good synergy. Then you have this passive. Attacks gain X% damage from the last spell cast. The type of damage is the same as the spell damage. And this is this passive. Residual energy. Attacks gain X% damage from the last spell cast. The type of damage is the same as the spell's damage. So this is what I like about this game. The passives are amazing. Amazing passives compared to Path of Exile. Those are fun passives. Path of Exile also has some interesting fun passives, but this game does have them too. It does have them and it can offer a lot when it comes to passives. This is also another one, Immortal, offering a great passive, very fun to implement into builds. It's not your generic extra stats. You do have generic extra stat passives, but they are not your major minor ones. You do have those. You do have extra block chance. You do have a lot of those. Not only do you have block chance, but you have block efficiency as well. I'm gonna show you. But there's probably a limit of how much block chance you can get. So if you go here, you can see this gives you block chance regardless whether you have a shield or not. Then this gives you block efficiency, this gives you again block chance and allow any weapon to block, so you don't need to be using a shield. Then you have things like this extra block chance. Then there were more places where you could get block chance. Where were they? Here, block chance, block efficiency, all resistances for you and your allies after blocking a hit. Combined with this, all resistances for you and your allies after picking a health globe. Then this gives you damage based on your physical resistance. So the more physical resistance, the more damage, but you're losing critical hit chance. And there is a shield that can give you that same thing. But the shield can give you plus 0.5. So you can get 1.25 from those three and then 0.5 again, but the shield removes another 50 crit chance and this removes 50 crit chance. That means this would be minus 100 crit chance, but you're gonna get extra 1.75 damage per percent of physical resistance. So this is kind of the retaliator build. And you can see there's other items that would allow you to block regardless whether you are wearing a shield or not. Of course I need to pick up some of those to show you. Was this it? Probably not. It was the tank gear. The tank gear allows you to do that. Armor, leg armor, and so chest, leg and helmet of the tank setup would give you this. I'm just gonna show you the breastplate. This one, block chance and allow any weapon to block. And you can have this on the helmet, the chest and the legs. So that's gonna be 15% extra. And that's good consistent passives. Definitely not bullshit ones. But you do wanna have the fair share of procs in the game. For a full tank, you really want that armor that converts force shield into health. When you convert force shield into health, you can get so much more beefy, and you can get some force shield giving shield. There's 2 or 3 shields that can give you force shield together with block chance and resistances and stuff, and you would probably want to go for one of those. Why did I use this skill? I wanted to use the other one. Okay, this is the one I wanted to use. Ah, fucking beam. Let's rest now. There we go. Yeah, with this enemy you have to be careful not to resurrect immediately, otherwise he can spawn kill you with the beam. And this is something I really want to see improved. You need some seconds of invulnerability but not being able to do damage after resurrecting. The same way it works in Chaos Bane, the same way it works in Torchlight, the same way it works in many games that have a resurrection mechanic. You're not able to do damage, but they're not able to do damage to you for 1 or 2 seconds. To prevent things like spawn killing, and I've once had a chain of three times getting spawn killed by the exact same enemy. That exact same demon that you just saw now. With this beam. And I don't think it's that difficult to make like a phasic spectral form or whatever. Once you get rest for a second or two. And 1 or 2 seconds is more than enough to try and escape 1 or 2 hits that can one-shot you, two-shot you. Move away from danger and then try and do your best to survive and kill the enemy. For a tank you would need heavy. But you would be fine if you get the armor that converts force shield into health. It's called Smile of the Searing Sun and it converts all your force shield into health. That means you can stack up to 25,000 HP and still be able to survive. If you go for that setup, I mean you can go for a full heavy build if you want and stack up to 5,000 resistances. And that's not difficult to get, it's easy to get it. But you're still gonna get 1-2 shot by some bosses unless you go all in on the tank. You can go all in on the tank, it's not that difficult to get it, but it's so boring sometimes. You would really need very good min-maxed items though. Very good min-maxed resistance items. But if you have a player playing a mage while you're tanking and the mage dealing shit tons of damage, that would work very well. But the good thing about that armor that converts your force shield into HPs, it applies weakness. It has 100 chance to apply weakness the same way the trial belt casts Mark of Impurity. That also applies weakness. And weakness makes enemies deal less damage and take more damage. And a good tank would be applying a lot of weakness to the enemies. That's why on the tank tree we have that applies weakness on block chance that can go up to 3 stacks each time you block an attack. 3 stacks of weakness should reduce the damage substantially of the enemies, and if you have something like the trial belt, this belt, and Smile of the Searing Sun breastplate, the enemies would be inflicted with so much weakness. You can inflict weakness with Sovereign Shout as well. Look at that, this yellow glow around them is weakness. You can also inflict weakness with Wings of Ishmir, this one. Again, those yellow things around them. So a good tank would be stacking this weakness with this weakness, with this weakness. Where was it? This weakness here. With the weakness from this Mark of Impurity and the weakness from the Smile of the Searing Sun breastplate. And you really don't need 4 shield on the tank, so why not convert it? Converting it with that breastplate would be great, because a lot of the shields give you 4 shield. A lot of the shields that are available for tanks can give up to 300 or so 4 shield, and if you convert all that into HP, it's a good choice. Nothing too fancy. But currently even mages, if you're doing a champion 9 mage to play together with a champion 9 tank, you would want your mage to be using heavy armor probably if you want to survive some hits. Some of my viewers told me that they saw a duo tank and a mage playing champion 9 and both of them were using heavy armor. But I'm not all about the meta, I'm not all about pushing the hardest content, I'm all about making builds that are fun to play and that are not your typical boring setups that everyone is playing. Which at the moment would be turrets. But I'm gonna be playing turret on launch. Even though turrets are boring now, on launch I wanna make sure I have it easy for myself on the first few days to jumpstart my farming and try and push. So I would be playing the Necro turret build with 5 pets and 2 turrets. 7 deployables, how cool would that be? So it's gonna be either dagger catalyst or a pistol catalyst build that I'm gonna be doing. But look at this boring drop rate. I'm not sure why the offline mode is so bad. It keeps dropping the exact same items over and over and over and over. Two Protector, two Blood Rider from the same place. Not so random, is it? Yeah, let's remove this trial belt. Although actually, if you don't mind the sound, I can show you how I do it if I maximize a bit of the damage, like this. Passive wise, I'm still going for movement speed instead of damage. But with this one, just changing a couple of items, I can reach up to 15,000 damage on Blade Storm. Without good gear. Without maximizing the gear and the build for damage. You can see I'm just using a yellow amulet. But this sound, I mean, I'm not sure how this made it past QA, this sound. Let's see here. Boom. Oh no, that's the boss. Still not there. Need to go this way quickly. Alright, before the boss fight I need my Wookiee belt equipped. Even if I don't equip the brooch, I do need the Wookiee belt. No. This annoying buggy skill. Alright, this one was done. Well, whatever I pick up, it doesn't matter. Alright, let's see. Do I wanna switch builds, or do I wanna keep farming with this one because it's fast? And this is the shield I was talking about that gives you the retaliator. And the shields with force shield I was talking about is this one. This one allows you on a tank to use Bulwark of Down, which can give you extra healing and extra, what's its name, extra all resistance. But it doesn't have that much block chance and block efficiency. 25-15, this is 18-20, and this is 25-25. This gives you damage, this gives you HP, it also gives you 124 shield, which you can convert into HP with the right armor. So it's not bad. This is the more supporty one though, because 25% maximum health is nice. The more HP you have, the more this would give you. So this is probably the one you want to be using for a full tank setup, because 310 force shield, all of that gets converted into 310 HP. And if you use those shoulders would give you, this one is 25% force shield, this one is 26% force shield. The more force shield you have, the more this gives you, and the more you convert, the better your HP would be. Let me compare which one of those I don't want to keep. But yeah, a good combo would be two of those, one of those, the armor which I don't have and I really want, and then you can use some sort of a legendary weapon. And for helmet you want Genesis, which I don't have right now. Genesis can apply weakness and curse on the enemies and let you be healing. I had it before, I don't have it right now for a weird setup, but I'm not gonna be using that. I'm not gonna be making this. I'm gonna be making build with this or this, and I'm gonna be using a dagger like this one, and I'm gonna be using Slayer's Fury, this one with shadow damage. I'm gonna be stacking a ton of shadow damage, but I'm missing the leg armor that converts, that not converts but allows us to use shadow spells. And with this one, if I use shadow spells, I'm gonna get myself to do extra damage. And using the Shadow Nova, which would be this one, the Shadow Nova would give me extra shadow damage. Using the Thunder Strike would also give me extra shadow damage from this. And with this one, together with extra residual energy here, and maybe extra residual energy on rings, like this ring here, and that's gonna be a lot of damage. And all I'm gonna have to do is stack force shield and convert it into HP, stack HP, stack attack speed, and wife leech. And the damage would follow from the passives and the other things that we saw. Alright, let's do this. Let's give them damage. Weak enemies. Did I equip the brooch? Yes, I did. No, that's not the dead end. I'm gonna clear the dead end first. Ah, stuck. Got stuck for a moment there. Alright, enough with this dead end. Let's do this. And boom. Got them all. I mean all the elites, not all the enemies. And oh no, that's not where the boss is. Let's keep forgetting to look for masterwork operative breaches or regular operative breaches. I guess masterwork would have all the stats, like 6 stats instead of 5. Yeah, I do need to find good operative breaches to maximize the speed of the build. Let's see here. Hey Gwaine, nice to see you again, dude. Haven't seen you in a while. How have you been? Are you gonna play Wolcen? Or does it not look like something you would enjoy? News about Chaosbane? I've not checked my Discord since I started my stream today. I can check it in a moment. I will go and they actually made me a mod in the official Discord, the official Chaosbane Discord. They made me a mod there yesterday. Let me check news. I'm not seeing any news in the channel. Where would the news be? If there's any news, feel free to share them. Are they on the Twitter or are they on Steam? Okay. Nice joke though. Here and push it. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's gonna come in March. March seems like a good time to release Kiwa. Even if she was ready, I wouldn't release her now around the launch of Wolcen, because people would be split, and the same people who play Chaosbane would probably be playing Wolcen when Wolcen launches. So I'd rather time it so it doesn't coincide with other major launches in the genre. Releasing Kiwa in March would be a good strategic move. People would have played Wolcen plenty by then, and they wouldn't mind something new and fresh. But I can't wait to get my hands on Kiwa and do some builds with her. Well, I doubt that the Chaosbane devs don't know what Wolcen is. First of all, both companies are French. Maybe they're in the same circles. Wouldn't even get surprised if the Wolcen and Chaosbane devs attend the same events and conventions and etc. And know each other. It makes sense to know your competitors if you're doing a game or a movie or a book or anything like that. Whereas when you're a content creator, I personally don't look at other content creators as competitors, more as like collaborators, that we can stream together, play together, maybe, who knows, maybe come up with a build together. This is, I think, the thing about content creation is slightly different, because you can look at your other fellow content creators as competition, but you can also look at them as collaborators and just part of the community, fellow community members. I think that's the better approach. I still try not to watch other people's videos when making mine, just to avoid ideas from them making it into mine unintentionally. But if someone comes and joins my game and then we start having a discussion and then we try to figure out the build together, then that's fine, that's nice. Like bouncing ideas off of each other. And that's been happening with some of my viewers. Someone tells me something, yeah, you should try this, test this out, check it, and then I'm gonna check it, and then I'm gonna add some twist to it, and then the other person would say, oh yeah, that's actually pretty nice. So I've had cases like that happening every now and then. You know me, man, you know how I like experimenting with different builds, different items when I'm streaming. Currently I'm not doing that because I'm really farming at the moment. I'm focusing all the time into trying to get certain unique items, but the game just hates me at the moment. It's not giving me some loving, this game. It gave me some loving on the online mode, but as soon as the servers shut down for maintenance, the only loving I got was at the start. But it's just RNG, I guess. It's just very inconsistent. Just a moment. Alright. As I was saying, yeah, just RNG, but I was lucky to get this Guof and this belt, which are super rare, 2.5 hours after starting Endgame, after finishing the story. Which is kind of a major deal, because this belt took me 160 hours in the online mode to get. Which by itself may sound like a lot, but probably it isn't, because some people spent way more and still haven't gotten it. So that loving was good, the start. But things that used to drop like crazy before, I haven't seen a single one of those things drop. Like, there's a ring that used to drop like crazy for me before, there's a leg armor that used to drop like crazy for me before. And by the way, if you like Bragi, this game has a build that's similar to Bragi's sleeping build. It's a build where you can kind of spam this leap. You make it cost stamina, and then you get shit tons of stamina regeneration. And I was doing something similar yesterday, just showing how it could be, but you definitely need some specific items for it. Preferably you would need a two-handed item that allows you to cast Bulwark of Down, and Bulwark of Down is a spell that can heal you and can give you stamina regeneration. You hate the jumpy jump build. Okay. Well, spin to win is good. This game has the spin to win, as you can see. It's not something you would push harder content with, but it's something that would also be useful enough for farming. At the moment I'm not maxing out damage, I'm maxing out movement speed. So this is extra movement speed, this is extra movement speed, this is extra movement speed, things that normally I wouldn't be picking for this build. And that's why I'm using this one, because this is extra 15% movement speed as well. And I normally wouldn't be using this or this as the type of armor. I would prefer to use bruiser like this one. But this is 5 movement speed, this is 5 movement speed, and I'm trying to get leg armor like this one. Transfer time, cooldown reduction, 2 sockets, but a rogue one with movement speed instead of force shield recharge. And this is gonna be hard to get. But if I get it, it's gonna be nice. Oh, 70% movement speed. What do you mean one type of boots? Charge only build? Well, charge only build would require a lot of cooldown, so I'm gonna need cooldown reduction here, I'm gonna need cooldown reduction here, I'm gonna need cooldown reduction here, and then I'm gonna need to pick this cooldown, and this cooldown. And the charge would be a bit more spammable. two different shoulders and gloves, but only one type of boots. Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, the boots come in pairs. The boots come in pairs, but the shoulders you find separately. And that's something that the game does very nicely. Look at that. The shoulders do not look the same when they're on the left or right. Look at this one. I'm switching their places and they just look differently. You can see that this shoulder, this is what the left shoulder is a bit beefier. The gauntlets kind of look the exact same, regardless on which hand you place them. But you can make some mixes with gauntlets and with different shoulders and so on. And I'm a big fan of this asymmetric looking shoulder armor. Oh, actually there is enemies there. They were just hiding. The game has amazing mechanics. Some of the mechanics are very fun. Some of the animations and sounds are so smooth. And there's a lot more that it would be able to offer when it launches. I'm not sure whether you're informed enough, but if you want I can post some links about crafting in the game, about skills that are to come, some previews of systems that will be added or improved, reworked. Wrong command. Okay, crafting W. There we go. That's the link. Well, the graphics are CryEngine. It's CryEngine. It's engine meant for shooters. So this is the only ARPG that is done in this engine, and this engine is not meant to be for ARPGs. It's super hard to make an ARPG on this one. They had troubles with this engine throughout the whole development process, and thankfully they persevered and managed to end up getting a good game already so close to launch. It's probably not been easy for them to make this game on this engine that's not supposed to be for that genre, especially the optimization. As I said, this is CryEngine, it's meant to be a shooter. Was it the first Crysis that was using CryEngine? Crysis 1? I think Crysis 1 was the one that they made this engine for back then. Okay, I'm looking for operative breaches. Operative breaches. Any? Oh, I see them here. Operative breaches. Not good. But yeah, this link I posted, you can learn more about the crafting and how it's gonna work. How socketing would be a factor in regards to crafting items, re-rolling items, removing affixes, adding affixes, re-rolling affixes, preserving some affixes while re-rolling others. and things like that. And the gems would be a big major factor, because you would be consuming the socket tech gems from one item to make another outcome based on the gem type and the gem rarity, like tier 1, tier 2, etc. gem. They're calling it gem level, but what they mean by gem level is the tier. So this has tier 4 gems. This one also, it's all for tier 4 gems. But if I were to use lower ones, lower results. Wondering how many operative breaches I might have missed. Oh, another chest. Wow, okay, this map is giving me a lot of chests. Well, this is probably just the first version of the crafting. They can always improve it after launch, after they get some feedback. Because they're doing something weird. They are kind of mixing socketing system from Diablo 2 style socketing system with a Path of Exile crafting system with the orbs. So that's a weird mix to do, and hopefully it turns out well. And I don't want things to be too complex. I don't want to have to spend months farming to just min-max one item. And I think what they're doing is simple enough to not make you grind your ass for a single item to get better, and to rather allow you enough customization to min-max an item with not that big of an investment. To negate some of the bad RNG, what they're providing us is a way to negate the bad RNG when we're trying to get one item but it's not dropping with that exact modifier that we want it to. They're giving us a way to do that. You just need to farm the right base and then you start re-rolling until you get the correct modifiers. Oh wait, that's not where the boss was it? But we as players should always give them feedback, regardless whether it's this developer or another developer. We should always give feedback about the things we think work well and the things we think should be changed. Now I have to wait for this beam to stop. Ah! Damn, one shots. Okay, that worked. And yeah, those one-shot mechanics of the bosses, you can see even on veteran people can one-shot you, let alone on champion. I was playing with this build on champion 1 the other day. It worked, but I had to play super safe, super care bearish when it came to bosses, and just use the charging skill, the warpath. And the warpath is amazing. With the right gear it can do shit tons of damage. But the right gear takes months of farming to get. Let's see here. Great food, no. Yeah, Wolcen definitely isn't meant to be an MMORPG. And that's good. It's meant to be action. The more MMORPG a game gets, the less action it gets most of the time. We want fast-paced combat. I don't want to have to grind for months to just level up a character, which kind of in many MMORPGs is the case. Just to max out the character, to gear it up, you need months and months. Here you don't need to be min-maxing. Min-maxing is that extra damage you can squeeze out of a build that is not really necessary. You can get the basic foundations of a build quickly here. Of course there are some items that you probably wouldn't get, but if you don't get the items you want, you just make a build with the items you have until you get the items you want for a certain build you're trying to make. Or you do trading if you feel like it, if you're not a solo player. But I know there's a lot of players that just don't like trading, that have fun from finding the item themselves. So those would have to play a bit more until they get the items they want. Like me, for now on this offline mode, I just can't get one item I've been trying to get for ages. In the offline mode I never got it, and here I also can't get it. I wanna try a very nice assassin setup with that item. See how it works. Well, MMORPGs can have it, but the thing that they can have it doesn't mean they do have it. I mean, I've played almost every MMO, and yeah, there are some that have a better fighting mechanic, like games like Terra and Blade and So kind of had an interesting fighting mechanic, and Black Desert also had a very nice fighting mechanic. Amazing combat, by the way, in Black Desert, but there's other things in the game that are bad, that are grindy, and that take ages to complete. And people just, the way they make MMOs is they make them with some annoying bad systems that add grind on top of grind on top of grind on top of RNG on top of RNG, and it just ends up not being fun to me. But there are some other people who feel fun from that. Hello Yarek, nice to see you again. High skill WoW grind MMOs would be nice if someone is willing to make one of those. I'm sure many people would be willing to play them. But I think developers are scared to make such a game, because developers think that if the game is like that, people would quit it shortly after maxing out their character. And until they change their way of thinking, they're not gonna start making such games. They want us to be zombies in the MMOs, and that's why I stopped playing them. MMOs are just no longer fun with trying to zombify their players the way they do now. I was having that discussion yesterday as well. Time gates, daily login rewards, forcing people to log in every day to get rewards, it just doesn't feel right. Making it so that time, the longer you play, the better it gets for you, instead of having a way for newbies to catch up to the old players. And the hardcore MMO players kind of feel bad when the newbies can catch up to them easily. And until people stop thinking like this, being selfish and only wanting them to be strong rather than the newbies being able to catch up to them, MMOs are not gonna change much. Just look at Black Desert, that's one of the most selfish communities ever. People are fighting over farming spots. And have something like farming etiquette or whatever, where it's acceptable to go and player kill someone and steal their farming spot, but it's not acceptable for that player to return in that same farming spot and try to take it back. Just this way of thinking is so silly. If someone's gonna player kill me on my farming spot and I return, they shouldn't say karma bombing, because if they're not prepared to defend the farming spot they took with their karma, then they definitely shouldn't be taking it in the first place. Alright, let's throw some junk on the ground. Okay, now we have room for more wood. But yeah, a lot of LOL type of thinking there, childish type of thinking in Black Desert. Kind of what made me quit the game. Even though I had actually invested a lot of money. Back then when I was playing it I was still working and I had the option to spend a lot of cash on the game. I didn't mind it. And when I quit I gave away cash shop items worth 80 euro to my real life friends who were still playing the game. I gave them some shop items that I could send them as gifts with the remaining euro I had in my account. But they quit playing shortly afterwards as well, because the game is just not worth it. And the grinding, the worst thing about the game is the grinding. And the Koreans who play the game in Korea, they actually enjoy the grind. For them, grinding for months just to get one level is fun. I don't think what sort of a person you should be to enjoy grinding for months just to get one level, but some people enjoy it. 50 shades of a grind. And yeah, I don't want my MMO to be a 50 shades of grind type of an MMO. Yeah, exactly, completely different, and that's why some MMOs go well in one market but not as well in another. Why Black Desert goes well in the European market is the PvP and the wives killing system, not the leveling up system. A lot of the European players are PvP freaks, and I did enjoy this aspect of Black Desert. And a lot of people in Europe also like wives killing. They like the crafting, gathering aspect of the game, the trading aspect of the game. Just look at Path of Exile. Many people play it as a monopoly trading Pokemon items game. That's kind of how they play. They play it like Pokemon. They keep collecting stuff and trade it with others. Barely kill any bosses. I know some people that play Path of Exile just for the trading. All they do all day is look at the prices, buy things cheap, sell them for more expensive, and mess with the market prices. And they were telling me that that's their way of playing the game. They like it and they enjoy it. It's like a trading simulator for them. And those people don't kill a single boss. And they don't even make it to level 100. They say that they just reach the end game, reach level 90 something, and all they do is trading. But see, that's a way of playing the game that brings them joy, and it's fun. Other people in Path of Exile love extorting others for money by selling their services instead of helping them for free. For boss killing, for labyrinth and for all of that. But I've met some great people who do that for free. And I've done some of that for free when I could for others as well there. And there are just different playstyles. Some people are greedy, some aren't. Some people like helping others for free, others like to charge them. and it's not like you're making real money when you're helping when you're playing that game, like Path of Exile or Black Desert or whatever. Where's the boss? Oh, it's this way. Let's oh no, not this way, this way. 200 magic find now though. Look at those were glitched. They spawned after I arrived here and then they couldn't move. Interesting glitch. But the funniest glitch I had today was I was falling off of the map and I was spinning while falling like a landing helicopter. Get to the chopper. Oh. Oh, does he get down, they're trying to kill you. This Arnie line, get to the chopper. There was this nice stand-up comedian. I'm not sure whether he still makes stand-up comedy, but he used to be amazing and known for imitating voices and stuff, and imitating the Trevor voice. He was my jam. When I was a teenager, I loved watching his stand-ups. Oh, look at this pistol. If only this one had... what's its name, third socket, because that's occult damage only, Sacred, Shadow and Aether, and I'm seeing the Aether is the most, but Sacred isn't that far off, and you can put 3 times Sacred damage. Gems, if it was with 3 sockets, would have been great. And we would be able to reroll the sockets on an item when the game launches. Something really needed. Wait, was that actually good? No. I'm gonna do some Wrath of Sari Cell. Let me see if I have a better pistol first. Yeah, that pistol is good. I wish I could also work on an MMO, not even MMO, I wish I could work on any game. In the gaming industry, if I could work and give some ideas about how to design some systems, what would feel right, what wouldn't, like I'm not sure what it's called, this type of a job, but in any case that's gonna be a fun job for me probably. Even if it's just as a consultant, just to give feedback about what probably the market, the gamers themselves would like and what they wouldn't. Because I've played those games since I was little. I mean, when I was young I was playing Sega games and so on. Nintendo and Sega games, etc. But as I grew up then I moved to PC gaming and then mostly MMOs when I became a teenager. Mostly MMOs and some action shooters, etc. I'm gonna do, by the way, some Wrath of Sari Cell maps. Just a few. Let's do 3 Wrath of Sari Cell maps. But yeah, when I put my brain to thinking and to brainstorming some ideas, you've probably heard me when streaming every now and then, especially on Chaos Bane. In Chaos Bane I've been every now and then when streaming talking about stuff that could make the game better, that could work. I've done that when streaming Torchlight 3 as well, previously Torchlight Frontiers. I wish I could stream Torchlight 3 right now. but I can't. That NDA. But it's all for the better. They really need that NDA right now. If they unleash the Kraken and let people stream and play the game, that's gonna be very bad. Because at the moment, Torchlight 3 in the alpha has a lot of roughness. A lot of roughness that needs to be polished and changed and fixed. Was 2 champion? Okay, after this I can do champion, but I'm gonna die there. I'm not gonna be able to do it, not with this build. And it's not gonna be worth my time, but I'm gonna do it. If you want me to go champion, I can go champion. I'm gonna have to use a turret, but I've put it in my stream title that I'm not gonna use turret. So +2 champion would probably be a bit difficult without one. See, if this one is giving me trouble, imagine how much trouble champion would give me. And the only thing special about champion is the enemies do more damage and have more HP. There's nothing else to make it stand out from this. More wood quality and more damage and more HP on the enemies. And that's about it. It's still the same. And the wood I can get there is not better. But on launch, when the game launches, you would be able to get better wood by going into the higher levels, because you would be able to get up to level 145 items on a level 90 character, which would be much better than playing with level 90 items. I can show you though, if you wanna see how strong they are there, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna have to switch my build up a bit. There we go, that's champion without any modifiers though. See? One shot just from the slightest hit. Everything can one shot here. Oh, bad. That should not have happened. And the time it's taking me to finish champion is just not worth the reward. But yeah, when the game launches, champion would be nice, because as I said, currently the items are limited to level 20 modifier. So even if I get level 50 something, 70 something item, it's still gonna have level 20 affixes on it. Level 20 stats. So at the moment, the only reason someone would wanna do champion is if they can speed run it for the extra wood quality and for bragging rights, and that's it. But I've not noticed better wood quality Like the other day I was doing 300 wood quality maps, I was getting less wood than 170 wood quality map. So wood quality is bullshit, wood magic find or whatever. And this build is not built for champion. It's built for speed farming, lower difficulties. I'm stacking a lot of movement speed just so I can speed through the enemies quickly. One shots everywhere. And look at my resistances. 50 resistances. This is not champion resistances. And the game at the moment is very badly balanced because if you're not going for resistances on champion, everything's gonna one-shot you. There you go, we completed this. So it's not like it's not doable, it's just not worth it. But yeah, let's get myself killed and go to the town. And at the moment the game is not giving me items for any other builds. I wanna try other builds, I wanna play with other builds, I wanna play with the Rage Mage build. But it's not giving me the Rage Mage legs. I wanna play with an Assassin, with Lifesteal, but it's not giving me the conversion armor. I wanna play with the tank, but it's not giving me the conversion armor. So if the game's not giving me items for other builds, I'm just gonna be playing this one. Freestyle, what do you mean? But you can still play. Everyone can still play. You just play offline. At the moment you can play the game only offline. Not sure what exactly the problem is. In Steam, if you go on the library and update the game to the final version, there should be a play button. You should be able to click on play, and that should let you do it. But the online servers are shut down until the release. From the 29th of January until now, they have been shut down. Okay, let's do another Wrath of Saricel map. Well, you have to create a character. On the screen, when you launch the game, you need to create a character. You create the character and then you should be able to play. And at the top, there should be online and offline. So make sure you selected offline. I mean, you shouldn't even need to select it. It should automatically select offline for you now that the servers are down. But first you need to create a character and then you would be able to click play. It's also possible that something's missing. It's possible that something's missing and maybe you need to repair the game. But I don't think that's a problem. I mean, it's the first time I'm hearing about someone not being able to play after launching the game. Shadow Blade. Oh, not a big fan of Shadow Blades. Unless I'm the one playing it. Way or the other way? Which way would the boss be? We're gonna find out soon. And again, Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade is on my ass, chasing me. No more Shadow Blade, he's down. See this? Nothing good dropped. What about here? Operative breaches, maybe? No. Yeah, not good. Let's do one more of those. Oh, you found the problem, nice. So yeah, for now, for the next week you can play offline until the launch. Get some experience. I'm gonna let this enemy kill me again and I'm gonna restart the map. Dying this early is not worth even completing the run. You can get some experience, get used to how the game works, how it plays. You can experiment with certain setups and then you would kind of have some idea for when the game launches what setup you might wanna go for. Wait, is this a tainted enemy? Yeah, it is a tainted enemy map. Untainted. To be filling up slowly, maybe because there haven't been many enemies. Let's see here. That's a lot, okay. That's better, that's better. You see how quick I'm moving while spinning? That's thanks to all the movement speed I'm stacking. And it could be better. It could be with 25% better, roughly, if I get some items that I'm missing. Come on, spawn faster. Oh, that's the zealot. Ah, missed. Well, not much I can do. Oh, and now a mine sewer too. Okay, the zealot is down. Now it's just time for the boss fight. For a first play, well, what do you want to play? I think mage is a bit slower to make stronger. But a projectile based rogue mage hybrid is strong. A melee class is also strong. With warrior you can't go wrong with the warrior when you start. I would either recommend a projectile based rogue mage or a warrior. If you go for a warrior, I would suggest going for this node as soon as you can. Grab this node as soon as you can for a warrior. Like you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or you can do what I did, which is 10 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's also an option that you can do. Once you get this, you might want to get this willpower and rage, and then these two damage nodes, and then get this crit chance, and then get this crit damage, and then you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Or you can do like I did, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can do this first, because it's 2 points less, and then when you have 2 more points you can respec it and go that route. And then at the end you can top it off with some extra crit damage and attack damage from here, maybe some ferocity, or you can do this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if you want more HP. This one and this one are totally not needed, and this one is totally not needed. I just use that for extra movement speed, for speed farming. And as soon as you get this one, you're gonna be able to be more spammy with the warrior. You can always check this NPC for skills that you might want. If you're looking for a certain skill, this NPC might have it. Every 15 minutes it resets. Or you can quit back to the main menu, rewalk, and then she would have some new items to sell you, new skills. So if you're looking for something like Blade Storm, which is this spinning skill, for Blade Storm you would really need to get this modifier. Once you get this modifier, you get the true constant spinning skill. And thanks, glad you like it, glad you like it. I really enjoy getting feedback like that. Any feedback actually is good for me, any feedback is good. And hope you have fun with your first playthrough. Just make sure you know that everything is gonna be wiped in a week. So don't beat yourself up if you can't get a certain item or if you can't do certain things that you want to do now. In a week we're gonna start over, and then we're gonna even be able to play together, all of us, grouping up, farming, grinding, trading, raiding, hopefully. Yeah, test the warrior and just go for the rage on Q as soon as you can. That's gonna make wife much easier for you with that extra rage on Q. Exactly, it's a hack and slash game. It's nice to see that a unique dropped this early at the start of the run. Maybe it's gonna be one of those runs with a streak. I think the spin to win build will be much stronger when the game launches because of the wife leech. You're gonna be able to add a ton of wife leech to your gear. Currently you can only add one per socket, but as you can see from this image, only a tier 2 gem, but you can get 6% wife leech from a tier 2. Currently I can get up to 1% from a tier 4. So that's just huge bonus. That means you can probably stack up shit tons of... So if it's a defensive socket, that means you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, and if 6% is tier 2, I'm assuming maybe tier 3 is 7, and then tier 4 is 8, and tier 4 would not be the limit. We're gonna probably have 6 or 7 or 8 tiers. Won't be surprised if there's actually 9 total tiers, 10 levels per tier. So let's assume we get 9% wife leech. In 6 sockets, what's that? 54? 54% wife leech if you go all in, if you don't invest into HP or force shoot or anything else. But wife leech you wouldn't need that much, because you can get some from items as well. You can get some from gear. This one unfortunately doesn't give me, but instead of attack speed I could get wife leech there. For the spin to win, the attack speed doesn't do much for me. And there's other things that could give us wife leech. Sorry, I didn't have my hands on my keyboard or mouse. And yeah, I think high HP pool and a lot of wife leech with the blade storm setup would be amazing on launch. Oh wait, I came from this way. by the way, seen some of the high tier gems. There's some sort of images. If you go to the Socketer to Jeweler NPC, if you go to the Jeweler NPC on the image on the side, one of the tabs shows you some of the bigger gems, the gems that would be added on launch. It doesn't let us know which tier they are, but we know definitely there's at least 2 more that are stronger and better than tier 4, which we have right now. So there would be at least 6 tiers, at least, if that image is anything to go by. But yeah, my guess is 9 tiers. They did say something like items having 11 tiers, but items is different than gems. When it comes to tiers, let me check quickly exactly what was written. What was written is on launch. Currently we have 6 armor and 6 weapon tiers. We would have 11 armor tiers and 11 weapon tiers. Each tier including mage, rogue, warrior and tank styles for armor, and for weapons each including 12 different weapons, one hand, sword, pistol, shield, etc. It doesn't say anything about the gem tiers yet. Even the crafting announcement doesn't say about gem tiers. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there would be a lot of tiers. Okay, let's return. He's gonna go for the boss now. Could stop for elites, because never know which elite's gonna drop that good item. Okay, the game is definitely beautiful. A bit heavy, but beautiful. So people with older PCs would not be able to play it as smoothly, but it's not that bad when it comes to demands, system requirements, etc. It's not that bad. It mostly needs a slightly stronger CPU and the graphic card doesn't need to be top notch if you want to play it on some of the lower settings. I'm currently only disabling shadows being high instead of maximum. So my shadows are not very high, but I can increase it to very high. I can increase the water too, but I don't really think I need to, but I can show you. I can even enable those, but it's not gonna work until I restart the game. Not a big fan of motion blurs. They just put an unnecessary strain on my eyes. Having motion blurs and all those gimmicks that some games make add to make them look slightly more beautiful. It's not real beauty, it's just tricks. So I'm not sure whether this motion blur was applied. And lens flares, again, something that I really don't need. see anything. I really need operative breaches. That's what I'm looking for. Operative breaches, because oh, there we go, there's some here. They can give me movement speed. So if I get operative breaches like the one, like the Magister pants I'm wearing, but with movement speed. So I need transfer time reduction, cooldown reduction, and 1 or 2 sockets on this base, so I can have extra speed for this build. And this build is all about speed for me when it comes to speed farming. How many here? Still no good drops though. Only got that one shield from this run. Pretty nice when you start them up and then you get a wood quality modifier in the first run, and then you get another one in the second or third run. That altogether adds another 100 wood quality. On top of it, magic find. Also, there's one thing I don't know how it works. Does magic find increase quantity or quality? In any case, it's gonna be nice if it increases both, because that's the best option ever. Magic finds to be able to increase both the quantity and the quality. But until the developers confirm how it works, we won't know. I need an official wiki. I need an official wiki that Wolcen Studio is managing and adding some information that we can't know. Something that's only on the back end. Regarding how certain systems work, like how cooldown reduction works, how some of the other scores that we have on the character cards work. Because cooldown reduction doesn't work how you might think it does. 10% cooldown reduction does not actually reduce the cooldown of 10 seconds by 1 second. It's something that I experimented with. This skill has a default cooldown of 10 seconds. Adding 10% reduced it by 0.6 seconds. Adding another 10% reduced it by another 0.7. Which is very strange. I mean, it's the opposite of diminishing returns. And it was weird. So 10% cooldown reduction reduced it by 0.6, 20% by 1.3. So probably 10% reduce it by 0.65, but it gets rounded down. Or by 0.6 something, 64. And when we have 20%, that 0.64 gets rounded up when it's two of them. So I'm not sure whether it adds, if there's fixed or maybe there's increasing returns the more you invest into it, but it is definitely something like very strange formula, very strange system. And a lot of the things are explained in here. If you go here and hover the mouse over something like, for example, what is stasis? There you go. Ability to use stasis element effectively. Stasis slows the movement and attacks of the target. It can be stacked up to your maximum element stacks. What is weakness? Bam, reduces all the resistances and damages of the target. What is cursed? Not really well explained. It only says that cursed may spread the oh yeah, cursed spreads the target status ailments to its nearby allies. So if I have my target weakened and then I curse it, it can spread the weakness to the nearby targets. So if I have a frozen or shocked enemy with cursed, I can spread the freeze and the shock. So there's a lot of things that you can read through here, but there's also other things that you can't. You don't know exactly how they work. So I would really love to see some sort of a wiki or whatever that maybe the players can put most of the information there so they can open it to the public, but some of the internal information could be posted by one of the devs over there about some of the things. Don't kill me, don't kill me. There we go. Oh, the boss is ready. Let's go to it then. It's this way. No, not this way. Okay. Boots, wind helmet. Next. Oh, another wood modifier, yes. That's pretty good. Look at them just going to me. Seems like it's dead end, so let's clear the dead end first. And a chest. Wait, was there breaches? Operative breaches? No. It's gonna be very hard to find min-maxed operative breaches. And I'm fine even if they're a yellow item. He just needs cooldown reduction, transfer rate, and socket. One or two, I mean, I don't even care if it's just one socket. First level when you already like the game, that's good. If you like the wall levels, then you're gonna love the high level stuff. And by buying it now, you're actually saving money. If you're planning on spending hundreds of hours in this game, it's better to buy it before the price goes up. If you're not sure whether you would be spending a lot of time, then wait for the launch. You would be paying €10 or $15 more, but at least you would know that you've seen enough before you buy it. So if you don't mind the price increase, it's worth waiting. They actually got a very strategic launch. I said that yesterday, I'm gonna say it today too. If they were to launch on the 31st of January as they were planning, many people may not have had salaries to buy it on the launch day. But since they're launching in the middle of the month, even people who get paid at the start of the month would be able to get it, and people who get paid around the 10th or the 12th, even not around the 15th, would probably be able to get it. So strategic, nice delay of the launch by 2 weeks, giving them time to fix more bugs and placing it at a better time of the month. Yeah, put attributes in ferocity, everything in ferocity. Don't worry about the other attributes while leveling, just put it into ferocity. It's gonna give you good crit chance, good damage capabilities. For warrior, it's the way to go while leveling. I mean, if you go for a tank build later in the endgame, you might want to go full toughness. But I can tell you, full ferocity while leveling a warrior is nice. But once the game launches, it's gonna be a whole nother story. Once you reach 50% crit chance, you can probably spend some points into resistances. You're gonna have more points on launch, because it's gonna be 90 levels, it's not gonna be 20 levels. So here, once you reach 50% attack crit chance, or spell crit chance if you're a mage, you can probably go and spend some points into toughness or into agility. If you're doing ailments, maybe even wisdom. It's gonna be nice. And the build that I wanna do, the assassin build, would be doing ferocity and agility. Probably. I'm not sure how much I'm gonna get one shot. But on launch, yeah, I'm gonna try and get it to 50% crit chance. And the rest will go into attack speed for a Slayer's Fury setup. So I can get as much attack speed, life leech, HP as possible. Even if the damage is slightly lower, as long as I can keep it up. I'm not sure how many points we would get per level. I think now we get 5 points per level, if I'm not mistaken, or was it 2 points per level? I need to check it, so when I go to the town and respec. And I'm not sure whether we're gonna get the exact same number of attributes on launch we do per level, but it's definitely gonna be more. You had 10 points for level 2. That's nice. I'm wondering, at the moment we're getting more than we would be getting on launch, because currently on the passives we are getting 38 points at level 20. But when the game launches at level 90 we are gonna get 89, because each level would give us 1 point. Currently each level gives us 2 points, I think. So there's that to consider too. So probably here we are still gonna get less points than normally, but in the end we're gonna get more total. So the total would be bigger, but the one per level would be lower. And I hope they've considered this when rebalancing the game. They definitely should have considered this when rebalancing the story mode. At least Act 1. Oh, this wave. No operative breaches. Then those operative breaches don't wanna drop with good rolls. And yeah, so happy that there's gonna be some sort of crafting, re-rolling of items if you can get the perfect rolls you want. No, glitch. Another Serganeris. Of course it's only dropping the rings I've already got. But at least I'm seeing something that doesn't drop as often. What attack speed is this? 44 attack speed. This is 38, this is 46, 57, 59, 48. 48 probably better than the 57. 24 agility, 22 agility. Okay, I'm gonna do it like this. This one can stay here. Wait, why am I using this weapon? What the... How did this even happen? I was using some junk yellow weapon. No idea how this even happened, but alright. Let's drop this. I was wondering why my damage was kind of low recently. And I was using complete trash weapon. Find operative breaches, no. Yeah, no breaches. Just white ones. Let's go this way. No. What got me? I'm not even sure what happened. Oh, white chest. And some elites. Let's see this one, maybe something good will drop. Let's see here, maybe something. No. Okay, let's keep pushing then. Oh, corpse. Oh, the game crashed. Well, Wolcen just crashed. Perfect. Not sure if you see this message that I'm seeing on my screen. You're probably not seeing it. It says, Wolcen just crashed. We are sorry for the inconvenience, but don't worry, we can fix this. To help with solving the issues, please send us your crash report. Crash dump has been uploaded successfully. Okay, I can restart the game now. It's the first time the game has actually crashed on me. Alright, restarting. While I'm restarting, I'm gonna check the Discord for some new reviews. Yeah, there is a new review. Plague Burst, new skill of the day. Another Necro skill probably. Yeah, I'm gonna show you this while the game is loading up. So play. It's gonna load slowly when I'm out and tapped, but I'd rather show you the skill while we're waiting. It's better than... And what it says about the skill is Plague Burst is a spell that casts a following area of effect that causes enemies or summons to explode upon death, dealing poison damage around them. Definitely something fun. Did it load up? Let's see. Still not loaded. Well, while we're waiting, I might scroll through some other skills. This is the other thing that got reviewed today. A modifier for Slayer's Fury, which makes it shoot projectiles behind the target you're attacking. This one is from yesterday, I think. It can attach instead of pass through the enemies and then explode. And then this is a way to dominate an enemy and make it fight for you. From yesterday, another review. Alright, let's keep. Just gonna check if this one is better than the one I've got. 1621. Yeah, not better. Just when I had a good run with wood quality modifier added into the mix. Well, which should we pick now? Let's start over. The game throwed me with the wasp modifier being only bad options. I don't do toxic damage, do I? Keep getting thrown with the final modifiers. Finally. Okay, let's go in. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Shit, I'm not near the computer. Shit, they killed me. I was closing my room's door. And boom. Wow, what's with the whack? The FPS drops. Is that because of the settings I changed? Did it remember the settings I changed? This glitch that lets me spin in one place instead of moving. Maybe this way first. Now let's charge here. No, never mind. Still looking for those breaches for extra movement speed. Yeah, I got hit before he even realized. So the spear thrower are called martyrs. Okay, I'm gonna have to remember it. I'm not sure whether martyr is just the blue version of it. The white name one maybe is a different name. This way we need to go. Oh, white chest. Is that the boss room though? Look at how many. And the Great Hood. Was Great Hood the one I'm wearing? Yeah. Wonder if it's gonna be a better version. Has the socket, has the transfer time. Oh, it's not gonna be better version because it's not with the extra damage. Not the right mod for a better version to drop. If I want a better version of this or this, I need to go do Wrath of Saricel maps. Which I could, after this sequence of 6 maps, I can do some Wrath of Saricel runs. Boom. My favorite sound in the game, this shockwave sound. Alright, let's go. Yeah, beta test mode is good. 1 week, 7 days left. There's in the Wolcen Discord there's an emote, a reaction soon, and a trademark. So now is the best time to be using this. What's here? Kind of spread out thinly. Might go and grab a pie one. For some extra stats. Maybe if I go to the boss now, it would work. boss fight time. And is that the way? Yeah. Just checking for breaches. So, junk drops again. Yet again. Now this is nice. Bad junk drops, but at least it's 2 uniques from a damn destructible on the map. Or was it a corpse? It was either a fallen soldier. Oh yeah, it was a fallen soldier. Well, 2 uniques from a fallen soldier. RNG. So this one had a pistol and a two-hander. Interesting setup that he was carrying. I don't think I've had a sea tamer in this playthrough yet, so not so bad. But it's a junk. But Rygar's Hope, this is one of the best unique items you can get for a spin to win setup before you get good legendaries. So as a starter weapon, Rygar's Hope together with God Amongst Men, in the passive you can do some good stuff with that combo. This is the passive I'm talking about, this here. Because you can only do material damage, so physical, rend and toxic, and this weapon only does physical, rend and toxic, so does the edgy. But with this one you can put 3 material damage gems for another up to 30% material damage, which is nice. You cannot buff the edgy with sockets, so keep that in mind too. Definitely good combo, this one with God Amongst Men and material damage gems instead of flat ones. But you would want flat damage gems if you're not using, even on this weapon, if you're not using God Amongst Men, you would want damage gems like Sacred Shadow or Aether that are flat. You only want material if you're using this, because with this you can only do material. And the other ones are just not gonna give you anything. With the other ones you're only getting 1/3, because you're only getting 30% of the damage converted into physical. When I was leveling this character at level 9, I got the Edgy Axe, which was a good damage boost for a while, until I found some better items. Woman007, welcome to my Twitch, dude. Thank you for the follow. Enjoy your stay here in the Struck Club. The skill tree, yeah, just a second, let's kill those enemies. But I'm using a farming setup. This is a speed farming setup, so I'm maxing out my movement speed. So keep in mind that I'm using this for movement speed, and I'm using this and this for movement speed, which normally I wouldn't. And I'm using things like this and this and this for extra movement speed. So ideally you would be doing something completely different. My idea would be go for not this, so remove this, remove this, remove this, remove this, remove this and this. That gives you 7 points, and those 7 points you can spend like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or you can spend them 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have another 3 points to spend, like maybe one here in ferocity, maybe some wife leech. But this is a good choice: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and removing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the other one I removed. Grundizer, welcome to my Twitch. Thank you for the follow, and appreciate it a lot. Enjoy your stay in the Struck Club, folks. But yeah, this is my farming setup. You look at that. I'm not even using my trio belt. I'm not using my damage amulet. If I do this, I'm gonna be doing 15,000 hits, crits with my Blade Storm. Wait, I've been here already? Oh shit. Yeah, there's definitely ways to make this be stronger. And I just showed you some of the ways that you can make it stronger by going for that extra melee and attack speed and crit chance setup. But the way I play it right now is very fun for speedruns. If you're not gonna be doing something difficult, and if you're using Blade Storm, you better not be doing something that difficult, because it's just a waste of time to push harder difficulties with this. Earlier someone asked me to do champion, and I did do a champion map. I did do a champion 2 map, just to show that it's doable, but very slow. So you can see I can do up to 15 point something thousand when I switch just my belt to the trio and my amulet to a yellow one, so I can get it even better if I get a better legendary amulet. But this sound is just raping mine and your ears of the belt, so I'm not using it. But it is the best belt for some builds. For other builds you would want a min-maxed legendary belt, which would be better than the trio, and you would want to be applying the Mark of Impurity yourself. I'm currently trying to farm for a certain chest armor and for a certain leg armor piece, which would open up some possibilities for builds I wanna try. But until those drops, I'm just gonna be farming. Yeah, no wood here. Right, let's go for the boss. Ideally, rings for movement speed you can use with this setup to get even more. There is a ring that gives you movement speed called Sunny Stash. It can give you 10-15% damage, all types of damage. It's not just for attacks, it's not just for spells, it works on any class. And it gives you all attributes, it gives you a little bit of a little bit of force shield, and it gives you movement speed, which is very good thing about this ring, Sunny Stash. I don't have it right now. I had it on the online mode before they shut down the servers for maintenance. Shit, that should not have happened. Okay. And with that ring it would be strong. Definitely something worth testing out. Mm. What about this? If you have any other questions about the game or the build or whatever, feel free to ask. Even about other builds I can give you some advice and anything like that. Even though I don't have the gear for many other builds right now. I mean, I don't like turrets because they're super easy. And at the moment I'd rather show you something different, but I can always go for a turret build and do some pushing if you wanna see some pushing. I can even go for a spin to win turret build because I have a two-hander that allows me to use the turret at the moment. Wow, okay. Should have dodged this one instead of trying to attack. Got greedy for damage. Akiba Z, I'm glad you like the Chaos Bane videos. There will be more when the new character gets released, when the 5th character in Chaos Bane gets released, Kiwa, the Dwarven Engineer. I would be making more. But there will be a lot of Wolcen videos in 1 week. Well, starting in 1 week when the game launches. Yeah, freestyle level 6 is roughly when you can take the rage generation node, by the way. The turret gets the damage increase from items and skill tree. So if you have items like this one, damage per 100 unspent rage points, and this one, damage per 100 unspent rage points, and then you take this one, which is actually the original, Manix Water, damage per unspent rage points. Then you get this, max willpower and rage. Then you get this, max willpower and rage. Then you get this, crit chance, crit damage. Then this crit chance. Then crit damage, crit damage. You can get some ferocity, ferocity, ferocity. Then there's things like this item. This reduces the attack speed, but turrets do not get affected by minus attack speed. But this also gives you attack crit damage. And attack crit damage does apply to the turrets because they are attacks. So it's a good ring for the turrets. It's not the best ring you can have on a turret, but it's a good one. Alternatively, rings like this one. Attacks gain percent damage from the last spell cast. This is if you're doing a spellcaster turret build. So you can buff your turret by casting spells. And you can stack 2 of those rings together with this one, which is the original. And then there's another offhand that gives you this modifier. And you can definitely get this one stacking with 2 rings to get another 15 plus 15 to get it to 60, and then there's another item that can give you up to 19. So you can get what, 60, 50, 79 extra damage. But the offhand you need, I can show you, it's in my warehouse. when this map run ends. But it's an offhand that's a catalyst. It's called Macfester's Eneract. So it's for a spellcaster turret build. You cast a spell and then your turret would get bonus from the last spell cast's damage type. Another thing you can try is ailment turret build, but it's a bit more difficult to play. It requires a bit more actions per minute. Ailment turret build basically works in such a way that you have to keep switching between different elements, skills and spells. And it's this immortal offering. Killing an enemy grants 5%, 5 stacks, so let's say killing an enemy grants up to 25% damage for each ailment stack on that enemy. So for that you would wanna be afflicting different ailments on an enemy and killing that enemy. And then for a few seconds you would have 25% shadow, 25% sacred, 25 fire and so on, depending on what ailments were afflicted on the enemy. And you would want to have as many different elements from different ailments, or different ailments from different elements afflicted on an enemy when it dies. So there's a lot of things in this part here that you can take that help with this. So that were just some examples of how you can get the turret to get more damage. Different options, you can get them all at the same time. Yet. You would be able when the game launches if you don't invest into the third ring and just go full on second ring and first ring build. Breach is nice. Not good ones. What about any amulets? I've not picked up amulets in a while. Might as well start. Turrets is boring, yeah, it is boring. I mean, it's fun for a while. And it's probably the safest way to keep pushing. And it's good to have a turret in your arsenal for when you're pushing harder content. I've been pushing with turrets myself too. Although I did show my viewers earlier that I can push with this build as well. I did champion 2 on this build. On this exact setup that the way I have it right now. It's just slower, I have to play it safe, and I'm relying on Warpath. I'm not relying on Spin to win on Blade Storm for the damage. Blade Storm is for the trash mobs, Warpath is for the bosses and elites. And Warpath can do up to 150,000 in the beta. People have gotten it to do this much damage, but they've used gear that has been farmed for months. Min-max the setup to oblivion. I think the most I've done is 90,000 or something like that. 89,000 I think is the most I've done. Since I restarted, since the offline start. On this character, on my previous characters I might have done a bit more, 90 something thousand before the restart. Again, without min-max setups. But Warpath is a great skill. And turrets also get bonus damages from damage to projectiles. So projectile damage, this here would benefit the turret. Ah, okay, did not see those. That's fine, we got more reses left. Let's make sure there aren't any other enemies. Okay, another thing that you really want, if you're doing turret, you want this one pierce. You don't want this damage here, you want just this one node here. +1 pierce to all projectiles. And +1 pierce to all projectiles would be nice. And there's rings that can give you +1 pierce to all projectiles, but those rings you get from a certain map mode, like when you're doing Rat of Saricel mode. The same place from where you get that type of rings with attacks gain damage per one spell cast. Mineras, welcome to my Twitch into the Struck Pub. Thank you for the follow, dude. I do appreciate it. Picked up the wrong item. Let's charge here. Operative breaches, nope. Still trying to find a good pair of those. But before I find good pair of operative breaches, I'm probably gonna find the unique shadow legs. And with the unique shadow legs, if I find them, even without finding the conversion armor, I can still show you a bit of Rage Mage and Shadow Assassin and all of that are fun setups. Okay, didn't find those here. The boss is there, so I'm not gonna go up. I'm just gonna kill this elite quickly and then go for the boss. Alright, breaches. I'm gonna wait for the poison first though. And the key thing why I'm having so much movement speed is not just the passives, but this one is 15%, this is 5% because it's rogue armor, this is 5% because it's rogue armor, and I'm looking for this one but with better stats, because this one doesn't have movement speed, but this does. And if I find operative breaches with 1 or 2 sockets, cooldown reduction and transfer time reduction, then I'm gonna use them. Cool damage, but no rage and willpower cost reduction. And you want rage and willpower cost reduction together with a damage type. Basically check the damage that you're doing the most. If you go here and check those damages, check which one you do the most of. I'm doing physical and rent more than the other types. That's why I'm using material damage in those 3 places. Of course, this is great because this gives you flat damage. If you can get 2 of those, use them. The best gloves for attack based builds, regardless whether it's melee, turret, ranged. If it's an attack, you want that. You want 2 of those. If it's a spellcaster, that's not gonna do much for you if you're only using spells. Then you would want something with percents in the element that's being used. What's this? Force shield. No thank you. And this is, by the way, great, because you apply weakness, you can stun them, and you can get some rage. This one can also apply weakness, can give you rage, and you can use it with stamina instead of cooldown. This one can also give you rage, although it's not really needed. You can do something else if you want health globes or increased rage, but the range is only the range of the main hook, only the big hook. So I don't think it's worth it. It only works on one out of all the hooks. But this one is great to pull enemies close to you and to get reduced cooldown. This is not bad. I mean, you can try and use this instead of this. More health globes. Or you can even not use this skill at all and use something completely different there. Okay. Boom. Oh, there's one more fun thing. Yesterday I was showing it to my viewers. It's probably gonna work better when the game launches, when we can stack some things. This is the double spin. The spinception. So you're having those axes spin around you while you're spinning. And you can also do another thing. Those axes spinning while you're charging. And you're charging through the enemies and the spinning axes are hitting them. But this requires a lot of rage cost reduction and it's not ideal for many cases. Because you have to stop spinning to cast the axes. If only I could cast the axes while spinning, then things would be much different. Let's see this. You can see now I just charged through them and half of them, maybe all of them, kind of died just by me having those axes spinning and charging through them. Pretty fun, but definitely uses a lot of rage. So not recommended until we have more skill passive points to spend. It definitely is cool. It's something I kind of found out while streaming some weeks ago, just experimenting, and it seemed to work cool. This game definitely looks sexy. Definitely. If there was one game that I would call sexy, it's gonna be this one. The game that would give any hack and slash fan a hard on. Let's see what's here. It was totally worth the wait for this game to end up being what it is now. And just 1 week left, 7 days. And then we're all gonna be able to start from the start, from the beginning, and go all the way to level 90 and beyond. And by beyond I mean enemies higher than level 90 while we are level 90. It's probably gonna take us a while to start pushing level 145 champion 9 enemies. But I'm gonna be down for trading. People who have repeat items that they don't need, and I have repeat items that I don't need. I'm gonna be trading with people, especially with my viewers, to gear ourselves up faster. Although when I'm gonna be doing the playthrough, I'm gonna try and do it as fast as I can. The first playthrough I'm gonna do it with my tempo solo, but then I'm gonna be open for playing with others, some playthroughs on my outs if someone wants to. The thing is, I won't be able to stream the whole playthrough at once. Because I have limits on the time between which I can stream. And I'm assuming that they would launch around noon, afternoon time on the 13th. And I can stream until like 1 in the morning. And then I'm probably gonna keep playing outside of the stream. Or I can go to bed and then start streaming early in the morning, which probably might be the better option. So I can keep the playthrough stream only. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, but there's a possibility that I won't be able to stream my whole playthrough. And I think it's gonna take 20 hours to finish the story and another 5 or 10 hours to reach level 90. But yesterday people were asking me about this and I said my guess is level 55 to 60 is what we would be when we complete the story. And then for the other 30-35 levels it's gonna be endgame. And since with the endgame you're pushing stronger and stronger enemies, that means more and more XP, faster and faster leveling. And if you're doing the endgame together with a team, you're probably gonna be able to push your XP pretty quickly. If you keep pushing further and further down the ranks. And the wood would be getting better if you're pushing further down the ranks. Wait, I missed the corpse there. You tested it single player only. Well, that was probably long ago. Because they added the multiplayer things with, I think, the beta. The beta added the multiplayer. Currently at the moment we have single player only because the server is in maintenance mode before the launch. But that's just temporary, that's for 7 more days. And yeah, the alpha was single player only and it was completely different than what we see right now. This whole endgame thing was missing from the alpha. But when the first beta version started there was no story. It was just the endgame stuff, so it's kind of boring. But it was fun still, but very imbalanced. Not saying that this is perfectly balanced, but it's a bit better. Missed, no. Very bad time to miss. Alright, this one died. It's tough when I miss the initial attack, they start spreading out, and what I really want is to not miss the first warpath. So when I'm doing a map I want the boss to be hit from the first try with warpath. HP, crit chance, crit damage, toxic. Well, all of those are junk items, but let's pick this one because it's the most expensive, gold wise. Yeah, I tested it in the alpha as well, and I was enjoying it for a while in the alpha, but then when they transitioned to the beta, I didn't enjoy it that much. In the alpha we did have some sort of end game, but it was doing those daily challenges or whatever it was, those endless dungeons. The endless dungeons that kept going further and further and further. We did have bosses. We could go into the open world and kill some of the bosses there, which I really did enjoy. That's an upgrade, nice. And we would have that same feeling from the alpha when the game launches, because we would have those side areas. Because if you remember, the alpha had some side dungeons we can explore, so it was pretty nice. So this is an upgrade, but which one do I want to replace? I think I'm gonna replace that one, because yeah, 3% more rage and willpower, almost 20% more material damage. Whereas with this one, the change would be mostly with the rage, not with the damage. Losing some more HP though. Getting some more force shield. Where was my material damage? It was down here. Material. Yeah, this one's no longer needed. And yeah, if you wanna see turret spin to win, just to show you that it's possible. Let's see where I left it. I had turret spin to win item somewhere. Might have sold it. This one. This is a turret spin to win item. So a turret spin to win would work like this. So you can start the turrets and you can spin. Of course, normally people who use turret spin to win use the turrets for bosses and elites and just keep spinning for the rest of the map for the trash mobs. Another thing you can do is you can use the turret as a machine gun. And if you use it as a machine gun, it benefits from attack speed bonuses. If you don't use it as a machine gun, then it doesn't. I'm gonna show you something fun. Stacking attack speed. With this attack speed it's pretty nice. But you're standing in one place, so you would definitely not wanna be using it. And you can only use it as a machine gun if you don't have one down. And it's pretty weird because you have to hold the button, but the game doesn't always count it as you're holding the button. If I do this, then it's gonna be very slow attack. This is still faster. Okay, enough of that. Enough turrets. Wait. It is neat indeed. It is neat. Do we want to do a little bit of ranged damage build? Rend toxic and fire. If I were to remove some gems, let's remove my gems from here. Let's do a ranged build. I'm not gonna even bother changing my skills. I'm just gonna change the skills at the bottom, but not with the turret. I'm not gonna be using the turret. I'm gonna be using... This would be fine. This would be fine. Okay, let's do it like that. Not gonna have charge, which is fucked up because I really like having the charge. And then we can do... What was it? Havoc Corp? Oh yeah, Phantom Blade. And I'm not gonna use this, but this is just a skill that can be used. So my number 1 I'm not gonna use. I'm gonna use the number 2, 3 and the left mouse. Just to show you something different if you wanna see something that's not the spin to win. Actually, what's my modifiers here? But for this I would want more cooldown, so I'm gonna do something quickly. I'm gonna do something quickly with the skills. I'm gonna remove that movement speed and get 2 more cooldown skills. Three more cooldown reductions. So what I'm doing is almost the same with slight changes. You're gonna see now. Ah, should have let me make the core setup first. I wanna take all the cooldown I can. Now we have 8 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it's not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just 1 point. Just 1 point. What if I remove this 20 crit damage? Maybe I can remove this 20 crit damage. Yeah, I'm gonna remove one of the crit damages to get that extra cooldown. The melee weapon damage is also not needed, so I'm gonna get rid of it maybe and keep this one. Doesn't matter whether I get rid of this or this though. So let's do it like that. And now we can do this. And now do I go this way? You should give me attack damage, crit chance, attack damage, crit chance, The other one will give me health, force shield, agility, attack speed. Yeah, I think this is the better option. And this is an interesting setup. I could have gotten these spears to all projectiles, but that's 3 extra points. If I remove this and this and this, so I can remove 1, 2, 3, and I can do 1, 2, 3. But let's not get it for now, that's fine. And just to show you some of the other skills, because you'll be seeing me doing spin to win all the time, and you might want to see some other stuff. And then there's this skill, which I really don't like much. It's pretty slow. For this skill you really need good attack speed. Not that big fan of that playstyle though, because we don't have a good movement speed, not movement speed, but we don't have good mobility skill for the ranger. If you're going for a bow, it just doesn't feel right to me. We do have evasion coming soon, but evasion dodges in the opposite position of where you're looking. So it's good for a ranger, but probably not good for an assassin. So if I'm looking at those enemies and I do evasion, it's gonna go behind me. Like, just waiting for a moment. So if I'm looking here, the evasion would put me like there. I'm gonna show you what I mean. Evasion. This is evasion. So you can see he has the cursor around here. And then he's dodging and he goes behind him. And this is coming on launch. And it's gonna be nice for ranger classes to have this when kiting. And this is without the turret. Of course, if you use a turret, this becomes super easy. If you use a turret. This game is, let's say, 70% Diablo 3, 10% Diablo 1, 10% Diablo 2, and 10% Path of Exile. Maybe in between there you might add a few percent Grim Dawn if you remove some percent from Diablo 3. Actually, this game probably has been under development before Diablo 3 launched. It's been under development for a long time. Very long time. I think 2012 or 2014. Of course, Diablo probably was a big hit by the time the game had a lot of the stuff in there. But it has taken a lot of good things from Diablo 1, Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 and Path of Exile as systems, as things how certain skills work, how certain upgrades work and so on. This build is clunky, yeah. It's clunky because first of all I would need more movement. It doesn't have movement. You can't play a ranger without a movement and feel good about it. If I add turrets, it's gonna be easy. So if I were to add a turret, it's gonna just make everything super easy. Look at that. I can just do that. I can do the turrets and they can annihilate everything. But first of all, I'm very slow because I'm not doing the attack speed thingy, the movement speed thingy. So I'm gonna probably need something like this for movement speed. But this is not my ranger build. I normally don't play ranger builds at all in this game. I do prefer playing hybrids. Hybrid builds are better, so I don't play with bows. I play with pistols and daggers. And with spells to boost the attacks based on the last spell cast. And I normally play with this Havoc Corp instead of with the Arrow Rain. Because I'm not a big fan of the Arrow Rain and the delay when it is to cast the spell. I like Havoc Corp a lot, and I can get Havoc Corp to do up to 27-30,000 for each of those 3 projectiles. Which is amazing. That means like 90,000 damage just on one cast with Havoc Corp. For a machine gun build, I'm gonna need a lot of attack speed and a lot of life leech and a lot of HP. I'm missing the crucial piece of equipment, which is 1 armor. I need 1 armor. Missing 1 armor, that is Smile of the Searing Sun. If I get that, it's gonna work. But look at that, with turret everything just becomes super easy. I can just do the turret and I can just spam the other stuff. And it just kind of feels boring. That's why I avoid using this. Alright, let's do this purple chest and go back to the town. And switch back to the melee setup. As I said, I'm missing 1 piece of crucial equipment, and if I have another piece of crucial equipment, I can make so many fun builds that are not melee or turret. So I need Smile of the Searing Star armor, and I need shadow legs. I forgot the name of the legs, but they allow you to cast shadow spells without needing a staff or a catalyst. Let's get them to kill me now. Come on, enemies. Come on, kill me. They don't wanna kill me. I should stop attacking them though. Alright, let's get those. Alright, enough. Let's switch back. I'm not a big fan of bows, exactly because there's no mobility on bows. With a dagger it's a bit better. With a dagger and a catalyst you can have something fun. Or a pistol and a catalyst. And I can show you now. I'm gonna show you with a dagger and a catalyst what we can do. But I'm missing some crucial equipment for that, but still I'm gonna try and show you. Oh, and this attack speed, I should not have been using this ring with the bow, because this removes 25% attack speed. You definitely don't want to be sacrificing attack speed when playing a bow. Where did my ring go? The other that was good one. So we have dagger and a catalyst, shadow damage, and I need to switch to a cool damage now. Because at the moment, if I go for a Slayer's Fury with this, I can show you something. We need Aether Jump. This one is nice, although for now I can't use it the way I want to, because normally this would cost rage to cast with the legs, but now it would cost willpower, and I don't want it to cost willpower. That's the whole idea. So with this setup, I need to rearrange some things. So we get this, and then I still don't have enough. I'm gonna have to get rid of some crit damage. And I have to get rid of this crit damage. And probably this crit damage. Yeah. Because I wanna get the attack speed from here. And with the attack speed, it's gonna be fun to keep attacking. Fortunately, as I said, I'm missing two pieces of equipment that are pretty crucial for the setup. So just wanna check something quickly. How this would work. How many skill points would I have? 1, 2. Maybe 3. That's one version. There was another attack speed score here. Oh, there's movement speed here as well. I forgot about this. Okay, let's go for this one. It's not so bad. And the whole idea is to use this one as attack speed. I'm gonna go on veteran one, just something easier. Let's go everything on the top. Whatever we get on the top, we do it. You can see definitely clearing much slower than the spin to win. And since I don't have enough wife leech, I don't have good survivability. I don't have enough HP. But when I fix this build, when I finish it, when I get the items I want, it's gonna be much stronger. Especially when the game launches, I've got some very good ideas about how to make this better. I actually took a skill I didn't want to take, so I'm gonna have to rework some things. Shit, die. Okay, we need this one, and then we need this one for the attack speed. Gave me very bad math modifiers though. So the idea is with with this and this, we are buffing each other. We're giving ourselves extra shadow damage, and that gives us good stuff. But I'm missing that one item that gives us more shadow damage and reduces our physical and stuff. And also, I did not equip a cool damage gear. If I equip a cool damage gear, that's gonna give me extra more damage. Extra more shadow. Machine gun scales of anything that gives you attack damage. So yeah, if you have good weapon damage, it's gonna have more damage because it's an attack that scales off of it. Well, you can use shift, not shift, control, I think. You can also use WSAD, I think. Maybe not on this game. Was it? No, not WSAD. Okay, interesting. I think it was control to. No, it's not that. Or that's interesting. There was a way to force movement instead of attacking, but it's amazingly annoying when you end up attacking enemies you don't want to be attacking while trying to move. Slayer's Fury, actually I need to level it up to show you the better modifiers. Might as well try and level it up now. So this is what I wanna be doing as a build eventually. Not the first build I'm gonna do, but second or third build I'm gonna do would be something with this skill. But as I said, it requires some specific items. So on launch I'm gonna do my Necro first if I can. Then I'm gonna probably do the spin to win, and then I'm probably gonna do this one with the shadow legs, with the Smile of the Searing Sun armor, with shit tons of force shield getting converted into HP, shit tons of white leech and HP. The whole idea would be to make it someone with shit tons of HP, shit tons white leech and attack speed. Those would be the three most important things: white leech, HP and attack speed. And then you would be able to survive and just keep leeching while you're attacking. But at the moment I can't make it. Because I'm missing those two items. Alright, let's go for the boss and then I'm gonna go back to the spin to win. And with this one you have an option to teleport behind the enemy, which is a bit tricky. It doesn't teleport behind the enemy, it just teleports you on the other side of the enemy that you're facing. So if you're facing the enemy sideways, it will port you behind him sideways. So if you're facing the left side of the enemy, it will place you on the right side of the enemy. If you're facing the back side of the enemy, it will place you in front of the enemy. So it doesn't work the way you would want it to. The way I like skills that teleport me behind enemies to work is to teleport me always at the back of that enemy, but this doesn't work like this and it's kind of annoying. I don't have willpower, fuck. I need willpower to buff myself. There we go. Yeah, that boss is the worst boss to play on this character against. Okay, let's go back to the town and switch back to spin to win. This is why I'm only playing the spin to win at the moment, because it's giving me such a good clearing speed to post to the other builds I can play, but yeah, not worth it the other builds so far. No, no, almost saw this. Thank you Draxopit1 for the follow. Let me check. Yeah, Rage Mage is nice, but for the Rage Mage I need the Rage Boots. Spawnless 84 knows. The best way to farm items would be to, if you want unique items, just start doing some easy runs. Veteran 1, Veteran 2, Veteran 3, if you can handle it. If you can, just do Adept. And you can either do one enemy boss and go back to the town and start over, or you can do all three, go back to the town, start over, or you can do all six, go back to the town and start over. That's for uniques. If you want Ratu Sarisel items, just do Ratu Sarisel Adept runs or Veteran 1 or Veteran 2. And that's gonna work fine for you. Let me go back to my spin to win passives for the speed setup. So for the speed setup we had this. Now I wanna check something. 8 points would not be enough, I guess. So I'm gonna go what I had before. This is what I had before. I'm wondering if there's a way to take this movement speed together with the other ones, but there's no way to do it. I mean, I could take this movement speed or I can take this movement speed, but it's gonna be hard. I'm gonna need 2 more points and there is no place from where I can sacrifice 2 points at the moment. But we've got enough movement speed here. So removing this trio and keeping the brooch and putting this here. No, actually, I'd rather go for this one maybe. Or which one would be better, the 38 crit damage or the yeah, 38 crit damage is the better option. Alright, I'm ready to go. Let me quickly check the Wolcen Discord for new reviews. No new reviews. Just gotta change the skills. This is here, this is here, this is here, this is here, and this is here. Let's give them everything in the middle. Whatever we get in the middle, we do it. So something more dynamic now, look at that. Fast clearing speed. And no turret needed. But yeah, the Rage Mage has good clearance as well. But I can't show you that right now. But you can teleport, speed through the map, keep attacking with AoEs, the Shadow AoEs, keep doing the Shadow Nova, and keep getting some good damage as a result. And yeah, all points into ferocity. Everything's into ferocity at the moment. You need that crit chance from ferocity. It's totally worth going for it. When the game launches, as I said, at one point you would wanna stop investing into ferocity on launch. But at the moment we have limited number of points and we want to max out at least 50% crit chance. Or at least 40 something percent crit chance. So it's better to just put everything into ferocity right now. Later on launch you might wanna mix match things, ferocity toughness or ferocity agility if you need attack speed for the build. For ailments maybe ferocity and wisdom if you're doing an ailment build. For tanks, probably for a full tank you might want toughness and wisdom. Ailment tank build that stacks weakness on the enemies and curse on the enemies and all of that. Although a full tank on toughness would also be interesting on launch. Well, to me it's the opposite. To me a ranged mage is more difficult at the beginning than melee. With melee I had a blast. I could breeze through the story at the start without needing to get some uniques or anything like that. Just with regular yellow gear melee felt so easy. I could 2-3 shot some bosses that on mages, on a pure mage, those bosses would take me minutes to complete. A lot of kiting and everything. So I'm not sure what melee you were trying, but when I was trying melee, it was super easy. Super easy. Even with some yellow items. Especially having Warpath. As soon as I got Warpath, it became even easier. Did you have Warpath though? For spin to win you just need to be behind the enemy. If you're behind the enemy it can't hit you. There's just a few enemies that can hit you if you're spinning behind them. And if you have Warpath, that's just so much damage. Well, turrets are not mage, turrets are rogue. If it's a hybrid then yeah. But try pure mage, try a pure mage to see how difficult it is. The hardest things in the game is completing the story without a rage skill. Without a single rage skill, with a pure mage, spellcaster only. So if you're only doing spells without a single attack, it's gonna be difficult. If you get the turret and you're doing ranged mage, then yeah. With turrets everything is easy, but try it without turrets and see how easy it would be. If you're doing a ranger with arrow swale and all of that, it's also gonna be easy. The only thing that's difficult is a full caster. And the beam is also amazing while leveling up. But Warpath is OP. I mean, on bosses you can get more damage than a Warpath while leveling. Just charge it up. The problem for Warpath is it's pretty difficult to get sometimes. But so is, I guess, Blade Storm. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't when leveling up. I think for me it took quite some time to get Warpath, but the Blade Storm I got quickly. But as I said, the only difficult thing is a pure caster. anything that is not a pure caster shouldn't have a problem with the enemies. Which way would the boss be? Oh, purple chest. Nice. Yeah. Oh, and we're gonna get less Q points per level up. We're gonna get less passive points per level up. So keep that in mind. Alright, it keeps giving me bullshit. If it's gonna give me bullshit, I'm gonna throw it away. Alright, I think I'm ready. Oh no, I'm still not ready to kill the boss. Wow. Who did I miss? Besides those. Please tell me I don't have to go. Don't tell me I have to go to the start of the map to get some kills done. Should have picked something with spawning quick enemies from the same biome. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go all the way to the start of the damn map to get all the kills needed. And this is one of the big problems that sometimes occurs. Not enough enemies to kill on the way to the boss. Right, there we go. Okay, sorted this one out. Come on. Spawn me some more. I love it when it spawns shit tons of enemies in the same place. Like some of those little dudes that are stacked up. Like here and those. Although it wasn't that many this time. And boom. Okay, okay, I can't go there. Oh, what's here? Operative breaches. Let's hope they're good ones. They're only missing the cooldown. They're only missing the cooldown, so if I equip them and wear them and sacrifice that 15% cooldown reduction, it's still gonna be nice. Because that 5% movement speed and then extra 5% transfer time reduction Seems like a good bargain. I'm gonna be doing some less charging, but that's fine. Better than nothing. And it's 2 sockets as well, so not bad. Now will be the perfect time for it to drop me Sunny's stash. Nope. Let's drop it. Oh, this is what I like. This cluster of trash enemies. How many players can be in a party? 4 players can be in a party. Mark Legends. And welcome to the Struck Pub, Mark. Nice to have you here. Have fun to Spawnless. Thank you for stopping by yet another day. And until next time. And yeah, Mark, up to 4 people in a party and you can revive each other when down. So basically the way it works, the death mechanics in a party, you get killed and you get downed. While you're down, pardon me, while you're down, your teammates can resurrect you. It's not actually resurrection, it's kind of like getting you up. During combat, if they can't get you up on time, you kind of end up dying. And while they're in combat, you cannot respawn until they get out of combat. You can respawn unlimited amount of times as long as there's at least 1 party member that's alive. If all 4 of you die at the same time, like getting down and getting the timer to run out, then it's over. But as long as there's 1 person alive and he's outside of combat, the others would be able to press on a respawn button. So it's pretty nice in this regard. It's not too punishing and it's not too easy either. You have options to revive your teammates in combat, but while you're reviving you can't do anything else besides revive. So you're deciding, do I wanna try and fight and get out of combat, or do I wanna try and revive them while taking hits from the enemies? It's kind of like choices need to be made. Because sometimes it's just better to finish the battle and then let your teammates revive afterwards. But sometimes it's better to just try and revive your teammate quickly so they can help you with the battle. The beta is buggy. The launch, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some bugs, but as long as they're not game breaking and progress hindering bugs, it's gonna be fine. I mean, I haven't seen a single game that has launched without a single bug. If you find one like this, let me know which one it is. This is currently a beta, so betas are supposed to be used to flatten out bugs. And yeah, there are currently some bugs, but the game launches in 7 days. What we're playing here is a 4-month-old version of the game. So this is a build from 4 months ago, without all the changes they made before the launch. So 4 months ago with some hot fixes every now and then, but the basic of it is this is from 4 months ago, and that's a lot of time. A lot of time, that's why we're gonna get so much stuff on launch at once. They've had enough time to polish the current stuff and to add new stuff. Thank you for the follow, Mark, and welcome to the Struck Web. Enjoy your stay here. And if you have more questions, keep them coming. I'm gonna do my best to answer them. I'm glad you're having fun. Let's get this spy on the outer. What's this one? Critical damage 50%. Okay, loving this. Oh, okay, we're on a roll, we're on a roll. Sunny Stash, finally! Finally a Sunny Stash. It's not something great, but it is nice. I love it on a spin to win build because of the movement speed. It can give you over 10% on a ring, and you can get 2 of those. And with my setup where I'm focusing on the movement speed a lot, it would be pretty good combo. That's not too bad. This one I don't need, this one I don't need. But the Sunny Stash, let's see which ring I want to replace. I'm gonna waste my rage. I want to have 0 rage, so that I'm seeing clear numbers there. There we go, 0 rage, so this is 3524. And with this I should have less damage, 3281. That makes sense. But if I do like that, it's gonna be even less. Oh no, it's not. 3557. 3557. This seems like a good bargain, because that's 3557. And with this one, it's 3281. Okay. I'm loving this. It's giving me 31 to 0 attributes, which is amazing. Then some little bit of force shield, 15% damage, which doesn't have to be attack or spell. It works on all sorts of damage. So this is very good ring for mages as a unique ring. Because the other rings are this one, damage to attacks, attack speed, not the best for a mage. This one, melee weapon damage, attacks crit damage, not great for a mage. But this one kind of works until you find a good legendary. And with that I've got more movement speed, so from 8.8 meters a second to 9.3 meters per second. So 0.5 more meters per second from this 9%. If I get the second one of those, it's gonna be even better, because I'm stacking movement speed here, 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 and soon here, when I go to the town and put those gems in here. Or I can try and find gems. Let's try and look for what was the name of this one. This gem, it was not copper stone, it was not silver stone. I need to figure out what the name of it was. I keep forgetting. Ah, so much damage on me. Alright, it's dropping some good stuff. So it's not copper stone. Oh, it's copper stone. 96 health. Okay, that works. That works. Let's put it. So I need one more copper stone. Let's try and find one more. And then switch to the breaches for extra 5% move speed. Move speed galore. Give me some more. By the way, what did I wood just now? I forgot. Oh, quinted. No thanks. I think, yeah, Bladestorm definitely needs a way to make it deal more damage the faster the movement speed. It's gonna be the best synergy ever. look at this run. This is a good run, it keeps dropping. What else? White chest. What's that? The zapstick. Look at this. Something happened with this run and the drop rate kind of started catching up on what was missing. So yeah, RNG, RNG. Sometimes it drops, sometimes it doesn't. So let's take it and drop it. Drop it like it's hot. Actually, I'm gonna take that amulet and that ring and that amulet just to check. Oh wait. Okay, keep moving. But yeah, with this much movement speed, it's just so fun. I'm sure I can get it to 10 movement speed. With one more sunny stash, it's gonna be nice. Less damage, but overall nice. Let's check here. And let's see what's here. I was looking for copper stone. Alright, here. Moving on. Oh, wood quality. That's an extra wood quality buff for the whole map. Let's see. Oh wow. I did not see this being here at first. Alright, let's move. Keep it going, keep it going. Isn't this faster than my normal walking? Or does it just look like that to me? Oh wow. Should have hit them instead of missing. Those can do a lot of damage if you don't kill them on time. Right. Let's do this. It's here. This way. Yeah, after this map I might go for a quick peace break because I haven't taken one since I started streaming. Been holding. So yeah, let's finish this one quickly. Bit more left. One chest, one boss. Come on. Group up, group up. There we go. Edgy is good at the start. At the start with edgy, what you wanna do if you're using an edgy is you wanna be using this one. So what you do is you spend 1, 2, 3, 4 points and use the edgy. Because the edgy only does physical rend damage, which is all material. Physical and rend damage is material, so you're gonna be doing more material. Make sure your rings and amulets are not giving you too much fire, frost, whitening, aether, sacred and shadow. And the edge is fine. I mean, I got edge at level 9 and I was using it for quite some time, but I added God Amongst Men. Gods Amongst Men is perfect for the edgy and for Rygard's Hope. And on Rygard's Hope you want material gems if you're using Gods Amongst Men. So if you can spare the 4 points, definitely use that because it's gonna give you a good damage boost. Especially early on in the game with an edgy. If you don't have another two-hand weapon, strongly suggest checking this out. I'm gonna quickly do a break for a piece. So give me 2 minutes, I'm gonna start a BRB screen so people would know. And if you're on Twitch I can even play some ads for you so you have something on the screen, but give me 2 minutes, I'm coming. Okay, I am back. I am back. Thanks for waiting. Let's remove this BRB now. Wolcen. So just gonna go back to the game. Let's see if I've missed any messages. No messages missed. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Oh wow. Oh wow. Ah, he moved. What was I looking for? Copperstone. Copperstone. Need to make sure to pick up some copperstones. So my weapon is actually doing stasis on them all the time. Because Aether is my bigger damage. Yeah, it seems like it. Not sure why it's doing Aether, not physical. Because physical gives me more damage, but okay. I do see those stasises happening on them, like those pink purplish effects around them when I hit them. That reduces their attack speed, if I'm not mistaken. Stasis. Let me check again. Stasis was reducing attack speed and movement. Okay, that's pretty nice. Let's get rage. Need the damage. It's very quick. With this ring that I got, hope I can get another one of those rings. Less damage, but the speed would be amazing. I'm wondering how much damage I can do with the Sunny Stash compared to my old legendary ring if I do this. I used to be able to do 15,000 crits. Let's see if I can still do that big of a crit with this setup. With the trio and my yellow amulet. Haven't seen 15,000 yet. Getting too close to the boss fight. Might have to backtrack. Hopefully I don't. Yeah, I think it's doing slightly less damage than the previous setup without that ring, without the unique. But that's fine, it's just like a few percent less. 250 magic find. Pretty nice. Okay. Ah, stuck. Let's rush now. Oh, and there's a chest as well. Let's see for anything good dropping. Nope. And no copper stone. I can get copper stone now from my other legs. So we've got 96 and we can get this 99. Right. Okay, let's do another one. First of all, I want to check my stuffs. Compare them quickly. Stuffs. That's my old weapons, by the way. Yeah, this is shit. This is also kind of shit. Alright, enough of this. Let's go. Hmm. Junk. A lot of junk. Right, just a moment. Just need to close my door. And let's go. Should we go for this and let's say I'm gonna pick custom ones. I'm not gonna do like normally O top, O bottom or O middle. I'm gonna try and make it a good one. Let's give them damage, let's give them this, let's give them... Well, some damage won't hurt. A little bit of rend resistance. Let's see. You have a little bit more HP now. With that sunny stash and with the breaches. And another 5% movement speed, so my movement speed is now Where did it go? 9.6 from 9.3 to 9.6, so 5% is roughly 0.3 meters per second. So the default should be 6.0. So we're pretty close to 10% movement speed, to 10 meters per second movement speed from 6 base. If 6 is the base, it could be 7 being the base and me just miscalculating. Oh, those glitches. Boom. Oh, nice. One shots. Why I'm not using turrets? Because it gets boring. Using turrets, it just... I'm gonna be using turrets when the game launches. That's gonna be my jam. Necro with turrets. But for now I'd rather speed run and speed farm with this setup, with the spin to win. It's pretty fun for speed running, this one. And I've used turrets for a while. Like when I first started the online mode after a long break, I was enjoying the turrets, but then it gets boring pretty fast. Necro, there is no starting class. I mean, you make it as you go. You make it as you go, because you don't have regular standard classes. What you do have when you start in the game, it asks you what you want to be for starting gear. So starting gear means just it's gonna give you new skills, couple of new skills and couple of items. But that changes pretty quickly. So yeah, you can probably start as a mage but end up being a warrior. And that's the beauty of the game. You don't really have actual classes. The classes are determined in regards to where you spent your points. So this is one class, this is another class, this is a third class. So each one of those sections with different colors is considered a class. So this is Ranger, this is Warmonger, Kabbalist, Assassin, Praetorian and Warlock, and then you have the Scholar and the Sentinel and the Soldier. Turrets plus zombie. Yeah, basically you're gonna have not only zombies, you're gonna have this one. Not actually. That's probably a good one, but this one. This is a golem. This is a poison golem that can taunt enemies. So this is gonna be your tank. If you're a necro, this is gonna be doing the tanking. Then with this one, you're gonna be doing some melee damage that can focus a target you tell it to, and then with this one you're gonna be doing range damage. So 2 melee and then 2 ranged zombies. You need stuff for the offhand, but in this game things don't work exactly as you might think, because you can get certain items to give you access to certain skills even if you don't. And if you want necro turret, you want dagger offhand or dagger or pistol offhand. So you want catalyst with dagger or catalyst with pistol if you want to be doing turrets and a necro. Because the turret requires a pistol, bow or a dagger. And the necro skills require catalyst or a staff. And the best bet would be either dagger or a pistol, whatever drops for you, and the catalyst. My best is whatever drops. I mean, most likely I wouldn't get to play necro immediately because I wouldn't get gear and skills for necro. and it will take a while. The best thing to do while leveling is play whatever the game gives you. Just make a build around whatever the game gives you until you get whatever you want to play. It's not easy, it's not difficult to respec. It's pretty easy to respec in the game. It's pretty easy to change your stat points, your skill points, passives, etc. This is Bladestorm. Bladestorm is nice because it's good for speed farming. I'm stacking shit tons of movement speed at the moment, as you can see. He's very fast. For leveling, just at the moment, pure caster is, at the moment in the current state of the game, pure caster is bad. Because pure caster means only using willpower, and only using willpower you're gonna have troubles. But if you do a hybrid mage, it's gonna work. If you do a projectile based rogue mage, it's gonna work. If you do a turret melee build, it's gonna work. If you do a turret ranged or a turret mage, it is gonna work. The only thing I would suggest to stay away from would be a build that is using only spells and only willpower cost things. As long as you have something that costs rage together with the spells, then you're gonna be able to balance it out better. And you really wanna kinda try and do that. Pistol Mage is good. Pistol Mage is good because it gives you access to pistol skills like turret and some other things. So basically, you can use this. You can use anything under the dagger and under the bow, and there's gonna be 20 more skills. So currently we have 20 skills, but there's gonna be 40 altogether, and there's gonna be twice as many modifiers. So you definitely wouldn't be doing a bad thing by going for a pistol mage. It's a fun one. It's a fun one, and you can make some great things with it. If you go for a pistol mage, you might wanna try this one. Residual energy is buffing your attacks by using spells. So when you use a spell, after that the turret would gain 30% damage from that spell, from that element, from that type of damage. Another thing you could try is Immortal Offering. That means if you kill an enemy that has been afflicted by some sort of element, regardless of what it is, it's gonna give you up to 25% of that damage, and this stacks. So you can have one for cold, one for fire, one for lightning, one for shadow, one for sacred, and so on, depending on how many different ailments you can cause and the enemy is dying. So this is something very strong as well. So those would be very fun things to try. Pistol plus zombies would be amazing. Turret and zombies, or some other pistol skills and zombies. Another thing I can show you is, just a second, a railgun. Railgun with zombies. This is the Dead Gazer railgun. You can charge it up to 4 times. And I'm assuming this would be usable with both pistols and daggers. Or bows and pistols maybe. What else would be good? This one would be usable with probably bow, pistols and daggers. So you're becoming invisible and you're losing aggro. Throwing a smoke bomb. And then there's this skill, evasion. So wherever your mouse is pointed, you're dodging backwards to that. So if your mouse is here, you're going here. If your mouse is here, you're gonna go the other way. What else? Now let's play. I'm gonna show you some more stuff later, but there's definitely good options. And as I said, you can have 4 zombies, 1 golem, and 2 turrets, for example. You can even do zombies and beam, but what I suggest, if you want to be playing a mage, just pick one attack. One attack that is not a spell. One attack that can spend rage. there is one item in the game that allows you to cast shadow spells, and they cost rage instead of... they don't normally cost rage, but with this item, casting the shadow spells would consume rage instead of willpower. And this is very strong. I call this setup the Rage Mage. And if you get this armor, it's a leg armor pretty early in the game, you're gonna have a blast. It's amazing. Because that means you don't have to pick anything other than spells. You can use two spells to consume rage, and you can use the other ones to consume willpower, and you can keep the balance going. Infinity Blades is amazing, and if Infinity Blade has a shadow version, it would be perfect for an assassin that I wanna try. But yeah, Infinity Blade is here. I even have it on my PC as well. If anyone is wondering what we're talking about, this it is, Infinity Blade. So it's a spell, it requires Catalyst or a staff, but it's a melee attack and it does Aether damage, so hopefully it has a modifier that converts the Aether to Shadow, and then my Shadow Blade setup would be amazing with this. But this setup I'm playing, as I said, 5, 5 and 5 movement speed, then 9 movement speed here, then 15 movement speed here, and another 10 movement speed here, and then we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 5 movement speed here, so pretty fast. And of course, if you don't use that speed, this happens. You have to use that speed to your advantage, otherwise you get wrecked. Where do we go? This way. Let's see, next. I'm currently trying to get some unique items that I really am missing, and if I get them I'm gonna be able to show you some more different playstyles that are not too boring. But at the moment, spin to win Bladestorm setup just seems to give me the fastest farming speed I can squeeze. And that's why I'm playing that right now. And this movement speed increases the movement of that skill that I just used, Warpath, the shield charging skill. So the faster your movement speed, the harder it is to control this skill. It's not really OP though. This build is not something you want to be using for pushing. Turrets are much stronger at the moment for pushing because they allow you the safety of just popping the turret down and just kiting and letting the turret do the work. But earlier someone told me do Champion 2 and I did Champion 2 and I completed the Champion 2 map without that much trouble. It was just slow and I died a few times, but I didn't die to the bosses, I actually died to some regular enemies. But you can see I even die on this difficulty, so it's just about playing safe. On Champion everything can one-shot you, so you get hit, you die. And you can die up to 3 times, actually up to 4 times, you can resurrect 3 times. So as long as you keep that in mind and you can do it, then yeah. But it was not worth it, the time it took me to complete it for the rewards I got on Champion 2 is just not worth it at all. Not for this build. I mean, there's better builds to be doing for champion. Turret builds, mostly tank builds, if you have someone to do the damage while you're tanking. Pistol and shield probably is good, but not really. At the moment, if you're using a shield like this one that gives you damage, probably it would work. Okay, that's fine. But if you use a shield, you're not gonna be that tanky. You can do pistol shield, tank with turrets, but but then you're not gonna do that much damage with the turrets. If you're going for full all resistance, like full heavy, heavy gives you all resistance, and if you wanna be tanking, that's fine. But if you only wanna use the shield for extra block chance, then you're probably better off with just this damage shield. This is the only shield that can give you damage. You get block chance, you get block efficiency, and you get a little bit of shadow damage. I want to use that shield in one specific build, a shadow blade build. Assassin with a lot of HP, a lot of white leech, and a lot of attack speed. But I'm whacking some items, so I'm whacking 2 items to try this. I need specific armor and I need specific leg armor, so chest and leg. This and yeah, just this. Okay, next. Depending for what, do you need a recommendation of how to jumpstart the game? Jumpstarting the game, it would depend on what items the game gives you. It's always good to get some different experience with different setups, so you can quickly switch between them. If the game gives you a very good legendary or unique item for a mage, you might try and make a mage hybrid. If it gives you a good spin to win physical damage item, then you might want to try and do something like that. If it gives you good pistols, then try and figure out a build with pistols or with daggers if it gives you that. Offhand, you can either do dual pistols or pistol dagger, or if you want a mage pistol build, then you want to use a catalyst. There is one very good catalyst that doesn't. Look at this catalyst. It gives you minus 67% transfer time reduction for willpower and rage. There is one that is very rare, unique one. It's called Macfestern Eneract, and it doesn't give you this modifier. And on top of that, not only does it not give you this minus modifier, it also gives you this one. It gives you attacks gain X% damage from the last spell cast. The type of damage is the same as the spell damage. And it also gives you some good shadow damage or cool damage. Actually, I think it gives you cult, not shadow. So that means shadow, sacred or aether damage increase. This one would be amazing, because you can try and use an occult spell, and that occult spell could, for example, buff your turret to do more damage. And you can even get rings like that, but that's endgame farming. Rings like this one, attacks gain X% damage. And I think from rings you can get at least 15%, maybe even 19%. And you can get 2 rings with this. You can get 30% from the passive that I showed you, and the item can give you, I think, 19 or 20 itself, the offhand. So that by itself would buff your turret by a lot for the last damage type you used. And if you combine that with Immortal Offering being this one, that gives you damage based on what ailments were afflicted on an enemy when it dies. That's gonna be a lot of damage. I mean, I'm sure there's gonna be some builds that are only stacking ring 2 and 1 things. So with 90 points, this is 38 points. With 90 points, only investing into those trees here, you could achieve great things without even considering the third tree. And considering the new additions in the third tree, that's gonna be some great stuff happening. Yes, it's gonna be level 90 and it changes shit tons of things. Basically what you're seeing here is the builds that we can do here are used as foundations. Because those builds would not take you to the end game. They can be used while leveling up. And they can be nice while leveling up. They're gonna be foundation builds. So it's gonna give you the basics on which you can build on. Like you can add on stuff and make it stronger and stronger by adding new things. There might be some balancing going on around that tree, but currently we have 38 points at level 20. At level 90 we would be having 89 points. That means you're gonna be getting 1 point per level starting at level 2. So there's that, keep it in mind. Housing should be implemented on launch, so we would be able to have housing. Oh, Sandy Joe, you wanna see damage? Okay, let's show you damage. Let's show him damage. He wants to see damage. I can do up to 15,000 without my farming setup. I can probably get it up to 20,000 if I have good gear, but I don't. I was not using this setup now because yeah, it's a bit annoying on the ears. Same here, Zizu boy, I backed this game long ago and I've been playing it on and off since the alpha, since the very early alpha days, and after content update 1 released I played it a bit and I thought it needed some balancing, so I left it there to get updated a bit more. Then recently I came back to the game and I've been enjoying it a lot ahead of the launch. Turret builds are amazing, but you can do a melee turret build as well. You don't have to do double pistol on a turret. Yeah, it's interesting how the game would become when you launch, when it launches. It's gonna be interesting. For melee you need certain things, like the key thing that gives me this much damage is my helmet and my chest piece. So you want this X% damage per unspent rage points, and you want to max out your range, your rage. So those modifiers you can get from Wrath of Saricel, and this is the thing. It's the same as this one, but better. The same as this one, and then you get this for willpower, and then you get this and this and this for willpower, and then you have up to 1650 willpower. There's also the ability to get rings that give you up to 9900 willpower and rage. So you need that rage. The more rage you have, the better it is. Because with the setup I'm playing, you can see when I start spinning and keep it going, the rage stays up. The rage stays up, and that's a lot of damage. That's up to 20% damage per 100 unspent rage points. And I have 1650 rage, so with a min-max setup someone can get it close to 2000 rage. Which would be 20 times 20, so what, 400% extra damage. I don't have that much, but yeah, I generate rage when I kill enemies. Killing an enemy gives me rage. I also generate rage per hit. So you can see 15,000 hits, crits. I'm going for the more speed oriented setup and the farming setup now though. Well, not all day, but every day. Yeah, I have a stream every day. It may not be Wolcen every day, but now that Wolcen is launching, I will be spending more time in Wolcen. I do stream hack and slash ARPGs with the occasional Borderlands 3. So there's gonna be things like Torchlight 3 when the NDA is lifted, Warhammer Chaos Bane, this game, or Borderlands 3. What you would see on my YouTube channel and on my stream. And I will be making builds on YouTube, so if you are wondering what my YouTube is, that's it. That's the link you should be seeing. Did you see the link? Maybe I typed the command wrong. Just let me check quickly. Yeah, you saw the link. Then it's fine. You've got it. Not sure why it didn't work on Mixer though. YT. Okay, it must not have sent the message on Mixer. I've made on last epoch a block spin to win build. It was pretty fun. We'll try to recreate that in Wolcen. Yeah, Wolcen has some interesting things because heavy armor can give you the option to block attacks without equipping a weapon. So if you have chest, helmet and legs that are heavy, it would give you this thing. Added block chance and allow any weapon to block. So from the chest, helmet and leg you can get 5 plus 5 plus 5. Then from this one you can get another 10, so that's gonna give you 25. Then you can get other more block chance here. That means 30% block. So you can do some spin to win with blocking if you want. At the moment the best Baleon, currently the multiplayer is under maintenance. The game is coming in 1 week, so the servers are down for maintenance. They're upgrading the capacity of the servers to handle the launch. They're updating the game to handle housing and lots of other things. So currently it's offline mode, so all our data got wiped. 1 week ago we lost all our saves because they wiped them. So in 1 week there's gonna be another wipe of the offline data before the launch, and then there's not gonna be any more wipes after that. So for now it's offline because, well, nothing we can do about it. They need time to maintain the servers, to upgrade them and to do everything needed and to do some testing. But yeah, for the best stat you want ferocity right now for crit chance. When the game launches we're gonna have more points to spend, and maybe you can go for 45, 50, 55 crit chance and the rest into toughness or agility depending what you need. We'll see. But for now most builds would go into ferocity. And I didn't have rage now. I should have drunk a potion before going here. Dude, you cannot hack, the game will be online only. When the game launches it will have option, you either pick online only or you pick offline only. If you pick offline only you're not gonna be able to play with online players. You can hack all you want, but you're not gonna be able to play with others. If you want online only, then you won't be able to play with hacked characters in that mode. That means you're not gonna have hackers. Of course, like Diablo 3, which is online only, there's gonna be people botting. That's probably gonna be very hard to avoid. Online only games like Path of Exile and Diablo 3 will always have bots. People using tools, but as long as they get reported and then the people get banned, that's gonna be fine. But currently Diablo 3 and Path of Exile are plagued by Chinese farmer bots. From the future, nice. Very nice. So, do you want to know how it is in the future? But yeah, I can tell you, dude, that game is not gonna have cheating in the online, except maybe some bots. But what we need is to do all the reporting we can do if we find some bots. I think the matchmaking really needs to improve though. This is a 4 months old build, so this was an update from October. The end of October, 20 something October. Since then it has only received some hot fixes and they were focusing on the launch to bring us new content, new acts, new endgame modes, housing, dying system, remodeling system of the items and all of that that you can see in games like Grim Dawn, Diablo, Path of Exile and all of that. So they're bringing a lot of things in 1 week. Check it out after a week and then pass your judgment. This is, as I said, 4 months old beta. And that game has been under development for 5 years already. So wait 1 more week, see if you like it, then if you don't, then that's fine. There's games for everyone. That may not be the game for everyone, for sure. I, for example, cannot play Path of Exile or Diablo because there's a lot of things I don't like there. But in this game, there's way less things I don't like than the things I do. I don't need... Actually, wait, this shield might be better than mine. No, it's not better. It's not better. And this is, by the way, I was talking about this one earlier. I told you there's a unique offhand that you might want to try, and this is it. This is a very good unique offhand. You can play it with turrets, you can play it with other attacks. As long as you're doing a hybrid spellcaster attack, it is good. And the main thing is it doesn't have transfer time reduction. This minus transfer time reduction, which is a huge boost for the setups. What I don't like about Path of Exile, the punishment when I die and the experience rate. I don't like that getting to max level is supposed to be some sort of a challenge, and the game, I understand the game is designed in such a way for people to be competing who hits level 100 first. That's why when a person dies they lose XP and they can lose a whole day's worth of progress in a few minutes if they become a little bit reckless. I don't like all of the trading that's going on in the game and people playing trading simulator rather than killing bosses. I don't like how I'm forced to be playing certain builds that I don't want to be playing in order to complete the labyrinth or in order to complete certain bosses. It's just too many things. I mean, that's just probably 20% of the things I don't like. Path of Exile is the game that has the most things I like in a ARPG, but it also has the most things I don't like. So there's that. I also don't like the microtransaction eye cancer effects. If I could disable them when other people use microtransaction effects that kind of fill the whole screen with shit, then that's fine. I mean, there's games for everyone, but Path of Exile or Diablo 3 both have things I don't like and both have things I do like. And this game manages to take some of the things from those games I like and put it together. This also takes things from Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 and Grim Dawn and puts them into one place. And you have these three which you can rotate and make some interesting setups by rotating it. And this would be even further, even more important when the game launches, because yeah, you're gonna have another 12 classes here. So you have 3 classes here, 6 classes here, and another 12 classes there. And it would look like this. I'm gonna quickly show you what it would look like, so you kind of have an idea. This is what it would look like. You don't see all of it, but you see some of it on the outer edges here. What just happened? Was that a host or... Oh, Ouija! Ouija is hosting me again. Thank you, Ouija, for hosting me on Mixer. And much appreciated for the auto host. Zizu boy, thank you for the follow. Pimpowo, also thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Pub, guys. Really appreciate it. And just a moment, let me quickly set up this map, and I can keep telling you some stuff. So keep asking questions. If you want to know more, keep asking questions. And someone asked me for the passive tree, so I showed you the passive tree. Hopefully that was enough. If you want to see it again, let me know and I'm gonna show you that. Actually, I'm gonna show you something else. I'm gonna show you untainted map. This changes the mode completely. This changes it to such a way that the enemies don't drop items and you get items in the end. It's faster though. This also adds untainted enemies, and untainted enemies can be very annoying and very one-shotty if you don't have a good setup. You don't have to kill elites on this mode because the wood you get at the end. So on this mode all you wanna do is not die. Every time you die you lose rewards in this mode. So you wanna make sure you kill the boss as soon as you can. And it gives you rank S+, S, A, B, C, etc. If you play it in a team, if your teammate dies, you're getting fucked as well. So you have to play together, stick together, otherwise someone might end up getting ambushed and killed by an assassin, and yeah. That's strange. That's probably a bug. Try rewogging, because I've never had a situation where I can't use the stash in the town. And the stash is right next to the NPC. This NPC that's chasing me, the Zealot, is one of those untainted enemies. So in this mode, as I said, the enemies don't drop items, and it's a single map run. It's not like the other one where you keep pushing further and further. It's just a single map, and at the end of the map you kill the boss, then you loot a chest, and then it gives you two types of rewards. Rewards that drop from the chest and rewards that are given to you based on your performance. And this map mode drops special items that can only drop in this map mode. So you really want those. You wanna be farming those for certain builds. Like my helmet. Yeah, Nasty Soda, this is a special map mode, as I said. It does not drop items until you finish the map. So you get the wood at the end based on how you performed. The less you die, the better the items, and the more the items you get. It gives you a rank. So it gives you special items that you can only get here. That's why people would be willing to do this mode. And it's good for, this is not the mode where you farm unique items. This is the mode where you farm special legendary items. Special legendary items with special legendary affixes that are mostly passive skills added onto the items. So such as the deal extra X% damage per 100 unspent rage points, which my helmet and my chest piece currently have. Okay, so I beat it, and now you see the rewards are here. So you get rewarded, you can see some statistics, and if you're lucky, you could get something like this. Something like this could happen, and you can get a lot of legendaries. If you're not lucky, something like this would happen. So those items are one of the wood you get. And look at this. This is a shield that allows me to use Winter's Grasp. Winter's Grasp is a spell, and you can only use it with staffs and catalysts. And you cannot use a shield with the staff, nor can you use a catalyst with the staff. But this is Winter's Grasp, it's a Frost Nova. This allows me to cast Aether Jump on a shield. Aether Jump again is a spell, and it allows you to teleport, short distance teleport. This one pierce to all projectiles, another thing that can only drop here. Then +2 element stacks up white, another thing that can only drop here. Then this at the bottom, stamina points when at 30% max health or lower. Another thing that can drop here. You can also get items here from chests. In the map you can see chest events. So you open a chest and then it spawns enemies and you kill them and then you get wood. So that's another way of getting items in this mode. And you can see this chest here at the end also drops wood. So you're getting some more wood here. And you can see if they have some of those special things on them. So there's rings like this one, max willpower and rage on a ring that you can only get here, and like this one, attacks gain X damage from the last spell cast. So that's things that you can only get from this modifier. And this is a single map run instead of the other one where you keep pushing deeper and deeper. So something that people would want to be doing every now and then. And if you want to get this X damage and this X damage per unspent rage points, you want to be farming this modifier. So the way you get this is when you start rolling, you have to click were untainted enemies, and if you want to were untainted you have to have 4 modifiers. So you pick 4, any 4, and then you can word them. So you can word them and you can decide yes or no. If you don't want to word them, you just get another one. But you can still word them and still get 5. So the limit is 5 regular and 1 untainted. So you can still have 5 even and word them. But I'm not gonna word them because I don't need that now. Just gonna do the regular unique. This is better for farming uniques, this mode. Oh, and now I'm gonna get spawn killed. Probably not, okay. Somehow I managed to survive. Normally with this enemy you don't wanna revive immediately. If you revive immediately while he's charging the beam might one-shot you. That's something I hope is fixed on launch. I hope when we resurrect we are invulnerable for a second or two, but can't damage the enemies for a second or two as well. Each piece of gear have its own graphics on your character. Yes, each piece of gear has its own graphics, and I can show you, just give me a moment, let's clear those enemies. I can show you how asymmetrically they made the shoulders. It's pretty fun, because left shoulder and right shoulder looks different. So, just pay attention to this. Let me pick up something from the ground. Shoulder, shoulder, shoulder. This one. And this one. Now let me show you quickly. Look at this shoulder, how it looks on this side, and look at it on the other side. So it looks slightly different, depending where you put it. But you can put it in any slot you want. Whereas with this one, those kind of look symmetrical. Those are the ones that would look the same. But if you mix them, you can see it kind of changes in a way. Maybe not as much. Because both of them are masterwork. But if it's not masterwork, it would look slightly different. So masterwork as well kind of looks different than non-masterwork. Slightly, not that big of a difference. And everything looks differently. Like I can show you the leg armor. The leg armor, I'm not sure whether you're gonna be able to see it. Look at this. It did change, but it's hard to notice. Maybe sideways, backwards you can see it changing. So it does look differently. It is not the game that doesn't invest into art. The same goes with the gauntlet. It looks differently. Okay, enough of that. Let's go push some enemies. I'm not sure whether there are surprises. I think the only thing that we get by backing the project early is the cheap price we paid for the game, and that's about it. Some people got the game for €12 on sale. Some people got the game for €20 on sale. If you get it now, you get it for €30. If you get it in 7 days, you get it for 40, so there's that. So when it launches, it's gonna be more expensive than now. Steam sales for this game have been great though. It definitely was a game that someone might have wanted to pick up on a Steam sale before the launch. And there's probably gonna be Steam sales after the launch, but I don't think there's gonna be a €12 sale soon. Probably €20, like a 50% off during some of the summer sales or whatever, or winter sales. The skill tree. Do you want the skills or the passives? I'm not using damage build, man. Just a second. Oh, okay. Just let me kill the enemies and I'm gonna show you. So, if you want the damage version, for the damage version remove this movement speed, remove this movement speed, and remove that 1, 2, 3, 4 points. And then you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. With the 3 movement speed and with the 3 points, the 4 points here. Chat kills. But yeah, if you want the slower version but with more damage, you would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then those, and remove 4 points here, and remove those 3 movement speed points. That works fine. That's what I normally use, but at the moment I'm stacking movement speed. Movement speed from this, movement speed from this, movement speed from the boots, movement speed from the 3 types of rogue items. And the key things to remember are rage and willpower here and here, this damage per unspent rage, and this one, rage generation on kill. You have crit chance, you have crit damage, you have more crit damage, and some ferocity. You can even go for 1 ferocity here if you want. That's not bad either. And if you want to see my skill modifiers, do let me know, I can show you what I'm using. But it's basically using weakness, stuns, and damage on the things where I can get weakness, stuns, and damage. Alright, let's go for the boss fight. Oh, and there's a chest there as well. Let's get this chest going. Okay. Nothing too fancy, let's go. And welcome to all the new faces here in the chat. Nice to see you all chatting. Feel free to ask any other questions if you remembered something you wanted to know about the game, or just something comes to mind. Don't be hesitant to ask. Let's see here. Let's do this. Nice. Warpath is a huge big damage skill. It can be huge if you wanna use it for doing tons of damage with one shot. And I still can't tell you how that skill works. Sometimes it does a lot of damage, sometimes it doesn't. And I'm not sure whether it's based on distance traveled or what, but I've had the exact same amount of rage and seen it do 80-90,000, and then with the exact same amount of rage and same items, I've seen it do 20,000. So it's strange how it works. But Warpath can do a lot of damage. Just now you saw it probably do 70 something thousand damage. And I'm not sure whether it's based on enemies you pass through either. But the skill can dish out. Some people have managed to get it with min-max gear to get that skill to do 150,000 damage on this beta, which by itself is quite an achievement. Macfester and Eneract, that's nice. That's the one I was showing you earlier. Maybe that's a better one. 1 more percent damage. My one that I had was 17% damage from the last spell cast, and probably 37 occult. This probably is better. I'm gonna keep it for now. The difference between uniques and legendaries is that the uniques cannot have sockets unless it's a specific unique item that drops with the socket. Unique items always have the exact same modifiers on them, whereas legendaries come with a different random modifier. So you can see three unique items kind of exactly the same, with slightly different stats, but overall it's the same ones. So unique items you would want because they would have special things that legendary items wouldn't. As I said, compare this with this. Do you see at the top transfer time reduction? This one has it, this one doesn't. And transfer time is basically, look at that. When I'm using rage, do you see the white bar? The white bar filling up. This white bar filling up is basically getting transferred. If I stop attacking, or when I'm attacking, this white bar gets transferred into willpower. So the faster that transfer time reduction, the more that is, the faster the rage would go into willpower, so you could use more rage. And the same would happen with willpower going into rage. It works both ways. So this is great for builds that are using attacks and spells. And yeah, as I said, sockets can only drop on legendaries, and there are just a few cases. For the moment, only one unique item can drop with sockets. Only one. Mm, Basically, you want specific uniques for some slots. You want a unique. For other slots, you would want a legendary. For specific builds. And that's the beauty of it. You kind of mix and match different pieces to put together a build. You're not using sets. You're not collect this set and then boom, you're done. No more farming. Which is kind of boring, isn't it? So no Diablo 3 or Warhammer Chaos Bane style of itemization. I would like it if they introduce soft sets, where collecting this sword or this mace and this mace could be good for a dual wielding build, or this pistol and that pistol could be good for a dual wielding build, or this shield and that sword, or this shield and that mace, or this pistol and that shield, something like that, just soft small sets between two items. Maybe belt and a ring, that would be nice. Or amulet and a ring, or two rings, something like this would be fine. As long as it's not armors, but it's just weapons or accessories, I would not mind having sets like that. Yeah, legendaries are like rares, but with more mods and higher rows on them. And you can use something like, I'm gonna give you something where you can read. You can read in here. Just a moment. Crafting W. Was that the command? Yeah, that's the command. So on this link you can read about the crafting, how the crafting is changing. The socketing system is getting boosted, and we're gonna be having gems like this one. Oh, sorry, I accidentally started the wrong program. But yeah, this one. So each gem would have 9 stats instead of 3 stats. Currently we have offensive, defensive and support, but we're gonna have 3 offensive, 3 defensive and 3 support. And items would look like this. So you would have random number 1, 2 or 3 of that socket. We're still gonna have defensive only on armors, and defensive or offensive on offhands, and offensive on weapons, and support on rings and amulets. Actually, offhands are support or defensive. Like you can see, this one is support or defensive. It's random which one is support and which one is defensive, but now it's also gonna be random which support and which defensive socket you're gonna get. And based on those socket types, and based on the gems you put inside them and the level of the gems, you're gonna be able to achieve different things with something like the orbs in Path of Exile. If you're a Path of Exile player, you're gonna probably love it. This one is one of the items, this one is another item, third item, fourth item, and this one is a legendary version that can be used on legendary items, not just never uniques. This one is on white, blue and red gear, and this one would be the greater version that works on legendaries as well. So a lot of stuff that you can achieve, and with the sockets and the socket types you're gonna have some control. If you don't want this socket type to be, for example, defense 2 and you want only defense 1, you can go to the NPC and reroll your sockets. So you're gonna be able to reroll the number of sockets. And since the maximum number of sockets is 3 on an item, it's not gonna be something as difficult as Path of Exile trying to get 6 sockets at 6 linked items. It's gonna be much more user friendly, much easier to get 3 sockets. It's just gonna take some RNG to get the socket types you want. So there's still gonna be a lot of RNGing, a lot of rolling, re-rolling, and retrying to min-max one item. So it's not gonna be super easy, but it's not gonna be super hard either. you're gonna wanna farm for some things, for some resources, consumables, etc. But yeah, there's gonna be some customization, which is fun. Are you hearing the pet? You're probably hearing him in the background, begging probably for some food. I did give him, while streaming a few hours ago, I did give him some food, so he shouldn't be begging now. Let's see. This one was on the other side of the microphone, so you probably heard him quite well now. But yeah, I'm so excited about this whole crafting system. It seems like fusing old school socketing Diablo 2 system like the one we currently have, together with some Path of Exile style of orb crafting, and boosting the socketing system on the way. But we're still gonna have the ability to use sockets just as sockets to stay in the items, but before we use them just for that, we're gonna have to use them for crafting. So there's that, we're gonna have to be farming a lot of sockets. And sockets would have fixed stats. Currently they don't. Currently the same exact tier of the same exact type of gem could give you slightly different stats. The same way here, this one gives me 99 HP, the other one gives me 96. And they're both tier 4. But they're gonna make them stackable, and in order to make them stackable, to not each one take a separate slot in the inventory, they decided to make them universal. So each tier 2 would give me the exact same thing if it's the exact same type. Each tier 4 the same, and so on. So you're gonna be able to stack same tier items if they're of the same type. The same goes for the tiers, for the orbs, for all those things that are consumables for crafting, they're also gonna be stackable. I'm just wondering how much storage space they're gonna give us. I really wish they would give us at least 6 or maybe even 9 storage spaces, so we can farm all we want and hoard all the items without needing to make mules. But if we need to, we're gonna have to make mules eventually, if you really need to do so, if they don't give us that much storage space. But I'm gonna be very avid in suggesting feedback about giving us more storage space if I don't feel like they gave us enough. And I know many Path of Exile players probably love hoarding as well and love storage spaces and stash tabs. They're probably gonna agree with me that the more the better when it comes to storage space in wooter games where all you do is collect wood. The same goes for Diablo players. I loved having extra storage tabs in Diablo. What we do need is the ability to search through or sort, maybe. And that goes for skills as well. Currently in the skill tree we don't have a search function. And it could be very difficult for a new player to try and find what's located where. Once you've played enough, you learn it. You learn what's located where and you're fine. But if you're new, you wanna know where all the force shield is, you wanna know where all the HP is, you wanna know where all the damage is. And currently you have to kind of hover. Currently you have to hover and find out what gives what, but a simple search function would sort this, search that highlights. This is what I want in this game at the moment. And hopefully on launch they would have this option. 94. Don't need it, but let's put it somewhere. Let's just check it there. You can, by the way, save some storage room by putting your gems into socketed items. It's actually pretty nice to do that. Putting gems into socketed items. Spear. Okay, I didn't get hit. Those are quite dangerous when they die. If you're very close to them, you can get hit by 2 or 3 spears at the same time, maybe even all 4 of them, and that's just instant one shot if you get hit by too many. People have asked me about builds and everything, and what I always say is I wanted to wait for the launch before I start making builds, but I will be. While I play, I will be discovering different fun setups, some meta, some non, some just funky setups for farming, but I would be posting all of those on my channel on YouTube. 7 days left. I'm gonna probably spend the first 1 or 2 days leveling and completing the story. After that, bit by bit, I'm gonna start checking content like guides, info about different systems in the game and how they work, and eventually builds when I get the right items for those builds. But at the moment, yeah, I wanted to avoid what I did with Borderlands 3. In Borderlands 3, before the game launched, the developers released a skill calculator, build simulator or whatever, where we could make builds without knowing what's in the game, what items we have, what the other things that are not related to skills are. And I checked a lot of builds there before the game launched, and when the game launched, most of that, maybe 95% of them, were complete trash, because they only considered the skills, not the things that we get from items. So I wanted to avoid something like this happening, so that people, when they see those things, they would be up to date and viable for whatever they're made. But currently, if you see some builds, those builds that people have made on YouTube would be good as a starter setup, something to try and follow while leveling up, until you get that high enough that you have so many more skill points. As I said earlier, as a foundation. See? No. Nope. Alright, let's go boss hunting. Tower shield, alright. Don't need it, but thanks. Let's keep going forward. Currently I'm trying to farm not for legendaries but for uniques. Of course every now and then there might be an upgrade legendary, but I'm not counting on it that much. It's much harder to find min-maxed legendaries, especially when it comes to rings and amulets. I barely get good ones, better upgrades. But with the unique items, you know, you get the unique of this level, it's gonna give you between X and Y of stat Z. So you know what you're getting is what you want. if you are doing a build with that weapon. And weapons, by the way, at the moment unique weapons are pretty weak, most of them. Offhands not so much. Offhands are nice, especially for some builds you really want some offhands. But most of the unique weapons are just only used for starter until you get something better. There are some nice ones that you wanna use in some builds. Like there are some things that you wanna use in ailment setups that are very strong. And ailment setups would be a huge thing after the game launches. Because at the moment they can be strong, but when the game launches they're gonna be even better. There's gonna be even more options. Especially that new poison skill that got released today for the Necro. I can't wait to get that to work. It's a bit difficult to gear up for a poison setup with a mage though. For poison spells. Poison attacks are easy to gear up for, but poison spells a bit more difficult. And you do have a poison annihilation, which is basically the beam. The beam, so you're gonna be able to do something like this, but with poison. Green poison beams. Currently you can only do 2. But then you have this one, the Plague Burst, another poison thing. Plague Burst would be very nice on close range fighters. I'm thinking Plague Burst with Spin to Win would be amazing as well. If it stays for a long duration, and if there's ways to increase that duration, you can pop it off and start spinning, and the enemies would be bursting around you. Because did you see the range? The range is quite big. So if I'm hitting the enemy with my Spin to Win, it's definitely gonna be within range, because the range is something like all the way here, roughly. I mean, I'm not bad at tracing, but yeah. Alright, I kind of pushed it here. Thought I could out-tank, but not without lifesteal. I really do like lifesteal on weapons, and this one doesn't have it. I would prefer instead of attack speed to get lifesteal, because the Spin to Win does not benefit from attack speed bonuses. It makes your animation spin faster, but the ticks, if you stay in one place and keep hitting the same enemy, the ticks that are tick tick tick, they don't go faster with attack speed. One of my viewers told me about this, and we put it to the test, and I could confirm. More attack speed does not do anything for you with Bladestorm. It helps you with other skills, like this skill. This skill is faster. The animation of you traveling is faster. This one is faster. This one actually gives you attack speed itself. Okay. And it's pretty easy to test attack speed. If you equip two of those rings, would remove your attack speed by 50 to 40. Between 40 and 50 attack speed will be lost. And if you equip 2 of those, you're gonna gain up to 100% attack speed score. And attack speed score is completely different than attack speed. Look at my attack speed now. 2.5. Without this, it's 25.5. So if I were to equip those rings, it's 36.6. So it goes from 21.1 with those nearly 100% attack speed, like 90% attack speed, it only goes to 36 because it's attack speed score. So that's something that needs to be kept in mind. The difference between attack speed score and attack speed. So if something gives attack speed, it's gonna be a great item. Or a great skill. If it gives score, well, not so much, but at least you know it's giving you a bonus. And we do not know how much score gives how much. Yeah. Okay. Oh, what's here? Masterwork breastplate, nothing I want. Look at those zombies. I'm gonna pick it up. Ah, frozen, frozen, frozen. Okay, I escaped. Yeah, this freeze. Oh, oh. Let's see if I can. Didn't play out the way I wanted to. I'm gonna give that enemy some time and deal with those in the meantime. Is he coming? Ah, missed him. Again, missed him. Alright, got him. Shamshir. See, this percent damage is not really good. It's not good, and if you get percent damage, you're not gonna get as much DPS as something with FWAT. Ideally, on a two-hander you want 3 times FWAT with 3 sockets, then maybe a bit of crit chance score and crit damage, and probably some wife leech. Attack speed is good if you're gonna be doing attacks that benefit from attack speed. So if you're doing something like I'm gonna show you, Anvil's Woe, you would want attack speed for this. For this you would want attack speed. And I'm using a ring that reduces my attack speed, so that's not the best for this setup. For this one you would also want some attack speed. Actually, this one I'm gonna show you like that. I'm not sure whether you saw it earlier, but here's the spinception. I'm spinning, the axe is spinning, and everyone is winning. But this one uses a lot of rage and it requires you to keep stopping the spin to win, and it's just not good right now. On launch I'm gonna look into ways to make this better. We're gonna have more points, that means I'm gonna get 30 points of rage cost reduction from the passive skill tree. Usuari Orch, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, I hope I pronounced it well, but this one would be good because here you get 5% and here you get 5% rage cost reduction. Then you get another 6% from those two, and then you get another 14% from those two. That means you get 30 points rage cost reduction. And you can get rage cost reduction up to 19 here and another 19 here. And you can get another 19 here. If you're using legendaries, another 19 here too. If you're using this glove, which is probably better than a legendary, you're not gonna have that much rage cost reduction. You're also gonna need a lot of transfer time as well. Another way why this is good is because you can do it like that. and then charge. And while you're charging, you're passing through some enemies and they're gonna be hit by the axe. And it's fun, it's definitely fun, but at the moment it's not as viable as you might want it to be. If there's a way to make this spin for longer, or the best thing I would want ideally would be to be able to cast the axe while spinning with my spin to win, with my blaze storm, but that's just gonna be overpowered and I don't think that's ever gonna happen. You want this? This is the thing for the modifier. You want this, the axe keeps spinning for a short duration after being thrown at an increased cost and reduced damage, and the axe now follows you as you move. If you don't have this, that's what's gonna happen with the axe. It's gonna stay on the ground. If you want the axe to stay on the ground, you might want increased rotation speed and this one. And then you can do things like this. Look at how many axes you have, and all of these are gonna do a lot of damage at once, but it's not gonna follow you. So yeah. And for the blade storm you want this one. There's gonna be more modifiers, so on launch I'm gonna be perfecting every single build I've tested before the launch. I've tested a lot during the online phase, and after the server shut down I haven't tested that much because I didn't have many items, but I did test my fair share of things that kind of would work fun and fine and could become much better. This is actually pretty nice for bosses. This is a very good starter armor. If you cannot find the modifier of the armor I'm wearing for the Blade Storm setup, this modifier that gives you X% damage per unspent rage points. If you can't get that one, either get armor that gives you rage and willpower, or get this one. This gives you willpower and rage. It's a good budget build item. So ideally you would get this first and then you would start farming for something that gives you up to 9% damage per unspent rage points. You want this though, you want this damage per unspent rage points, and you want this max rage and willpower, and this max rage and willpower, and this would give you extra max rage and willpower as well, so it's fine. It works okay as a starter armor. It's not gonna give you as much HP, but it still gives you 249, so it's not too bad, and you can even get more if you get better rolls on it. Good budget armor for starting a Blade Storm setup. Where is the boss? It's down there, okay. So yeah, this is the Spinception setup. You're spinning, the axe is spinning, and the damage is just adding up. Of course this happens when I stop to cast some axes. If I don't precast them before aggroing the enemies. Where the hell is this boss? It should be somewhere here. Scimitar, alright. Look at how quickly I run out of rage, and not the rage that I have as the max rage, but the rage for transfer time. The white bar there on top of my rage bar. So let's give it some time to dissipate. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna give it some time again to dissipate. Shit, I used too much. I wanna do the combo, I wasted my rage though. On equipment, I'm looking for, depending on my weapon. This weapon does more material, you can see physical and rend. So when you open this stat here, you wanna check what damage types you have more of. So I have physical and rend. And physical and rend are material. That's why I'm getting material damage here, here and here. If you don't have one of those, you would want another something with material damage. And you want rage and willpower cost reduction. You do want some sort of damage with rage and willpower cost reduction. If you can't get material, get something else. If your item deals a lot of sacred, shadow, aether, then you get not sacred but occult damage. If your item deals fire, frost or lightning damage, a lot of it, then you might want to get some elemental damage increase. Those boots give me material, this gives me material, this gives me material, this gives me material, this gives me flat physical, which is part of material damage, and some extra material damage. And this one gives me all sorts of damage, so that's fine. But yeah, on the item here you want flat damage, whether it's physical, rend, aether, fire, frost, lightning, sacred, shadow, aether, doesn't matter, as long as it's flat damage. Preferably you would have something with physical, rend or toxic, but in my case I've got some aether and it's not too bad. And for the sockets you wanna put sacred, if not sacred then shadow or aether. Currently the limit is 8 to 12, but that's gonna change on launch because we're gonna have higher tier items, higher tier gems. Okay, this run's done. And as I said earlier, I'm not sure whether you were here, but I'm gonna do it now again. I'm gonna go into a map where you can farm things like this helmet. 8% damage per 100 unspent rage points. This goes all the way to 9, and the same for this armor. Then there's rings like this ring, max willpower and rage. Good legendary ring with 3 times flat attack is what you want. Some sort of damage like material, and max willpower and rage. This would be the best thing you can have in a slot here. If it gives you crit damage, even better. If it's a steel ring that gives you built-in crit damage, perfect. If it gives you some extra other stats on top of that, well, always welcome. Okay, what do we have here? Oh yeah, I want to change my MacFest turn. So this one and this one, I think this one is the better. 17, 18, 34, 39. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this and I'm gonna sell this. Another good thing to keep in mind probably would be, I already said it, Edgy and Ryger's Hope are perfect starter setup items for this. If you don't have anything better, use it. If you're doing a melee turret build with melee and turrets, this is not bad. This is also good as a starter helmet. If you don't have anything better, you can use this one. But ideally you would want a legendary, preferably with some sockets. Pistols. I need to change one of the pistols here. Probably later. See, this one doesn't have 3 sockets, but it has 3 times flat damage. And 3 times flat damage with 2 sockets would be better than 2 times flat damage with 1 socket. With 2 sockets. I mean, 2 times flat damage with 3 sockets is crappier than 3 flat with 2 sockets. That's what I wanted to say, my bad. This one is much better though. This is 3 times flat, 3 sockets, crit chance, crit damage, and the bullshit elemental status ailment chance score. So that's just some examples. This one, for example, gives me toxic fire and whitening. So on item like this one, if I'm using it, I'm probably gonna be stacking elemental damage, depending. Something like this one, shadow, toxic, physical, I'm gonna be stacking occult damage, because that extra shadow together with the one from the gems would be much better. And on items like, where did it go? The physical damage one. This one. This one is only physical and rend. It doesn't do elemental, it doesn't do occult. With this one, I'd either put some flat occult damage gems, or I would put percentage material damage and I would go for this thing here. This thing here is great for such items, to give you extra bonuses, but with this thing you won't be able to do any other type of damage that's not physical, toxic or rend. Let's show you how to get those special items. So to get those special items with the special modifiers, you do this War Untainted for 2000 and you pay 2000 affinity. And then that changes the mode. You don't do dungeon after dungeon after dungeon. You just keep doing one map. You can see the enemies won't drop items, and you would get items at the end based on how well you did. Yeah, you get items at the end, and you get special items that you can only get here. And if you die, you lose some items at the end. So the more you die, the less items you get from the reward, but from the chest you always get the same amount of items. So basically, you have a chest, you open the chest and you would get 2 types of items. One of them would be rewards for completing it, the other one would be rewards from the chest itself. But, and that's a big but, who likes big butts? This chest here would give you items as well. So chests like those chest events would give you items. And it's also gonna be items with the special modifiers. Just look at that. This one, no. This one is not with special. Well, this one probably, no. Okay, let's pick up something that probably has the special stuff. It's not always, so keep that in mind as well. No. Alright, I killed him. You can get ambushed as well on this. Damn. Yeah, now I died. There's those annoying enemies here. They're kind of pain in the bum to deal with sometimes. If you take your time standing in one place, they start spawning more and more of those. I want to show you an item with a special modifier, but it didn't drop. So now I'm losing one item at the end from the rewards. Instead of 5, I'm gonna get 4. If I die again, I'm gonna get 3. So now I'm getting rank S for shame instead of rank S plus. And as you've noticed, not only do they not drop items, but there's also... You fill the bar pretty quickly. You get that challenge, the boss stage, pretty quickly. So you can speedrun those. I can speedrun those in under a minute and 30 seconds. The other day I did minute and 28 seconds. On build that was not as fast as this one. It was this build, but with a slower version, with less movement speed. And this is the chest. You open it and you get those rewards, which can be like this. If you're lucky, you're gonna get this one. If you're not lucky and you die... So look at that, this is the armor. 9% damage per 100 unspent rage points. No socket, but it's an armor with this. And this one, this gives you fireball on a one-handed mace. This gives you +2 ailment stacks of white, which is something very great for damage over time builds. This gives you second wind. When under 30% health, gain a burst of health regeneration. So you do also get items from the chest here, which can be unique as well, but unique items cannot get those special modifiers. And getting uniques here is super rare. You get mostly legendaries and yellows and other junk. This one isn't good, this one isn't good, this one isn't good. I'm not gonna check the others, but I did show you some of those special modifiers. So this stuff, no. This shield, no. But you kind of get the idea. You kind of do this mode to farm certain items like the helmet and chest that I'm using, or rings with max willpower, or rings with the residual energy at the bottom, the percent damage from one spell cast. But it's not good for farming uniques. If you want unique items, you do some quick veteran runs. I prefer doing +1, +2, +3. If you want, you can even do adept. It doesn't matter what you're doing. The better the wood quality, the better for you. But also it gets slower when you get better wood quality because of the difficulty raising. So if you want to farm better wood quality, be prepared for it to take longer, and in the end, when it comes to RNG, the more sample data, the better, because the more drops, the higher the chance of something being unique in the end. And if you clear for 2-3 minutes on one difficulty, but then you change the difficulty to something that doesn't give you that much better wood quality, but you clear for 5 or 6 or 7 minutes per map, it definitely is not gonna be that much better farming the other one. Because I've noticed, as I said, 300 wood quality giving me less items sometimes than 170 wood quality. Magic find, not wood quality, pardon me. So sometimes, yeah, I can get a good streak on a lower magic find map, and then I can get a bad streak on a higher magic find map as well. But yeah, this pinception is pretty nice. If you can manage it, if you can handle it, it's fun. Ah! Ran out of rage, see? Didn't notice. There's other ways to do the spin to win as well. There's ways to get it to give you extra damage based on the number of nearby enemies. But that's not gonna be that much better, because most of the time they're gonna die within one hit if they're trash mobs. If they're bosses, there's not gonna be that much enemies to give you the bonus, so it's totally not worth it. But there's extra damage to stunt, SWAT or etc. targets with impaired movement, and that probably would be worth it, because some of the end bosses of the maps you can stun, and then they're gonna take 25 extra damage when they're stunned or SWAT. Okay. There's another build that stacks stamina regeneration. So you're doing this, and then you're jumping with this. The build is called the Rabbit by Skewer. Skewer is a dude from Greece, Axe Gaming on YouTube if you wanna check his channel. And he made it, but I don't think the build works the same way it did before. You can still get it, but you need some special stuff. I tried it yesterday. I wasn't looking at his video, so I don't know whether I was doing exactly what he was doing. But I know that the build exists and that he has figured it out. I could almost keep it up to permanently be able to jump and keep it going. Almost. I was missing only one thing I can think of that can give me stamina regeneration, and that was a spell called Bulwark of Down, which can follow me around and give me stamina regeneration 20% or so. But I was stacking this stamina regeneration here, this stamina regeneration here. There was another one somewhere, I can't find where. Oh, there was another stamina regeneration that I found somewhere in the passives here, and I was stacking stamina regeneration gems, which is the burial, this one. So I was using this ring together with another ring with stamina regeneration reduction, and you can put it in support slots. So you can use it in an amulet, but this amulet is better because it gives you 34 stamina regeneration. The only skill I wasn't using that I could have would have been Bulwark of Down. Bulwark of Down with this modifier. And this can give you some regeneration. And I was using some boots. There were a pair of boots, unique boots that gives you stamina regeneration too. Then you're just spamming this to spin around you, and you're just jumping. And jumping. And yeah. And on bosses he was using a turret. In his video, but as I said, I've not really watched the video. I watched it in my Mozilla Firefox, and in that I first of all have muted the sound of this browser, then I make it play in 144p, so that if I end up playing something while streaming, it won't be heard on my stream, and it won't play the volume or do bandwidth. Because sometimes there would be something wrong with my stream, and I would use Firefox to go and open my stream, and I don't want to have that double sound. You know, that echo when you're watching your stream and then and then it just plays your sound slightly with delay, and then it ends up like an infinite loop of the same thing getting played over and over and over. But you can watch the video and see, maybe I've missed something in the build that he made. But Bulwark of Down, you would probably need a shield. There is a nice shield that can give you that. A shield that can give you Bulwark of Down, or you can use a catalyst. Catalyst that gives you access to spells. Or alternatively, you can use a weapon that gives you access to Bulwark of Down. Like from those modifiers I was showing you earlier, if you're lucky you can get a two-hander with Bulwark of Down. And if you're not using a turret like he was using for the bosses, then then you can do it with a two-hander. You can see now just with the charging. No, rage. Rage. Yeah, that's why I try not to use this, because I'm not used to having that big rage consumption. So let's go back to my regular setup instead of the spinception. A bit easier to handle. I mean, if you're good with the APM, the spinception is good. If you're good with the fingers and can press hotkeys quickly and keep paying attention to your rage levels. Because I had a potion, I could have used the potion and avoided this death earlier if I just paid attention to it. If I had a way of making my rage bar shown above my character, so I don't have to avert my eyes from the middle of the screen to pay attention to the bottom of the screen, that would have been nice. That's why I like games with customizable HUDs, where I can move different elements around. Ideally I would have a little small thingy somewhere here that's indicating my willpower and rage above my head, and that's gonna be what I'm probably gonna like having, or maybe somewhere here, anywhere. If someone comes up with mods that can be allowed in the online mode for this, for that type of thing, just modifying the HUDs, if the developers allow it, that's gonna be great. Add-ons or whatever you want to call them, but probably that's never gonna happen. And the new HUD, by the way, the new HUD looks differently. This is what the new HUD looks like. You have your willpower, then rage on the other side. You have things like HP here and force shield, and this bar here. This bar here is for the apocalyptic form, which is a transformation. Then you have 8 stamina slots, not 7 like here, but 8. And you have 5 skills plus left right mouse. Currently we have 4 skills plus left and right. Thankfully they decided to go for 5 instead of 6, because 6 would have been a bit too much. Too much unnecessary. It looks nice though. Clean, nice HUD. Nothing here. Look at that delayed spawn. Ambush. Okay. Spear throwers. Oh, movement speed. My favorite shrine when I'm doing this build. Get that 70% movement speed. How much is it? 13.4 meters per second. 13.4 meters per second. Look at this. You wanna see something quick? I'm gonna show you just a moment. This shield charge becomes super fast with increased movement speed. It would be nice to be able to see the duration left on shrines somewhere. Alright, it's gone. here. Basic. Oh, red chest. Nice. Nice. Red chests can be great sources of food. I need some water, so just a moment. Ah, there we go. Yeah, my voice was getting very, very dry, and the throat as well. Let's see. Gimme. Nice. Enter ring. I'm gonna check the ring. Might as well turn out to be a good one. Nope. Nice. Physical rent and whitening. 3 watt, 3 sockets. And it also gives crit chance and crit damage. And when the game launches, this would be an amazing item. Why? Because it only gives you 5 stats, and the 6 stats you can add yourself with crafting. So 6 stats is the maximum, but if you get it with 5, that means you can add one without removing unnecessary one. So if you get 5 with all of them, nice, perfect. Then you can add any one you want. You can try and add something like a turret if you want. You can try and add another spell. There's gonna be the option to add different skills. The same way we get them from Wrath of Saricel, we would be able to add those there. I don't know about skills, but they did say that we would be able to add Wrath of Saricel modifiers with regions. And since the skills are kind of Wrath of Saricel modifiers, the ability to use a certain skill while wielding a certain item, then I'm assuming that would be some of the things we could get as well. Copper stone. How much? 94 HP. No. My lowest is 96. So I need stuff without with more than 96. Oh, extra wood quality. So extra 50 magic finds, and 20 item quantity. So magic find is quality, and the quantity is separate. Okay. So here I get the magic find, but I don't see the quantity. Sometimes you can get very lucky and get 3 of those within a 6 map run. If you get that lucky, then enjoy it. It's definitely gonna be great. And each map can have one of those if you're lucky, right at the start of the map. So be careful not to miss them. Sometimes they're in a dome, sometimes they aren't, and they're easy to miss. But they're always gonna be right at the start. I stunned him while he was doing his nasty spell. Sorry, had to mute my mic for a moment. Wondering what this was. Pew 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 pew. Junk. A lot of it. area. Very slowly this time around when it comes to filling up the bar, the hunt down enemies. At release, will classes give something more than just different look like stats, bonuses, etc. I'm not sure what you mean by classes. I mean, there's no real classes in the game. Do you mean items or what? What do you mean by classes? Do you mean, currently what the game calls classes is this. This is one class, this is another class, this is a third class. Then you have this as a secondary class, and this and this and this and this. So you have those primary classes, secondary classes, then you're gonna have tertiary classes. This is what I understand as a class. Do you mean the armors? Like having rogue armor, then sorcerer armor, and then having heavy armor or bruiser armor? But you know, you kind of can use anything at any time. At any point you can mix and match things like I have at the moment. So what you get from those classes is just stats, passives and other stuff. Oh no, the characters you choose at the start are just starting items. Starting items and starting skills. It's not a real class. That's why they need to kind of make it clearer to players that that's not selecting a class. And what you select doesn't matter. It's just giving you your starting gear, and that's it. Starting gear and starting skills. So you do have something to start with that's slightly different than the others. So it doesn't matter whether you start as a warrior or rogue or a mage. Eventually you're gonna be able to become anything you want. But you do have options. If you know you wanna start with a spell and with spellcaster items, go ahead, start with them. If you wanna start with rogue items, start with those. But that's gonna change quickly. The gear you start with gets changed probably a few minutes in, when you get new gear. And then you get new skills, and then you start using the new skills. Maybe you even stop using the one you started with, if you don't really like it. So even if you select something you don't like, don't worry about it. You're quickly gonna outgrow it. The gear that you start with and the skill that you start with. You're quickly gonna get some replacements if you didn't like them. And I think it says pick your starting gear, or I'm not sure exactly what it says, I forgot, but I think it says something about starting setup or so. But maybe it needs to be made more clearer to people so they don't get confused. So that they don't know that they shouldn't think too much about what they pick when they start. But maybe they left it like that just so people don't get confused. Where's my classes? Why don't I get choices? Probably that's why they left it like this. I would have done it. One person to start with all the different items from all three of them. So the way I would have done it, you would start with the 3 starting skills and the 3 starting gear setups. Even 4, I would have done it with all 4 starting setups. So to have one of each type. I think we start with what? Chest, legs and boots, if I'm not mistaken. Chest, legs and boots, so maybe give the person out of all 4 types of armor, 1 chest, 1 legs, 1 pair of boots, and then give them a bow, give them a sword and shield, and give them a staff. And that would be more than enough. Alright, where is the boss? This way. again. How many? And push. Next. Ah, shit, I used my overpath early. Let's check here. Nope. Actually, did it drop 2 accessories? I kind of feel like I need to check them. They might end up being good. Not bad. Not as good as this one though. Wow. Loving that knockback. Here. See? Nope. For now we can use every skill from level 1 or they drop on certain level threshold. Every skill can drop to you at level 1, but it has to drop. If it doesn't drop, you won't be able to use it. So the Eneracts can drop anywhere. You might go all the way to level 10, 15 before dropping Blade Storm, or you can drop Blade Storm at level 2 or 3 from the first few enemies you kill. So that's kind of how it is right now. You can also keep checking the NPC in the town. As soon as you reach the first town, you're gonna be able to check whether the NPC sells the skills you want. You can even abuse it and walk out, go back to the town by walking in, and then check the skills, then walk out again, walk back in, check the skills again, until it sells the skills you want. If you have a fast SSD, fast loading times, and you install the game there, that's probably gonna be a nice option to get the skills you want quickly. And start leveling them from the get-go. I'm probably even gonna do this myself on my first playthrough to try and get the Necro skills ASAP. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, if they drop easy or not. Wouldn't mind trying to rewalk 2-3 times. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then so be it. I'm not gonna do it probably more than 3 rewalks or 4. But yeah, from what we've seen so far, the Necro is not gonna be some super huge army of summons, unless they add some items that help us get some more summons, which would be nice. But having 5 summons is fine. 2 melee, 2 ranged, 1 tank summons. Seems like a nice choice for now. Being able to summon some, maybe with some sort of offhand that allows me to get some summons every now and then, to proc and to get summoned. Ah, come on skill, stop glitching on me. Okay. No. Ah, fuck. This queue is so annoying sometimes. Vanguard boots. Boom. Oh, ambush. Side. Okay, moving on. Anything here? No. No, move. But yeah, someone was asking earlier if there's bugs. Well, yeah, in this beta there are. I'm just hoping that the ones that are annoying for me are fixed on launch, such as this blade storm getting stuck on the edges of a map. Like if I stay here, and it ends up spinning in one place without me being able to move. Like now, look at where my cursor is. It doesn't want to go there until I stop, move, and then start spinning. Or sometimes I just do this and then start spinning. Sometimes after using Warpath, which is this skill, then spinning would not do damage, or bleeding edge would not do damage, until I do something like moving a bit or stopping for a moment and starting again. Sometimes Warpath itself would not do damage. So sometimes this happens not after using Warpath but after using Aether Jump. So it seems to be mobility skills kind of glitching out with that damage. Sometimes even their own damage. Like now I got glitched again into this town, this thingy there, I'm not sure what to call it. Alright, now yeah, I'm standing too close to the edges, getting glitched. Which way? Wait, oh okay, here. Doesn't this look like this one? Eyes and like screaming mouth or whatever. And then some long ass ears on the side. Or does it look like of a JJ? What does the map look like? That's the question. It's like those psych eval tests that they do in American movies, where they give them ink bots and try to make like some notes about what they say the things look like. They can use those Wolcen maps for the same thing. What does this map look like? How does it make you feel? Oh, no. Okay, this way. how slow this map is though, in regards to feeling the hunt down enemies. I'm wondering if the edits fill up the bar quicker. It's not this way? Okay. So here. Charge those. Oh, they came to me. Almost there. See, junk again. So much junk. Rorschach. Oh, how do you pronounce that? Rorschach. Rorschach test. And welcome back, Denox. Rorschach. Okay. Was that from the Watchmen? One of the characters from the Watchmen, or was it similar but not the same? Yeah, exactly. I kind of remember this guy when I heard this. So yeah, I did kind of guess it there then. Did any of you guys watch the Watchmen series, the new one? Cause I still have it on my list of to do to watch. I mean, I love the Zack Snyder movies, but I haven't watched the series, and if they're any good, I'm definitely gonna enjoy watching them. In the first season. I do hope they made a good series though, because if they haven't, then I'm not gonna even bother watching it. Nowadays it's pretty easy to ruin a franchise by... No, not ruin the franchise itself, because comic books are always fun. But yeah. Do not make it justice. Oh wow. That was an interesting knockback. Legacy of the Willbreaker. Yeah, no thank you, no thank you. Big delay on Twitch. This probably is due to restream. I mean, normally there isn't delay on Twitch. Normally YouTube is the one that has the delay. So if there is delay on Twitch, then something that's causing this would be my, what's it called? My Restream software. I'm streaming to Restream, and Restream is streaming to Twitch, Mixer, and YouTube. I've made everything I can to minimize all the delays, and sometimes there's zero delay on Twitch. But that's just sometimes. Normally YouTube is the one that has a big delay, and Twitch has like just a couple of seconds or so. I can check it. I can check it myself in a moment. Yeah, I can see now. On Twitch there is some nasty delay. What if I refresh it? I'm gonna refresh my YouTube as well, just a moment. Let's see. So I'm gonna start moving and spinning, and my Twitch needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay, 6, 7 seconds roughly is on Twitch. And on YouTube it's not even loading it for me. Weird. Oh, it's loading it from the start. Let's go to the end on YouTube. Well, strange, but anyways, normally that's not the case, but sometimes Restream messes up, like, I'm using free service, I'm not paying for that, so I'm not expecting it to be perfect. I'm happy enough to be able to do it for free without paying, so thankfully there's different options, different possibilities for people to explore. Sometimes, maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a lot of people overloading their servers, the free ones, and probably the other ones are more dedicated and people can get better results on them. So on YouTube I'm gonna move, I just wanna see what the delay is. 1, 2, 3. 3 seconds delay only on YouTube, and on Twitch is kind of double. Okay. And I don't know about Mixer, but I'm streaming there as well, but at the moment I don't have anywhere to check it. I mean, I can go and open it, but I normally keep it on audio only. When I'm monitoring my Mixer chat from the browser, I just keep it on audio only. Check here, no, here. Where's the boss? This way. Ah! This one was about to jump. Okay, let's wait for this to end. And now it's the time to start spawning. No! so close. I think that was the final map of the run. But okay, let's start a new run. Just gotta check this one here. If only I played it better at the start. Alright, let's do this. Actually no, let's not do this. I'd rather have the stun last longer. Yeah, rip. Definitely rip. Bleed chance on hit. Enemies have a chance to spawn weak enemies. Let's do... It's trolling me now. I don't think I do fire, so fire resistance. I did want to finish that one though. That one run I had before I think was with the wood modifier, with good wood quality. Would have been nice to finish it to see if it drops anything. Yeah, the game so doesn't want to give me the items I've been trying to get. And another vanity splay. Fuck this vanity splay. Vanity splay and envy's denial is the perfect throw row. The perfect throw row. Yeah, but am I using the trial belt? No, I'm not using it. I really didn't even need that trial belt. Not for this that I'm doing now. So yeah, it gave me the trial belt, but I didn't really need it. For the type of farming I'm doing, trial belt is actually annoying. If it didn't make that annoying sound, I would not have unequipped it. Although I still prefer the O'Malley Wookie belt for that extra wood quality. The only thing I really needed was the Smile of the Searing Sun, because it's the only item I've never gotten. That one item I couldn't get while playing online. The other ones I've gotten and I've tested builds with, but with that one I haven't tested builds. Currently all I want is the Rage Mage legs and Smile of the Searing Sun. But even if I don't get the Rage Mage legs, Smile of the Searing Sun I wanna try. And it's great, it's like extra DPS, extra defenses, extra HP. I really like it if they unify the drop rates for all unique items. It's bullshit to keep items of the same rarity on different drop rates. I bet that Vanity Splee, Envy's Denial, the Edgy, Zapstick, Chronocell, all those items probably have 10 times or maybe 20-30 times higher drop rates than some of those rare items. But have the same exact rarity, unique. It's weird how games call unique items, but you can get more than one of the same type. It would be fun if someone decides to make a game that once you find that unique item, you can never find it again. The exact same one. but for the unique item to scale with the player level. So as you level up, the item scales with you. So eventually, eventually you would get one of each unique item, and once you find them all, you stop dropping uniques. And then always having the exact same pick stats without ranges X, Y, Z, etc. That would be a fun way to have unique items really being unique. And if you delete it and lose it, then it can drop again. If you by accident sell it to NPC, although I would make it so that you can't sell it to the NPC. And you can put it in a separate stash only for unique items that can contain one of each. That way the name unique would really be true to the items. Right, let's get 3 elites, 3 elites. Boom. Only get one though. Oh, this one died. When? See. Dread Paulet, that might, oh no. It was helmet. Let's keep moving here, here. Oh, wow. Oh, that was nice. I could shockwave them from up above, but it went down where they were. But if it was me, I would have increased the drop rates before the launch, after the servers shut down or something like that. Released a quick hotfix so people can test. Like 2, 3, 4 weeks before the launch, knowing that there's gonna be a wipe. I'm gonna let people experiment, give them high drop rates and make a big notice to know that that's not the real drop rates. Let them have fun while it lasts, and then on launch, knowing that there's gonna be a wipe, who cares if someone got items easier or not before the launch. What's WP? Oh yeah, willpower to range transfer reduction cost, rage per hit. Actually I'm running... The only rage per hit is this one, the hammer. I've got rage per Q, regeneration on Q. I've got movement speed, a lot of movement speed. My movement speed is what was it? 9 point something meters. 9.6 meters per second. And I'm stacking material damage, rage and willpower cost reduction. Material damage because this hammer gives me a lot of material. Physical rent. Then transfer time reduction and cost reduction. And I wish I had some more transfer time reduction here. And I wish I had some cooldown here and here, but I don't. And I wish I had some cooldown here too. Well, I don't need the rage per hit personally. At least I don't think with this build I need it. The rage per Q seems to be fine. And I have potions and I have Sovereign Shout and Wings of Ishmir and even Tracker's Reach to give me rage if I really need it. I think rage per hit is not something to be a priority for me. The same goes for attack speed, I really don't need it. What I want is the damage type that fits well with my setup. With this weapon it's material. With other weapons I was using occult. And I want the willpower cost, rage and willpower cost reduction and the transfer time reduction. And movement speed on this, this and this because they're rogue armors. Then this gives me movement speed, this gives me movement speed. If I find the second one of those, I'm gonna use it. Less damage, but more HP, more resistances, and more movement speed and force shield. And this one, more material damage. Ideally, I would use two of those though. So that would be a bit less rage and willpower cost reduction, but still not bad. And yeah, I used to play with this ring because it was nice. For a while I played with this ring because I didn't have anything better. Those were nice, max willpower and rage. Ideally on the rings something with 3 times flat attack and max willpower and rage, something like 90, 80 and some extra material damage and maybe crit damage and maybe a base that is steel ring to give you extra crit damage would be amazing. But how often do we get a ring like this? I've never gotten a ring like this. Over 200 hours. On this account. On the previous account I haven't played much before I switched to this account, so over there I probably have around 100. Yeah, exactly, keeping max rage while spinning, and that's why I'm trying to kill the enemies. You can see while I'm killing them I get the rage. I mean, you can get rage per hit. Rage per hit is nice if you're not killing them with one shot or something like that. But you can see the only time I lose the rage is when I'm not with enemies around me. And I still have rage per hit. I do have 135 rage per hit from my hammer. Although that probably doesn't apply to the skills and only to the basic attacks. But for bosses, that rage per hit would definitely help you. It's just super hard to get rage per hit together with the other stats, and if I were to choose what to sacrifice, I'm gonna sacrifice the rage per hit to get the other things, like material damage and willpower cost reduction, or that other thing, rage and willpower cost reduction and material damage, or this one, transfer time reduction. But on higher levels I can't survive long enough. On higher levels I die with one hit anyways. So if I do more damage, it won't really matter because I don't use spin to win for bosses. I use warpath for bosses on higher levels. My main damage comes from warpath on bosses. As you can see, anytime I do a boss I do it like this. So now I missed, I'm gonna go back. I don't rely on the spin to win to do my damage on bosses, because if I do, I die. Well, at the moment it doesn't hit as hard as I can get it. But with min-max setup, as I said, it can go up to 150,000 damage with min-max setup. I've never gotten min-max setup for it, so yeah. Probably the most I can do at the moment with those items without using the trio. So if I do this, then I'm gonna have more damage. Then my Blade Storm would do 15,000, for example. And my Warpath probably would be able to do like 90 something thousand, and that's not bad. But first of all, the sound of this belt is terribly annoying. Oh, that screaming. And then I'm not as fast. And that's just by me changing to a yellow amulet, mind you, yellow amulet and the trio belt. So I'm using this amulet, which is nothing too fancy, but it's giving me extra damage. I mean, I can probably do this, and then it's gonna be even more damage. Can we get it to 16,000? Let's see. Stuck. Look at this slow attack speed though. 15,700. 16, yeah, I did 16,000. Or maybe it just looked like it. It's pretty hard because the numbers disappear quickly. But I think I did 16,000. 16,000 something, yeah, this one I saw clearly. But look at this sound, and hear it, and yeah, it just not my favorite. And there's no way to remove it, other than removing the belt. I was so excited for this belt at first, but then hearing the sound that it makes me wanna just unequip it. I had my fair share of fun with it though, before I got to my limits of how much I can listen to this screaming. And as I said earlier, how did this pass QA? This sound that you keep hearing over and over and over and over as you're fighting. Maybe that's a throw item. Maybe they left it intentionally to throw people. To say, hey, you want extra damage? Well, have fun listening to all that screaming. A trio, a patience trio. Alright. But I can maximize this setup for damage if I want to. At the moment the setup is maximized for movement speed. And movement speed results in faster clearing, of course, because this one is also faster with faster movement speed. This one. And with some more cooldown reduction, I would be able to be warpathing all over the place. So how many seconds is my cooldown now? 3 seconds? 3.1 seconds. And I haven't invested into a single node in the passives. So I can get 30% cooldown reduction from the passives if I want to. I can get cooldown reduction 25% here, 25% here, 25% here if I get min-maxed items. Then the warpath would be just running all over the place. Also, I would prefer to have Wife Leech on my weapon, but I don't. I have some useless attack speed. For this build you really don't need attack speed. Score, even. I mean, this helps you with this being faster, and this being faster. And that's it. Warpath benefits from movement speed and the same goes for Cyclone, for Bladestorm. Bladestorm would make you move faster with movement speed. It makes you spin faster with faster attack speed, but it doesn't make you tick the damage faster. We've tested it already, so there's that info. No, oh. Why did I use Warpath here? Should have taken more distance between me and them before I did. No. Alright, stun them. Is the boss here? Oh, I still don't know where it is. Oh wow, an ambush from behind. Let's see. The boss should be somewhere near here, but before that they were waiting for me to try and open that wood. Shit, I'm glitched. Phew. I'm glitched. Oh wow, look at how many. Yeah, let's get them to attack first before we do. Okay. Let's check this one. And next. Maybe they fix for launch. We'll see what gets fixed for launch and what doesn't. There's some annoying glitches that I really won't fix though. If it's been 4 months, I'm pretty sure that they probably fixed some of the annoying stuff already. Makes sense, for 4 months that's plenty of time to fix something like that, like the spin to win glitching out, the warpath glitching out, not doing damage, Aether jump or warpath glitching out and making your next skill not do damage until you move after using them. And it would be nice if the game has a nice button from within the game where you can click it and write some feedback, and that feedback goes to some sort of mailbox that the QA teams read and decide whether it's a legit bug report, legit feedback suggestion, or whether it should be just ignored and trash binned. Torchlight 3 is doing that. You can go from within the game. Sunny Stash, second one. Oh, movement speed, baby, that's another 3% movement speed. Actually, that's only 5%, and it's not gonna give me that much. It's not gonna give me 3 meters. It's gonna give me 1.5 meters more movement speed. So it rounded it up to 9.8. I'm losing a lot of damage, but I like it that way with the movement speed. But yeah, this was a low row Sunny Stash. So much movement speed. But as I was saying, yeah, Torchlight 3 has this sort of a button. You press escape, you click feedback, you can write a report, and the QA team can get that and decide whether it's something that needs to be escalated to a developer, to an engineer for fixing, or whether it's some sort of feedback suggestion for skills things that need to be considered, and if they're good or not, whether it's some sort of other thing that needs to be dealt with or not. And it's easy, you do it from within the game. You don't have to go to Steam forums, you don't have to go to Discord, you don't have to go anywhere else. Something like that is great for a game that's indie. It's convenient for us as players to help report stuff, glitches, bugs. Look at that movement and spinning speed. What do I hit? There's something I'm hitting there. Oh, I see. Some weird type of war for irregularities. It didn't hit him. Ah. Yeah, that was amazing. Bug report and GM contact services in game. I think Blizzard games still have that. They might be Blizzard, but at least that I think they still have. Being able to report through within the game. MMOs are famous for things like that, being able to report things from within game or contact GMs. Yeah. Oh, so they removed it. Yeah, I guess Blizzard firing so many people, was it a year ago or so, when they were firing a lot of people, sacking them, and probably that resulted in some of this being unable to be handled by real people. All that report monitoring. This, by the way, gives so much damage for a double socketed item, up to 213. This on an elemental based build with elemental damage here, elemental damage here, elemental damage here might be strong. It gives attack speed, unfortunately, and it gives crit chance score. It doesn't give crit damage, so I'm still not gonna keep it. I'm gonna do a bit more playing. It's 22 past midnight here, and as you know, normally I end around 30-40 past midnight. So let's see if we can push this to the end. I'm gonna have to make sure he doesn't one-shot me up. Ah, shit! Wow, okay, I exited by accident my game, but just clicked on my browser. It wasn't real game exit, I just clicked on my browser. And since I'm playing windowed, it just minimized the game. Because yeah, when my mouse goes outside of the window borders, it's not really good. Oh shit. Missed. Don't miss. Ah. He was teleporting at that exact moment, as always. See, if I miss the first hit, it's very bad, and I did miss the first hit here. No, now he's gonna do the beam. I didn't want to resurrect. I accidentally resurrected myself here, fuck. Alright, let's go for +4, because that's kind of how far I reached. And this is what I don't like, being able to get spawn killed. It shouldn't be a thing in ARPGs. They just didn't think about it when they made this option to revive. To add an option to keep you invulnerable for 1 or 2 seconds, but being unable to do damage for 1 or 2 seconds. It's how other games do it, and it's how it should be done. So hopefully on launch they do have some sort of option like this. Because this enemy, first of all, why do enemies keep attacking our corpse? Why do enemies keep attacking someone who is supposedly already downed? Because with Untainted I don't farm as many uniques. Untainted is just for farming special modifiers. Untainted is for farming things like my helmet and my chest piece. This and this. Speaking of hungry, I can't wait to get some food now after the stream. My pet seems to want more, but he ate a few hours ago, so he shouldn't be that gluttonous. But yeah, Untainted is only useful if you farm certain items. If you're farming for uniques, Untainted is not the best place to get that. But there are certain things you can only get from Untainted, and you definitely want to be farming them for those. I'm wondering how the necro skills have been balanced. I guess since it's something new, probably the necro skills won't be as balanced as the other ones. Maybe they would be very strong, maybe they would be very weak. Time will tell. Most likely what happens with new stuff is strong and then it gets nerfed. So I'm suspecting that the necro skills would probably be like that. What's my movement speed? 13.7 meters per second. Alright, eat that shield bash. Shield bash smash. Oh, the boss is supposed to be here, but not yet. So we gotta go this way. Yeah, turret necro, that's what I'm gonna be trying when the game launches. I really wanna try it because it just sounds so silly that it's the build you must try. Just because of how it sounds. And this is great that this game would allow us to do a turret necro. Get that lazy man build going. So it's gonna be either pistol catalyst or dagger catalyst to be able to do it. Or a staff that gives you access to a turret, but that's probably gonna be super RNG to get. But the basic options would be pistol catalyst or a dagger catalyst. Get that turret necro, boom. Such a nice one shot. Yeah, of course, dagger. But I don't need to warpath. If I have a catalyst, I can just use the Aether jump. Or I can use warpath and Aether jump, but there's a limited number of skills. So I have 4 necro skills, 1 turret and Aether jump. 4 necro skills, warpath and 1 and Aether jump. Because we have ranged necro summon, melee necro summon, taunt necro summon, the golem, then we have domination, or whatever the skill was called. Then we have the turret, and yeah, there's 1 more that we can use. No, 2 more. We can use 2 more, but one of them would be the basic attack. So yeah, it's 5 skills plus left mouse. Yeah, right mouse. So the 4 necro, the turret, and the Aether jump. But Aether jump can be without cooldown, because you can cast it multiple times as long as you have willpower. So basically what Aether jump does is it uses willpower to keep generating rage. Oh, sorry, I touched my mic by accident. But you have to have a modifier on Aether jump to get it to do that. So it's gonna depend. I mean, warpath and Aether jump are both good, depending on what you get better. If you get the good dagger, use the good dagger, of course. If you have a good pistol, use the good pistol. Use what the game gives you. It's all about adapting to what the game gives you when a character is new. Making the best out of your drops. Picking the best skills that complement them. I personally also prefer daggers because I just like how they are. Because with pistols I end up automatically attacking with ranged attacks enemies by accident. Because I can disable my auto attacks. Right. If only it worked that way. Get some eye bleeds and then there's your legendary and uniques. It opens a window that lets you pick which legendary and which unique you want. For each eye bleed you get. One eye bleed equals one pick. How many eye bleeds are you gonna get today? Let's see. Let's see this. Okay. And boom. Oh, again those spammers. Now they're making me stop farming so I can block them and so I can reset my chat here. And then I have to go in here and refresh the cache. There we go. Every day those bots have been coming here. Since I removed the followers only chat mode, that's been happening. But I'm not a fan of the followers only chat mode. Bot scammers spamming our channels. Where's the boss? This way. Boom. Oh, missed. No. Bad. Okay. Let's see this. And next. Probably gonna be the last, we'll see. Maybe one more after that. Depending on how quickly we do this one and the other one. Berserker pants. A lot of spinning. Could get dizzy. Oh, that screen shaking because I'm bumping into some sort of obstacles. Let's see this. And this. And this, and this. This, wow. Alright. So I can go for the boss fight. Wow, that's not gonna be enough. I have to do some more killing. This transfer time. Oh, wow, spear bearer hitting from afar. Alright, back to the boss now. Alright, this one as well. Forest, nice. Spin, 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 spin. Here, let's charge it. Oh, it's one of those big ones. Big boys rear. Yeah, 3Z PK, I can show it easy PK, just a moment. Just let me get rid of all those enemies around me. This is a setup optimized for movement speed. My items are also optimized for movement speed, not for damage. So just keep that in mind. So we've got this movement speed and this movement speed and this movement speed. which if you want damage you don't need. If you want damage, remove those 3 movement speeds and remove this 1, 2, 3, 4 and do it like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So those 4 nodes and the 3 movement speed ones you make into melee damage, attack damage, crit chance, willpower on hit, not too bad, and this is useless and this is useless. Well, this is not really useless, but this kind of is. But you're not sacrificing something that bad. You're sacrificing some HP, some agility, attack speed, which you really don't need for spin to win, and a lot of movement speed and attack speed, which I do like. I do like to play it that way. Key things to remember: this one is important, this one is important, this one is important, this one is very important, and those 3 here are very important. And here you have crit damage, but you won't see that much damage unless you have helmet like this one. This goes all the way up to 9% damage per 100 unspent rage points, and this chest piece 9% damage per 100 unspent rage points. Well, wife leech you ideally want on the weapon. Here on this weapon, instead of attack speed score, you can get 4-5% wife leech. At the moment I don't have it. I still get it from somewhere, I'm not sure from where, but from somewhere I'm getting some wife leeching going on. And I really want a weapon with wife leech. What I want here is this weapon, but instead of attack speed, wife leech. It would be perfect then. Because currently you can't use potions. Thank you for the sub, Vark Vikernes 1488 for the YouTube sub. Welcome to the Struck Web if you're watching. And ideally you do want wife leech because you cannot drink potions while spinning. You have to stop spinning to drink the potion, and it really is important to have it. And if you can get good rings with 3 times flat attack damage and with extra rage, extra plus willpower and rage on the rings, that's gonna make the build even stronger. With this setup at the moment, earlier I was doing 16,000 damage. Up to 16,000 damage when I was using the trial belt, this yellow amulet, and I was using those 2 rings. So you can see the animation is slower, and it looks like it's spinning slower, but it's still doing damage as fast as before. The ticks are still as fast. So it looks slower, but it isn't really. And with that I can do up to 16,000 damage with my mediocre gear. But this sound is just so annoying. And yeah, you can respec, you can press C in the town, you can reset the passives and you can reset the attributes. All attributes into ferocity is the suggested for now. On launch that's probably gonna change. And it's super cheap to respec, super cheap to respec. And if you want to farm for those items, you have to do Untainted. Untainted is where you get those modifiers, or the Rage and Willpower rings. Okay, where's the boss fight? Boss fight is all right there. can probably see why I'm speccing into movement speed so much. For a lower level farming, it's just perfect. Gotta go fast, you know. I really hope that this skill has a modifier that makes it do more damage based on your movement speed. Same whirlwind barbs on Diablo would be perfect if there's something like this. Okay, sacrifice for the wood gods. Boom. 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 Yo, that's gonna be it. If you're in Twitch, it's 12:47 past midnight. If you're on Twitch, I can send you over to rate some new someone who's streaming. We can do a rate on Twitch to someone else who's streaming. If you're on the other platforms, YouTube, Mixer, I can do that. So thanks everyone for watching. Keep it cool, and if you're on Twitch, if you won't stay for the rate. For the rest, until next time, and keep it cool. Goodbye. So let's see who to rate. Who do we rate now? First of all, let's see who else is streaming Wolcen. If there's some of the people I know. 550 people watching Wolcen. Nice. So Book of Joshua, I already rated him a few times. Then we have Chef Roxy, Steph the Dude. They're good when it comes to build making. Anyone else who I've not rated so far? Let's see. Yesterday I rated someone, but alright, let's give Steph the Dude maybe, or Chef Roxy. Something. Alright, let's rate Chef Roxy. He needs some views, I guess. He's at 20. Steph the Dude is at 61. So I'm gonna rate him. Eight seconds remaining. Let's see. And let's end this.